This is Audible.
High Gravity Productions presents Into the Clear Water by B. Celeste, performed by Heather Costa. Chapter 1. The metal sound of a zipper pulling up is what stirs me from a restless sleep where my body is molded into the right side of the mattress. A pointless need to turn around plagues my body, but I force myself still and listen to his silent routine. The ruffled cotton of a worn tee against sculpted inked flesh, the scraping plastic of a scratched phone case against an old nightstand, and the slightest creaking of floorboards under his weighted feet. There's a pause, a minor hitch in breath, before the full lips my body has become well acquainted with press against the side of my temple. Not once do I open my eyes to meet the baby blues that I know are studying my naked body, barely being covered by the thin sheet. Instead, I let him sneak out of the bedroom without a word. No, good night. No, I love you. Just like we silently agreed. The door clicks softly behind him shortly before the one directly across the hall opens. Loosening a shaky breath, I sit up and try to ignore the heavy absence of his body heat. All that ever remains when darkness bathes the room is his Armani cologne that sticks to the bedding. Grasping the comforter that's fallen off the edge of the bed, I examine the faintest glow of moonlight creeping through the busted blinds. My eyes focus on the little flakes of snow falling gracefully from the sky, locking my mind in the memories of tan skin and a bright smile that winter took from me 3 years ago. No longer do I hear the husky laugh that would poke fun of my many layers of clothing when the temperature dropped below 50, or the gravelly voice that brought goosebumps to my arms, despite his teasing when I cautioned him for driving when snow squalls hit. My heart no longer clenches over deep-set dimples or speckled brown eyes that made me blush whenever they paid me any attention. The hammering heart in my tight rib cage is no longer caused by the love I pined for, but for the love I'd never have again. Swinging my legs over the side of the bed frame, I absently stare at the wooden picture frame resting 6 inches away. Jaw tight, I slip out of bed with the comforter wrapped around my body and think better of doing the walk of shame to the hallway bathroom I share with my roommates. There's a soft knock on my bedroom door, too quiet and abnormal to be his. Still, my body freezes when it cracks open and reveals tangled strawberry blonde hair and big brown eyes tilted upward at me. She reaches out, her freckled fair hand squeezing my porcelain one. "Bad dream, Nugget?" I whisper, grabbing the oversized tee that had been stripped off me with careful precision hours before. After quickly slipping it on, I turn to find her tiny palms rubbing her eyes. Kneeling to her level, I brush frizzy bedhead out of her face and peck a kiss to her forehead. "Let's both try getting some sleep, okay?" I pick her up and put her in bed next to me, her little body emphasizing the vast difference of who occupied it before her. Reaching for the picture frame on the nightstand, I place it face down and crawl in beside her, with no other choice but to brush off the suffocating feelings overwhelming my conscience. "I love you, Ainsley." Another hand squeeze. The bedroom is filtered by a dull dawn light, telling me it's too early when the tug on my shirt wakes me from a partial state of unconsciousness. I see the red flashing numbers on my alarm first, then the round brown eyes, mere inches from my face, filled with anticipation as she tugs on me again. "Too early," I murmur, tempted to bury my squinted eyes in my pillow. She doesn't relent. Blowing out a breath, I note the early morning numbers again on my clock before sitting up in bed. Ainsley gestures toward the door. Okay. Before I follow her out, I slip on a pair of pajama pants covered in candy canes from my floor and let her pull me into the hallway with strength nobody her age should have. I freeze when the door across the hall opens, and a shirtless, lean figure appears in only a black pair of low-riding sweatpants. Swallowing, I give him a small smile. "Good morning," I greet, voice raspy as it always is in the morning. Ainsley tugs on my hand and points to the stairs, where the decorated tree peeks out from the open hallway loft. My shoulders lift as I follow her down, only hearing a murmured "Merry Christmas" piper from behind us as we descend the narrow staircase. I flick on the lights just as Ainsley dives toward the multicolored presents wrapped underneath the tree. Some of them I don't recognize, and wonder if Easton put them there after he left my room last night, making my face flush when footsteps sound from behind me. Busying myself with moving the coffee table out of the way and plugging in the tree lights, I try to ignore the prickling awareness of the 6'2" tatted man watching us from the landing of the stairs. Clearing my throat, I brush my fingers through Ainsley's hair to try controlling the way it sticks out everywhere. Eventually giving up, I press a kiss to the crown of her head and pass her the stocking full of candy and Barbie accessories to open first. Finally turning to meet East's eyes, I note his own untamed bedhead that normally rests in a purposefully unkempt, messy do. The sides of his nearly black hair are shorter than the top, with slight waves that make me wonder if his hair curls when it's longer. He's only lived with me for 7 months, and in that time, I've never seen it grow past what it is now. "Coffee?" I ask, not waiting for him to answer before walking past him. The downstairs of our 3-bedroom townhome is all open space, minus a half bath and coat closet off the entryway. I don't have to look behind me to sense he followed, so I look through the cupboard for the can of coffee, only to find it missing. My eyes wander along the countertops, searching for salvation with tired eyes and coming up short. Gripping the edge of the marble counter, I blow out a breath and drop my head. "We're out?" he asks behind me, his voice low as ever. He never speaks loud, as if broody and broodier are his only volumes. It works for him. The tan, lean 28-year-old standing in the modern kitchen just feet from me is every girl's wet dream, from his looks and laid-back but mysterious personality to the way he talks. His right arm is covered in an intricate black tattoo sleeve of words and images that goes all the way up to his collarbone and edge of his neck. The back of his hand has small letters on it that forms a thought-out design, and I know he has other tattoos on his back and left side of his ribcage. Clicking my tongue, I brush hair behind my ears and nod, turning to face him. I'm grateful he slid a shirt on, or I'd be staring. My hip leans against the counter, but I don't make eye contact with him. Our arrangement started just shy of 2 months ago, after a little too much alcohol. One night turned into 2, which turned into 3, until I got used to chasing a high with his body that took me out of my head for a while. He'd always come to my room, and he'd always leave. And it works. "Need me to go get some?" are the next words from his mouth. He knows I need caffeine in order to function, especially this early. How he manages it is beyond me, considering he's usually out late at the tattoo parlor he co-owns with a friend in town. Yet every morning between 5 and 6, he's up, in running gear, and ready to start his day, and what I only assume is 5 hours or less of sleep. Usually less on the nights he comes to my room. As much as I want to say yes, I shake my head and grab a clean glass from the drainer and fill it with water from the sink. It's Christmas. Nothing will be open. He simply makes a contemplative noise, as if he's humming in agreement, before pushing off the wall he stands by and walking over to the refrigerator. We never speak about what goes on after dark, and rarely make small talk about anything. The quiet between us is usually comfortable, not awkward, but he's also never kissed me before leaving my room at night either. Jabbing my thumb behind me with my free hand, I give him a tired smile. "I'm going in the other room. Ainsley will want to start opening the other presents, so..." He just nods once. Licking my lips, I turn on my heel and walk away before saying anything else. Taking a seat on the floor beside Ainsley and setting my water on the table behind me, I cross my legs and reach for one of the smaller presents signed by Santa. Smiling as I watch her eyes brighten from the new dolls, dresses, and stuffed animals, I lean against the side of the armchair and listen to Easton take a seat behind me. "You've got some," he notes quietly. Brows raising as I look where his chin gestures to in a single nod. I reach for a small silver square package. "I didn't get you anything," I admit regretfully, not knowing that we were exchanging gifts. My fingers tear into the paper until a black box appears underneath. I glance at East, who's intently watching Ainsley play with one of her new toys, before looking back at the box and opening it. My lips part when I see a $200 gift card to an office supply store I like to go to. "East, My body turns to him, blinking at his casual stance in the raggedy chair I'd bought secondhand from Craigslist. This is too much. I didn't get you anything. His shoulders lift. You said the school didn't have money in the budget for supplies, so I figured you could use that before the year starts back up. It's not a big deal, Piper. You got me this for my class? Another incoherent noise sounds from his throat as he slides to the edge of the chair. If I make cinnamon rolls, will you two eat some? I even bought frosting the other day. I blink. Ainsley turns and nods enthusiastically at the sound of sugar, leaving me absent-mindedly doing the same. His eyes go from my face to the card I'm holding before standing and walking away without another word. My mouth goes dry. Ainsley tugs on my shirt, showing me the Barbie that Santa got her. I just smile in praise and look down at the gift card again. Chapter 2. Stuffing the last plastic bag in the back seat of my beat-up green Toyota Highlander that I bought dirt cheap from a family friend, I feel the vibration of my phone in the back pocket of my skinny jeans. Closing the door and pulling out the cell to see my best friend's name across the screen, I smile and climb into the front. Hey, Jenna. There's loud music in the background that I know all too well from Ainsley's favorite Disney movie. She insists on listening to it when she doesn't feel well. The kid blew chunks. Don't worry, she did it on the kitchen floor. Wincing, I blow out a breath. At least it's on the hardwood and not the beige carpet that covers 90% of the house. It's probably from all the candy she's been eating this past week. Is she okay now? She's laying on the couch under her favorite blanket, my bestie explains, moving until the background noise fades slightly. I gave her some ginger ale, which I can only assume is your roomie's, since you hate soda. Tell him I'm sorry. I doubt Easton would care. He may keep to himself, but I'm pretty sure he has a soft spot for Ainsley. Especially after seeing the additional Christmas presents he gave her, consisting of new coloring books and a play food set she'd been eyeing whenever we went to the store together for groceries. I'll get him more, I say, just to be on the safe side. I wasn't planning on making another stop to the store, but it's close to Staples. I was going to stop by the Inked Lotus before I came back, but I'll drop by the store and then— No, I blink at her firm words. We're fine here, Piper. Ainsley looks like she's going to fall asleep any minute. And I have a book to read on my Kindle. Go do your thing. And by thing, I mean, stop, I groan, dropping my head back onto the headrest. I'm just going to thank him for the gift card. I got all my classroom supplies. I need to return the favor somehow. Her chuckle makes me roll my eyes. I can think of a few ways you can return the favor. You could let him pierce you, if you know what I mean. Maybe let him mark your skin. My cheeks heat over her innuendos. I hate you sometimes. Lies! I start the car. Whatever. If you're sure you're fine, I'll make a quick pit stop. Call me if you need anything. After hanging up and finishing my errands, buying a new 6-pack of ginger ale like the ones Easton likes and keeps in the fridge, as well as some crackers for Ainsley to nibble on, I make the short 20-minute drive back to the development community we live in. The Inked Lotus is a small brick building right on the outskirts of the residences, surrounded by a few dining establishments and a tiny post office that all share a parking lot. I pull into a free parking space in front of the parlor, lucky since the rest of the parking lot is packed. Slipping my purse over my shoulder and locking the car behind me, I walk toward the glass door with an open sign hanging just below the printed store hours. I know he's open later since it's a Saturday, which means he won't be home until close to 2 in the morning. The bell on the door signals my arrival, making Jay, his friend and co-owner, look up from where he's working on some beefy guy's back. Hey, Red. I smile at him and his unoriginal name for my naturally auburn hair. It's better than when he called me Red Velvet all the time, though. Since Jenna convinced me to add copper highlights, the color isn't as intense. It still doesn't stop the tall, skinny, 30-something-year-old from calling me whatever he wants. My eyes travel to East, where he's bandaging a platinum blonde girl's upper arm. He glances up as soon as Jay mentions my nickname, nodding his chin at me in greeting. I give him a small wave and lean against the front counter where the register is. Pulling out my water bottle from my purse and taking a sip, I all but spit it out when Jay says, "Finally going to let me pierce you?" My face must turn bright red thinking about what Jenna said, because Jay looks over at me and busts out laughing. No, sheepishly smiling. I cap my water off before setting it on the counter. To my surprise, East speaks up. She already has a piercing. Jay's brows pinch at me. You do? I nod, pointing to my belly button. I got it done a few years ago. These days, I rarely wear the many studs that I picked out. Jay makes an interested noise in the back of his throat, his lips quirking up like he understands exactly how Easton knows I have a belly piercing. Thought about getting any others? My shoulders lift. I considered getting my nose done. When I was in high school, I tried tricking my mom into signing a permission form since I was underage at the time. She freaked out. Needless to say, I didn't get the form signed. Jay tilts his head. What about today? My lips part. Maybe another time, Jay. I'm actually here to see Easton. East stands up, gesturing for his customer to come to the register. I step out of their way, feeling the blonde's eyes on me skeptically as she scopes me out before giving me her back. Everything okay? Easton asks, glancing up at me after taking the money from the girl. I nod quickly. Yes, I was actually just here to say thanks again for the gift card. I went to grab my supplies today. Jenna's watching Ainsley. He counts out the change and passes it back to the girl with wandering eyes. She has to be 19 at best, nearly 10 years younger than him. But I brush it off because it's not like I have any claim on him for more than a few stolen hours every night. I told you, it's no big deal, he murmurs, crossing his arms over his chest. The girl intervenes, leaning forward to reveal her enviously impressive boobs. I was wondering if you had plans tonight. My friends and I are meeting at Club 21. He deadpans, face unimpressed. You're not 21. I press my lips together to refrain from smiling, readjusting my purse strap and busying myself by looking around the shop. Magazines are scattered in front of the black armchairs off to the side, where people wait to get their work done. Don't worry, we have fake IDs, she insists, making me cringe. East makes a strangled noise in the back of his throat, a telltale sign that he's not going to take her up on the offer. I'm busy, is all he says. Her shoulders drop. Oh, well, don't do it. I'll give you my number and you can let me know when you're free, she says, despite my silent warning. It's not like I'm jealous. East can do whatever and whoever he wants. In fact, I respect her metaphorical ladyballs for even taking the receipt and jotting down her number before passing it back to him. But I know East. As soon as she leaves, he'll wad up the paper and toss it into the recyclables under the counter. I never understood why he did it, because he could get any girl he wanted. Even before our little arrangement, he never kept the numbers he was passed. And from what Jay has said, there's a lot of women who come back for the quiet man in front of me. Speaking of which, his brows raise an inquiry at me. Snapping from the thought, I wait until the girl says goodbye and walks toward the door, before I take my place in front of him. I couldn't figure out what to get you. You're hard to shop for, and I couldn't just accept the card without at least trying, even if you think it's not a big deal. It's not. I roll my eyes and watch him walk over to his station to clean it. He stays busy, so I'm sure his next appointment will be here soon. I know, but still. What if I paid for your next tattoo? You said you wanted to add to your sleeve, right? Jay snickers as Easton turns to me, one of his brows quirked. I own a tattoo parlor. I can get it done for free, Piper. Right. Heat prickles the back of my neck. In hindsight, I should have thought about that before letting it escape my mouth. Dinner? He stops what he's doing. Where? What a lot of people don't know is that he's vegetarian, something I learned quickly after he moved in. I wanted to make us dinner and break the ice, since we'd be living together. But I cooked Mom's famous lasagna, which had ground beef and pork sausage in it. He opted to eat the salad I prepared, making me feel like a fatty as I ate the pasta dish by myself. Ainsley doesn't like it either, so I had it for lunch and dinner all week. I was thinking we could order in from that Thai place you like, I suggest, knowing the vegetable stir-fry is his favorite. Ainsley is sick, so I kind of want to stay in tonight. But if you want to go somewhere, maybe we could tomorrow or whenever you're free. He disregards the food offer completely, focusing on only one thing. Is she okay? Straightening to full height, he watches me with cautious eyes, making my heart squeeze in my chest before threatening to melt in a messy puddle right there on the cement floor. Stomach bug. I think it's the candy. He purses his lips. I can order the food and pick it up before I head home. My last appointment is at 6:30. Jay clears his throat. East? Jay will close up, East adds. Jay looks between us before nodding, turning to finish the customer's tattoo. Okay, I smile. Oh, and I bought you more ginger ale because Jenna had to give some to Ainsley to help her stomach. His lips twitch before he mutters. You didn't have to do that. I shrug. It's only fair. It's yours. He doesn't say anything. I'll just have them deliver the food, I insist, grabbing my water bottle from the counter and backing toward the door. That way you're not paying for it when you pick it up. Same as usual? He pauses, then nods once. See you later, then. I wiggle my fingers at Jay, who tips his chin at me before retuning his focus to his work. Once I'm in my car again, I shoot Jenna a text to let her know I'm on my way home, before looking over at the parlor to see East watching me from the front window. I wave. He doesn't wave back. Chapter 3. I should have known the day was going to go downhill quickly when I discovered there were no eggs left to make breakfast. Shortly after that, I realized there were only a few swallows of almond milk left in the carton, not enough for the cereal I'd already poured into a bowl for Ainsley. Blowing out an irritated breath over the person most likely responsible, I leave the kitchen and walk upstairs. The room directly next to mine is cracked open, revealing a strawberry blonde twisted like a pretzel under her purple comforter, the lavender-quilted blanket her father gave to her before she was even born, grasped in her clutches. His grandmother, Grandma Mabel, made it for her, using scraps of old fabric left over from other projects from her sewing club. Ainsley, I whisper, walking in and gently nudging her shoulder. It's time to get up and get breakfast. Breakfast that will probably be buttered toast and a banana at this point. I make a mental note to go to the store after I'm done with conferences this afternoon. She wiggles, but doesn't open her eyes. I've been here before with her, and it never ends well. Last time, she all but scratched my face in a tantrum when I told her to get up. Ains, I repeat. Burying her head in the pillow, I scrub a palm down my face. I've been up for over half an hour and still haven't gotten changed because I wanted to get her breakfast set. Now I'm regretting that because it means dressing quickly and skipping my own breakfast, which won't make for a good day. I do what my parents always did when I acted like this. I yank the blankets off her and scoop her up. She wiggles and bats my chest until I set her on her feet. Sorry, kid, I've got to go to the school today, which means Aunt Jenna is watching you. Normally she perks up over Jenna's name, but I can tell her early morning battle is getting the best of her. She tries crawling back in bed, but I stop her, fighting me all the way to the stairs. I all but growl in frustration. Ainsley, I scold, trying not to be too loud since Easton isn't up yet. He left my room after 3 this morning, later than he normally flees. I think he might have fallen asleep for a while before remembering he wasn't in his room. Ainsley drags her feet across the carpet, forcing me to let go and sigh. She runs back to her room and closes the door. Eyes squeezing shut, I rub the lids and count to 5 before walking over and opening it. You have 5 minutes to get downstairs before I get angry, I inform her in a tone I've only had to use once before. I hate sounding like a hard-ass with her. We've always been on friendly terms, but it's been different since she started living with me full-time. And that means no dessert for the next 3 days. Truthfully, I'll probably cave. It's like all the times I'd threaten not to give my childhood cat treats when he did something bad, then give him some anyway. All it took was one little look, a shin rub, and a loud purr to get me to fold. Ainsley is no different. As I walk down the stairs, I hear one door slam closed and another one open. Instead of looking up past the white railway that reveals the doors in question, I shake my head and walk back to the kitchen to prepare her toast. It's a few minutes later when I'm buttering the browned bread and grumbling to myself when I hear footsteps that are too heavy to belong to a 5-year-old. A warm body comes up behind me and takes the butter knife away from me before his hip nudges me over. What's wrong? My nostrils flare. You drank all the milk again and didn't bother telling me or getting more. And what happened to the eggs? He pauses what he's doing to glance at me, lips pursed. I'll go to the store and grab some when they open. It's not a big deal. Not a big... Of course he doesn't think so. He doesn't have to feed another person. All he has to worry about is himself, and half the time he just grabs something after he leaves if he doesn't make one of his disgusting green protein shakes after his run. Ainsley needs breakfast, I state, walking to the refrigerator and shaking the carton of milk. Do you just drink from this? He doesn't answer. We all use it, Easton. He sets down the knife and turns to me, eyes hard. "What is the matter? Are you really pissed off over the milk? I said I'll go get some, okay? I'm sorry." It's not about the milk, but my pride won't tell him that. Instead, I simmer in my foul mood and figure it has to do with my period that started first thing this morning. Pair that with a child who won't listen and will only get grumpier if she doesn't eat. It just worsens the irritation boiling in my blood. "I need to get ready," is all I say before heading toward the doorway. He stops me by grabbing my wrist, pulling me toward him. "East, I'm not kidding. I told you last night that I have conferences with administration today. All the teachers and substitutes do." "Breathe, Piper." His instruction comes in a calm, raspy tone that sends shivers down my spine despite my bitterness. "You're not going to get anywhere if you stay angry." I'm half tempted to make a Dr. Phil remark when his lips surprise me by brushing my cheek in a soft peck. His hands move strands of unbrushed hair away from my neck before his mouth moves down my jaw and peppers a trail of lush kisses over my pulse. I swallow as his breath teases my sensitive skin, my muscles loosening as I close my eyes. "What are you doing?" I whisper. He draws back just enough to speak. "I'm helping you calm down." Before I can answer, his mouth continues working my neck, nipping, sucking, licking, then moves back up to meet my lips. Hyper-aware that I haven't even brushed my teeth, I move my head to the side, causing him to kiss the corner of my mouth. I really need to get ready and force Ainsley to get dressed and eat. I'm on a tight schedule because I need to drop her off at Jenna's house on my way into work. With that, I gently push him away and sidestep him. I freeze when he says, "I can watch her here." Blinking, I slowly turn. He shrugs. "The shop doesn't open until 5 on Mondays. It's not a big deal. Doesn't make sense to take her somewhere else if I'm going to be here anyway." My throat thickens with a mixture of worry and gratefulness. He's never watched Ainsley all day before. Just if I had to run a last-minute errand that usually involved tampons because I somehow ran out. He misinterprets my expression. "Unless you don't trust me." His gruff voice pulls me out of my thoughts, causing me to shake my head. "It's not that," I promise lightly, offering him a smile and reassurance. "I just don't want to burden you by watching her. I won't be back until after 2, depending on how long the back-to-back conferences go. Then I need to run to the store." "I'll go to the store." I wet my lips, knowing I don't have time to contemplate this. If he watches her, it's less stress on me. I won't have to worry about being late or picking her up after the long day I'm sure to have, where we go over new policies and expectations for faculty and staff. "Okay," I clear my throat. "I have a list started on the fridge of what we need. You should add milk and eggs to it, and probably bread, because we're almost out." He just nods. "And Ainsley needs to get up and eat." Another nod. "And she can't watch TV all day." His lips twitch up. "Got it." I stare at him for a moment, knowing I should give him a basic rundown of everything. Like where he can reach me if he can't get through on my cell, or what Ainsley should do since she doesn't start kindergarten again until Wednesday. Knowing her, she'll rope him into watching movies or eating more candy. I took away her stash after her stomach bug on Saturday, and she's been bitter since. But I don't have time. Easton is smart, and he's good with Ainsley. I do trust him, despite my hesitancy. "Okay, well," I jab my thumb toward the stairs. "I'm going to get ready and then tell Ainsley to come down here. Then I have to run, or else I'll be late." "Okay." He doesn't say much else before I go upstairs and do exactly what I say. I slip on a gray sweater dress and black leggings, and then quickly run a brush through my frizzy red hair and clean my teeth. When I reach Ainsley's room, I see her lying in bed, hugging her new teddy bear from Christmas. "Easton is watching you today," I announce, walking in and sitting on the edge of her bed. "I really need you to help me out here, Ains. I'm tired and have a lot going on today. I need you to go downstairs and eat something for breakfast. Don't pull anything with him, because I will find out. Understand?" She blinks, pauses, but eventually nods. I kiss her forehead. "Please?" She hefts a sigh before climbing out of bed and walking hand in hand down the stairs beside me. I walk her into the kitchen and pass her a piece of toast, only partially aware of the blue eyes scanning down my body. After kissing Ainsley goodbye and watch as she nibbles on her toast, I turn to him. "Thank you for watching her. I'll keep my cell on if you need me." He follows me out to the door where I grab my coat that's hanging on a hook off to the side and slide into my winter boots.
We'll be fine. After she's done eating, we'll hit up the store before it gets busy.
Not having time to think about it, I nod and thank him again before heading out the door, with my purse and keys in hand. I'm 2 seconds away from harming my coworker, but tell myself that jail time isn't worth it. Not even if lunging across the table at the white-haired woman would be satisfying, just to stop hearing her complain about everything. You'd think about 3 looks from the superintendent, aka our boss, she would have shut up. Wrong. I'm just saying, Karen, because of course her name is Karen, says from across me. She picks up her Greek yogurt and spoons some in her mouth. We don't need so many extra staff. If the budget is that limited, why cut it down by paying more people than necessary? More people being me. My brow twitches. You're forgetting that there are people retiring soon, Karen. I hope to God you're one of them. I'm personally grateful that the administration is letting me assist Diane until I finish my master's degree. Of course you are, dear, she condescends. Patience wearing thin, I press my lips together and try brushing off her attitude. If it weren't for the school district hiring me to be a teacher's aide to the high school history teacher and substitute in other grades when needed, I wouldn't have the experience needed to complete my master's without being too stressed. I would have been placed somewhere else instead of here in Aberdeen, and then my schedule wouldn't have worked in my favor. Between the jobs I'm offered here, the tutoring I do at Linwood Student Center, and my remaining class credits that I take at the university, I have everything mapped out exactly how I need it. While I don't like it, I sometimes have to tap into the fund that Danny left for Ainsley in order to assure we keep a roof over our heads and the bills paid. But it's been easier to handle since I decided to get a roommate to split the costs. Things work out even on the stressful days, even with ungrateful shrews like Karen who only care about their own life. I've never seen her take part in the monthly birthday celebrations we do, or donate to any fundraisers that go around when a coworker goes through a tough time. But she's always around when she has an opinion to share.
The budget is already approved,
Superintendent Miller informs her in a cool tone. His face went red about 2 comments ago, but it was the last one that made the muscles in his neck flex.
We have plenty of money for new staff, as well as programs, that a lot of other schools have defunded. That's that.
Karen, thankfully, says nothing the rest of the day. During the free time they give us to eat or take mini breaks, I check my phone obsessively. Normally I keep it off when I'm here, but I don't want to risk there being a problem and missing it. How's Ainsley? Erin asks softly beside me in the hall. She's holding a bowl of soup she just heated in the teacher's lounge. Good. My voice is hoarse, so I clear it and give her a timid smile. My roommate is watching her for the first time, so I'm just a little nervous. Waving my phone, I loosen a sigh and power off the screen. She walks into the office beside me, following me back into the large conference room with her food. I get it. The first time we left Aiden behind with a new sitter, I nearly had a meltdown. But it's always fine. I hum out a non-coherent reply. And school? She prompts, cooling the yellow liquid that smells like my favorite cream of broccoli. My stomach rumbles since the only thing I've had is an apple I swiped from the breakfast spread they had this morning. My last semester starts next week. She beams. I bet you're excited. And nervous. Her head tilts, blonde locks narrowly missing the soup in front of her. I explain. I'm short a couple credits, so I have to take a random class to fill it on top of my seminar and student teaching. Though the school is letting my experience here count for that, so it should take some pressure off. A sympathetic frown appears on her otherwise flawless face. I've always liked Erin. She's a new English teacher for the middle school, so I see her occasionally if our classes are in the library at the same time. Otherwise, we're in different wings of the building. What class do you have to take? History of mythology. Interest brightens her eyes. That sounds interesting. Weren't you telling me you're into Greek mythology? Yeah, I relent, shrugging. I read the syllabus online, and it's only covered in the last half of the course. We barely go over it for a week, which is disappointing. Plus, the teacher isn't even listed. She cringes. That's never good. Another reason I'm nervous. If they cancel the class because there's been a change in faculty, that means I have to attempt to squeeze into another one. Most of the ones I saw for the term are already full. It'll work out, she insists. I know it will. It always has before. Hey, I stare at the knotted wood table, tracing the blemish with my finger. What did you do for Sarah's 6th birthday? I'm having trouble planning anything for Ainsley because of... Erin is one of the few people who knows about Ainsley's select mutism. After Danny passed away from the car accident, she hasn't spoken. The doctor said to give her time, but not once in the 3 years I've had her has she said a word. It makes me worry that the school will tell me I need to find a different district to fit her needs. I've already been talked to by the kindergarten teacher, who expressed her worry for future grades, as if because she doesn't talk, she's somehow unable to understand. Finding it hard to swallow, I suck in a shaky breath and try playing it off. She likes princesses, so I thought I could do a theme, but she hasn't made any friends, and I don't think having a lot of people over would be a good idea. Any thoughts? Erin reaches over and pats my hand. I know this woman who makes amazing cakes. She could do one with Ainsley's favorite princess, and you could do an intimate party with family. The stores always have themed plates, balloons, and other fun stuff for kids' parties. I'm thankful she isn't the type of person to press for a therapist intervention. I tried it last year because I had gotten pressured into it by a doctor that I'd switched Ainsley to, but it only made her worse. Talking to strangers wasn't going to happen when she wouldn't even talk to family. I'll do that, I say, smiling. When the rest of the day passes with no phone calls or SOS texts, I find the drive home from work to be calm. The dull sound of a pop mix channel on the radio ensures I don't get trapped in my head. Walking into the house, I stop in my tracks after locking the front door. My eyes focus on the sleeping Ainsley in a well-crafted pillow fort in the living room, her small body draped across couch cushions and tangled in blankets she took from all our rooms. Next to her is a pair of long jean-clad legs stretched out, one inked arm draped across the stomach as it rises and falls to a calming rhythm. They're both sleeping. Biting back my smile, I pull out my phone and snap a picture. Sending it to Jenna, I quietly take off my boots and jacket before tiptoeing into the kitchen, careful of the odds and ends scattered on the carpet. When I open the fridge, I see a gallon of almond milk, 1 carton of eggs, and a piece of my favorite triple chocolate cake in a plastic container on the top shelf. There's a yellow sticky note with a scratchy word sprawled on it. Sorry. Chapter 4. Blinking my eyes open when the bed dips beside me and the air swirls with the faintest scent of alcohol, I focus on the dark head of hair staring at the picture on my nightstand. His profile is blank, his lips pressed in a tight line, and his eyes unblinking. I sit up. What are you doing? Rubbing my eyes, I note that it's after 1 a.m. Knowing I need to be on campus tomorrow makes me groan. I have to be up in like 5 hours, Easton. Go to bed. I'm tempted to bury myself under the blankets and ignore him until he leaves, but there's distance on his face that makes me heft out a sigh instead. There's something on his mind. I just hope it's worth being woken up in the middle of the night over. We got robbed, he murmurs. Fully awake now, I reach out and touch his arm. Are you okay? Jay? He just nods. Blowing out a relieved breath, I sit all the way up and let the comforter fall to reveal my worn tee that has won too many holes and stains from over the years. Did you file a police report? Did they catch the person responsible? Yes and no. East, I squeeze his arm. I'm sorry. One of his shoulders lifts. I clear my throat. Are you drunk? Stressed. I'd be a lot of things too if I'd gotten robbed, but I'm not sure I'd go out and drink. Then again, there's Jay. The short time I've known him, I've figured out that Captain Morgan is one of his closest friends, next to Easton. I wouldn't say he's an alcoholic, but he's probably going to become one soon if he keeps relying on a buzz when things get rough. Not sure what to say, I offer the only half-ass advice that crosses my mind. You should get some water and go to bed. Maybe take an aspirin before you fall asleep. His jaw ticks, but he doesn't say anything. Instead, his eyes travel back to the picture frame of Danny smiling. To my surprise, he reaches over and picks it up. Who's watching her tomorrow? Her. Ainsley. She goes back to school tomorrow. I'm picking her up after my last class, and then we have plans to visit Grandma Maple. I'm about to explain who that is again, because I doubt he remembers the short conversation we had about her not long after he moved in. We never really got to know each other from talking, just observing. Like how he has a set routine every day that he hates breaking, or else he's in a bad mood. Or how he likes cooking and cleaning whenever he has a lot on his mind. In fact, I'm surprised he's not downstairs right now making another creation. A few months ago, I woke up to the smell of something sweet coming from the kitchen at 3:30 in the morning. He and Jay got into a fight about something at the shop, and he came home and made peanut butter cookies. His grandmother, he notes, gesturing toward the picture still grasped in his hands. Yeah. The only thing he knows from our old conversation about her is that his grandmother is the only family Danny had left. His father died from lung cancer caused by years of smoking, his mother from childbirth, and he was an only child. Grandma Mabel was always doting on her grandson and great-granddaughter, spoiling them with baked goods, toys, and homemade crafts. Sitting on a shelf in Ainsley's room is a raggedy teddy bear, patched up hundreds of times over, that Mabel made for Danny when he was a kid. Why doesn't she take care of Ainsley? It's a question I saw coming from a mile away. East always gets more talkative when his defenses are down. Based on the harsh scent of bourbon radiating off him, I'd say his defenses are non-existent right now. Playing with the edge of the comforter to avoid his curious gaze, I inhale slowly. Mabel was put into a nursing home right before the accident. She has early-onset dementia, so she's not fit to care for. Once again, he remains silent. Plus, I add audibly quiet, Danny made me her guardian in his will. I try making sure Ainsley still sees her great-grandma as much as possible. It makes Mabel happy. He hums while nodding slowly. East, he looks at me. You should go. His lips part, then close. Nibbling my bottom lip, I ask, Want me to go get you some water and medicine? I think you'll need it to survive tomorrow. I'm sure you and Jay have a lot to go over at the shop. I can tell I'm right by the way his light eyes darken. So I slide out of bed and pat his shoulder before walking to the bathroom and digging some medicine from the cabinet next to the sink. When I come back with a glass of water and 2 pills in my hand, he's passed out on my side of the bed. My shoulders drop at the sight. Setting the stuff down on my nightstand, I debate on waking him up. The way his breath comes out heavily makes me think that may not be the best idea. Clicking my tongue, I take off his typical black boots that look like they're falling apart and pull the blanket over him. Glancing at the empty space next to him, I weigh my options. Truth is, I'm tired and have no interest falling asleep on the lumpy couch downstairs or wedged into Ainsley's twin bed in her room. And sleeping in Easton's room, somewhere I've never been before, makes the decision to crawl in behind him easier. He lets out a soft snore. I fall asleep quickly to the sound. A small finger pokes my cheek, rousing me from a deep slumber I haven't had in ages. When my eyes crack open, I see big, round, brown ones staring back at me. Groggily, I sit up and yawn, stretching my limbs and glancing at the alarm clock. Except there's no alarm clock on the nightstand or picture frame I'm accustomed to seeing every morning when I wake up. Suddenly, last night's events came crashing back. Eyes widening as I look over my shoulder at something that captured Ainsley's eyes. My heart all but stops at the sight of a passed-out Easton beside me. One of his legs hangs out from under the covers I tucked around him, while one of his arms is bent over his face. In this moment, I'm glad that Ainsley doesn't speak enough to question why our roommate is currently sleeping in my bed. But as soon as the thought crosses my mind, guilt takes over for even thinking something so horrible. I'd rather Ainsley ask me what he's doing here than stare at him, blink at me, and say nothing. I don't even remember what her voice sounds like. Throat clogging with oncoming emotion that I'll beat myself up with all day, I climb out of bed and pick her up before making our way quietly out of the room. When my eyes catch the time on the clock, a gasp escapes my lips. Oh my God! Rushing into her room, I quickly pull out a pair of black leggings and long-sleeve pink shirt from her closet, and then pass her a pair of underwear and socks from her dresser. It's past 7:30. School starts in 15 minutes, and there's no way I'm getting her there on time for it. I know I set an alarm last night, and even triple-checked it. Between Ainsley's first day back to school and mine, I knew our schedule would be tight. I couldn't afford either of us to be late, which was a nightmare coming true. I could only assume that my drunken bed buddy turned the alarm off when it sounded, because I never heard it. Cursing to myself as I help Ainsley dress, I pass her the hairbrush from the bathroom and instruct her to get her long strands untangled while I change into my first outfit I can get my hands on in my room. In my hurry, not once does Easton move. I want to throw something at him and yell, but I don't even have time for that. Shaking my head at the loose pair of jeans and sweatshirt I'm in, I slide on a pair of mismatched socks and grab Ainsley's hand to go downstairs. From the kitchen, I grab a banana for her, an apple and yogurt for me, and the lunchbox with peanut butter and jelly, a small bag of chips, and a cheese stick I'm glad I prepared for her last night. Holding my keys in my mouth while I get her into her jacket and boots, I pass her the bright pink lunch pail and nudge her out the door. It isn't until I drop her off, get reprimanded by the elementary principal who barely knows me, and get to campus 30 minutes late, when I realize I forgot my backpack full of all my class materials, and I'm wearing 2 different shoes. It's my 3rd class in which somebody notices the unfortunate fashion choice on my feet, giving me a judging brow. Fuck my life, I groan, sinking into the back seat of the lecture hall that my history of mythology class is being held in. Thankfully, nobody else pays me any attention as they talk amongst themselves waiting for class to begin. At least I got to my 2nd and 3rd classes early. There's nothing worse than walking into a class late and having everyone stare at you as the professor gives you a dirty look. Worse than that is when they lock the doors so everyone who's tardy can't get in. Been there, done that. I start pulling out a scrap piece of paper I scrounged from the bottom of my purse, along with a pen, when quiet murmurs from the front of the room dull down. My eyes cast upward to see a tall man with dark hair walking in from the side door at the front of the classroom, over to the table and podium in the center of the room. The brown leather messenger bag over his shoulder is peeled off and set on the table with his back to us. There is no question that the quiet is from every straight woman and gay man busying themselves with a close analysis of muscles, clearly showcased in the tight blue button-down wrapped around the mountainous man. Granted, most men are taller than my short 5'2" stature. He just has the added bonus of being well-built on top of his impressive height. Shaking my head, I begin writing the date in the top right-hand corner of my paper when a husky voice cuts through my concentration. I would like anyone sitting in the back to move forward so the seats in the front are filled first. Thank you. There aren't many of us in the last few rows, but I notice a few girls move from where they are in the middle up to the 2nd row for a closer look at the professor. Stifling my laugh, I collect my things and move. When a boy cuts me off by shouldering past me to take the last seat in the row I was clearly moving to, I hold back the death glare I want to give him and straighten my spine to examine the next available spot. There's one right here in the front, the same gravelly voice calls out. Looking around, I realize I'm the only one standing. Ignoring the faint heat that's settled into the back of my neck, I walk down the wide steps until I'm in the seat directly across from the podium. Papers get patted against the wood table in front of me before a stack appears in my line of vision. Sitting back, I look up to see the professor holding out the syllabus. When we lock eyes, I notice a familiarity in the sharp, aged features staring back at me. Is that? Take one, pass it down, he instructs, moving the papers closer like I'm a moron for not knowing what he expects. Clearly he isn't who I think, even though the dark espresso tone of his almond-shaped eyes is one I swear I've seen in the past. This man looks like the fine wine Mom always talks about with her favorite actors from the 80s. Some men get better with age, Piper. If this man is who I think, then I can't argue with her. Though I wouldn't call him a silver fox, he certainly will be in another few years or so. Tall, built, yet lean in all the ways that count. He's dressed professionally with a plain button-down tucked into the tapered waist of his pressed black slacks. His muscles are on display, which I'm sure he hadn't meant to extenuate by wearing what he is, and I'm certainly not the only one who's noticed his long legs and stocky figure. It isn't like I haven't seen plenty of men like him, just not so closely. Not to mention the fair skin wrapped around a square jaw, envious cheekbones, and full lips make him look wholesome in a way that's familiar to me. Familiar in an eerie, I know you but don't want to say I know you sort of way. The blast from the past I'm thinking of would be at least 39, maybe 40 by now. I haven't seen him in a long time. If it's really him, I have a lot of reasons to be weary. Like the fact that he didn't show up to Danny's funeral despite them being friends. When was the last time I would have seen Carter Ford? He grew up a few houses down from both Danny and me, and was also good friends with my older half-brother Jesse. The three of them constantly got into trouble together, but you couldn't control them, even if you tried. This man, he couldn't be Carter. Even if their ages and features match, that would mean that he's been around this whole time. It'd give him no excuse as to why he missed saying goodbye to his friend, other than being insensitive. Even Jesse showed up, despite his hatred for funerals, something he had to deal with too many times, between his biological mother's overdose that sent him to live with us, and his younger sister's suicide some years later. Still, he came. It isn't until papers are distributed and he focuses on something laid out on the podium in front of him that I drift off in thought. My mind conjures up memories of hot summers helping Dad paint the house red, or Mom replant hosta that Jesse backed over trying to get out of the driveway. Along with those memories are ones of a smiling face and deep-set dimples that always made me blush when they were directed at me in a friendly manner. I'd get so angry when Carter ruffled my hair like I was a little kid. He's older than Jesse by 6 years, and older than Danny by 10. In a strange alternate universe, he could even be one of Dad's kids from a previous marriage, like Jesse and Hannah, my late half-sister. That had been the running joke growing up, since Carter found his way to our house more times than not, since his own father worked a lot. He got along with my entire family and treated me like an annoying little sister. I was the youngest, as it was, and Jesse reminded me of that when I got away with things they never could. Daddy's princess was snarked at me countless times until I'd snap. The sudden sound of my name being called pulls me away from the thoughts lingering from my youth. It's not the typical monotone drone of a bored professor dreading another intro-level class. There's surprise webbed into the rasp of each syllable as he repeats my name again, letting it roll off his lips like he's testing it out after years of never speaking it. Piper Montgomery? When my face tilts upward to see the professor searching the room with narrowed eyes, I squirm and clear my throat. Here. His eyes instantly snap to mine, a noticeable shift in posture straightening his spine as one of his dark brows arch a fraction. In that moment, I know for sure that this is the same man I've told myself I secretly hated when he didn't show up to the funeral home. The same person I housed a crush on for a long time when I was younger, and the very same individual who I hoped I wouldn't have to see again, because I wouldn't know what to say. Carter Ford. Professor Carter Ford. When the hell had that happened? I could tell he wanted to say something, but he'd already spent more time on me than he did on the others, still waiting to be called on. The wheels are turning in his head as his eyes linger on my auburn locks that look different, straightened and recolored, compared to their normal curls and tone. I used to have freckles all over my cheeks, which somehow faded as I got older. I'm leaner, curvier. I don't look like I did back then. I'm older, more mature. Giving him a slight shrug, I go back to jotting down some assignment due dates in my planner, based on the syllabus schedule. He goes about finishing roll call before transitioning right to the basics of the course. I'm thankful, and not surprised, that he skips boring introductions. Nobody wants to know a fun fact about their peers. They just want to get through the class period so they can leave. What would I say anyway? There's nothing about my life that I deem fun enough for anybody to care about. I could tell them about Ainsley, but that would only raise questions about why a 26-year-old is sitting in on a master's class when I have a kid at home waiting for me. I've learned over the years that people are judgmental, and I don't have time for pricks. Plus, there's Carter. Carter who, to my knowledge, knows nothing about Ainsley. Danny admitted once that he fell out of touch with Carter for a while, but had reached out before his death. I don't know what they talked about or what they didn't. Danny loved Ainsley with all his heart and loved his wife Willow just as much. I'm sure he would have brought them up because he was proud of his family, and I, in my infamous jealousy, always told him how happy I was when I wasn't. Not at all. Because he never truly knew how I felt. Not even after Willow passed away, giving birth to Ainsley. A fear he'd had since his mother passed the same way. I was just there for him, a shoulder to cry on like always. He and I were closer in age than he was with Jesse and Carter. Another reason why they probably fell out of touch. Still, I want to believe that bringing up Ainsley wouldn't strike any surprise in Carter's features. But I don't know. The period goes by quickly. I could tell everyone expected Carter to end the hour and 15-minute course early, like most people do the first week of school. However, I know him better than that, even if I pretend not to. He's always been right to the point, which means beginning the lesson despite the gargled protests coming from people around me. When he dismisses us, I notice the slightest burn on the top of my head as I bend down to stuff my makeshift notepad into my purse. His shined black shoes are visible from the corner of my eyes, standing still between me and the podium where he taught most of the class. Glancing up, I give him a small, reluctant smile before standing and draping the bag strap across my shoulder. "Hi." He blinks before his lips curve upward in the tiniest smile. I recognize the way his dimples pop, even from the barely there curve, keeping his expression professional, but not. There's a familiarity between us that wasn't there when I walked in. His eyes travel down me, but not in an uncomfortable manner. There is no sexual nature to the shine of his eyes, just an old acquaintance who can't believe the circumstances. "I'm surprised to see you here." "Honestly, me too." Huffing out a quiet laugh, I shake my head. "I just moved to Aberdeen about a year ago. There was a house open in the development off I-87. I'm thankful I was able to enroll here before last semester started." His brows pinch. "Is your family still in Newport?" I nod. "It's just me here. Sometimes Mom and Dad come and visit. I've got a friend nearby that suggested looking into a few places that were available for purchase." His arms cross over his chest. "So you're studying history?" Another head bob. "And you're, sighing, I note the time on my phone. "I have to get going, but I'm finishing my master's. I started college right after high school, but got a little sidetracked. So I graduated with my bachelor's later than expected." Shrugging, I give him a half-ass wave. "Anyway, it was nice seeing you again, Professor Ford. See you Thursday?" He visibly winces at the name. "It's strange hearing you call me that, Piper. But yes, I'll see you Thursday." Departing from the man who was my very first crush, I haul butt across campus to meet with my advisor. But I don't listen to a single word the gray-haired woman says, because my mind can't brush off Carter freaking Ford. Chapter 5. The sound of my name being called from a distance has my steps faltering on my way to the commuter lot. Stopping and searching the open quad coated with a thin layer of snow that the sun is quickly melting. I lock eyes on a familiar tall figure walking toward me from one of the new academic buildings. "Piper," Carter repeats, stopping a few feet away from me. The same messenger bag rests on his shoulder, wrinkling his otherwise perfect shirt. "Where's your jacket?" "It's 50, is all he says. I just blink. "How's everything?" The question catches me off guard, making my brows pinch. Small talk feels forced between us, and the awkward tension is thick in the air. "Good." I'm glad it doesn't come out a skeptical question like it is in my mind. He never used to go out of his way when I was younger because we didn't exactly hang around each other a lot. It used to hurt my feelings, which made Danny feel bad too. Then he'd bribe me with cookies that Mabel made, and everything would seem better. Until the next time they said I wasn't allowed to hang out with them. Carter rubs the side of his jaw. "I spoke to Jesse a while ago. He sounds like he's doing good. Settled. Jesse married a woman named Wren, who's a spitfire. She's grounded him in ways he desperately needed. I think all of us were worried he'd end up dead or in jail if he didn't stop making stupid decisions. Yep, I shift from one foot to another. I should actually get going. I have plans. So, oh, he nods slowly, stepping back as if there isn't enough space between us already. "Of course. It's good seeing you, Piper. Have a nice rest of your day." Not knowing what to say, I just wave and finish the trek back to my car. When I'm in, I text Jenna to tell her I need to talk to her about my weird day when I get home tonight. Until then, I make the drive to Ainsley's school and pick her up. Once she's in her car seat, I give her a bright smile. "Good day back?" Her shoulders lift. "Excited to see Grandma Mabel?" Her eyes brighten as she nods her head quickly, pieces of her hair flying into her face. It makes me laugh as I buckle myself in and pull out onto the road. I know she's looking forward to seeing you too, Nugget. My eyes go to the rear view to see her looking out the window. Maybe we can stop along the way and pick her up some flowers. Want to do that? Her eyes meet mine before she nods again, making me smile at her. Mabel always had a vase full of flowers in the middle of her table growing up. She used to have a large flower garden in her backyard that she'd make Danny help keep up. Rose, tulips, lilac bushes, and everything in between was showcased on the prettiest lawn I ever saw. I've always wanted a garden like hers. I let Ainsley pick out an assortment of flowers at the florist we stop at occasionally before going to the nursing home. Ainsley's hand holds mine tightly as she watches the woman in a green apron tie a bright purple ribbon around the plastic that she also helped pick out. Unfortunately, our trip isn't as long as we'd like. When we arrive, one of Mabel's attending nurses tells me that she's been in an episode all day. She thinks seeing us will help, but we're only permitted to stay an hour. And an hour. It's not long enough. But when Mabel throws a fit and asks for her husband, who's been dead for almost 20 years, I know I need to take Ainsley home. She doesn't recognize us and fights with the nurses who try calming her down. It breaks my heart to see the once carefree woman with a heart of gold so lost in herself. I want to hug her, to tell her I love her, but I know it won't do any good. And when Ainsley starts crying after Mabel knocks down the vase of flowers and shatters the glass, we're all but shoved out the door before either of us can say goodbye. When we get home, I have to carry an inconsolable little girl into the house who clings to me like she's only done once before, after she was discharged from the hospital following the accident. Flicking on the lights to lighten the house, I know we'll be alone until sometime after midnight, and it's for the best. There's something written on the whiteboard attached to the fridge door that I notice immediately as Easton's handwriting. After setting Ainsley on the counter, I open the refrigerator to confirm the casserole he says he made is there for us to heat up. Another apology. Jaw ticking, I close the door and turn back to Ains. She's wiping at her face with the back of her shirt sleeve, causing me to grab a tissue from my purse and dab her damp cheeks. I'm sorry, Nugget. Grandma Mabel will be okay. She just wasn't feeling well today. Like always, she's silent. I think of the casserole behind me and know I should put it in the oven. But I'm tired, hungry, and admittedly a little petty, so I opt to ignore his apology dish altogether. Want some pizza? We can eat until our stomachs hurt and watch a movie. I manage to get a tiny nod and sniffle from her, which eases some of the tight muscles in my neck and shoulders. After her face is dry, I set her down and tell her to go pick a movie out for us to watch while I order our favorite. Half cheese for her and half barbecue chicken for me. I tell myself not to bother ordering anything else, but I know it'd be rude to order us something and not Easton for when he's home. So I order his favorite veggie lover and hang up. When I walk into the living room, Ainsley is wrapped in her lavender quilt like a little burrito, and I know she's hurting. Nugget, I know it may not feel like it, but everything will be okay. We'll visit Mabel again soon. Maybe after I call first next time just to be on the safe side. She glances up at me and points to a DVD case on the coffee table. I smile and pick up our favorite movie to watch together. We know every song in The Wizard of Oz. I sing while she bobs her head, entranced by the colors, wardrobe, and talking animals. And when she falls asleep hours later, after her stomach is full and the movie ends, I know she'll be all right. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but eventually. My bedroom door cracks open a little after 11:30, and I know instantly from the large shadow and wafting scent of Armani that it's Easton. He slips his head in and sees me leaning against the headboard with my phone in my hand. Sleep evades me tonight after seeing Mabel, so I opted to pull up a book to read. "You're still awake," he notes, closing the door quietly behind him. "Mm-hmm." He leans against the back of the door, his hands shoved into the pockets of his dark jeans. I wait for him to say something, but he just watches me until I sigh and turn on the bedside lamp. "You can't buy me off with food, East." His Adam's apple bobs. "I know." "Does he?" "There's pizza downstairs on the counter if you didn't see it. Veggie lovers. I promise I didn't spit on it or hide bacon anywhere." His lips quirk up as he pushes off the door and saunters over. I know the look in his eyes. It's probably the same one in mine. the one wanting to let go of every emotion building up just for a night.
"The casserole is chicken,"
is what he replies with, making my brows arch. He sits down on the edge of the bed like he did last night, his hands not moving from his pockets.
"I'm sorry for last night, and this morning."
I'm not going to back down. Good. You should be. His chin dips.
"How was your day?"
My nostrils flare as the heaviness settles further into my chest cavity. "Bad," I whisper, powering off my phone and setting it on my stand. Mabel wasn't doing well, and Ainsley had a breakdown. It was... I shrug, letting my words fade into oblivion.
"I'm sorry,"
he repeats gruffly. I know he is. Sorry doesn't change anything, though. Shifting, I brush hair behind my head. "Is everything at the shop okay? Did you and Jay figure it out?"
"The cops found the guys who did it."
Relief floods me. Good.
"They already spent the money."
My eyes widen. What? It happened less than 24 hours ago. How is that even possible?
"Drugs."
One word that stops my breathing as I stare at him. He says it so casually, so surely, that I can only assume the cops gave him more details than he's willing to share with me. "East." My voice cracks as he meets my eyes, the blue tone of his softening. He searches my face for a moment before his gaze locks on my parted lips. We both need this tonight. He makes the first move, leaning forward and brushing his lips against mine softly. I angle my head to deepen the kiss. Rising on my knees, he adjusts his body to sweep his tongue across my bottom lip, until I open up for him and taste the usual peppermint from the gum he keeps in his pocket all the time. My arms wrap around his neck as he pulls away the comforter and work their way under my thin sleep shirt until it's up over my head and disposed of on the floor. My bare breasts cause a noise to rise from the back of his throat right before he dips down and latches onto the pebbled nipples with his mouth, causing my chest to arch forward. Before I know it, I'm straddling his lap, stripping off his shirt while he works me until I moan and writhe and pant his name. His jeans come off, my pajama shorts, his black boxer briefs, my panties. When we're bare, it doesn't take long for him to work me until I need more than just his mouth and fingers. After sheathing him with a condom, I grab his hard length and guide it to my slick entrance, sinking onto him until he curses and groans. He grips my hips as I set a steady rhythm. His fingertips dig into me as his teeth tease my breasts, nipping, licking, and tugging at my beaded nipples until I ride him faster to chase an orgasm that quickly heats my core. He holds me closer as he thrusts upward to meet my hips every time, and it's everything I need. Silence, lust, want. It's impersonal and sweaty, but it works for us. The only thing that fills the room is our quickened breaths and subtle noises as we get closer and closer to the cliff we both want to jump off. I kiss him hard and push him down flat on his back, using his chest as a way to hold myself upright as I circle my hips over him. He lets me use him, his head tipping back when I grind my hips against him and find the perfect position for his pubic bone to rub against my clit until I'm clenching around his length. Digging my fingertips into his chest as I come, I feel him twitch and drive into me twice more before he finds release too. I use his body as a pillow only long enough for the sated feeling to wear off. Once I climb off him and grab my clothes from the floor, I look over my shoulder to see his eyes on the ceiling as he catches his breath. I say, "Thanks for the casserole." Chapter 6. The warm air from the heater I sit next to warms my cool skin as I sift through paperwork for students I'm tutoring this semester. Despite the wool jacket, thick sweater, and jeans I'm wearing, my cheeks and nose still feel numb from the bitter air outside. It's the only reason people don't side-eye me for sitting on the floor, where it's warm, rather than one of the tables assigned for tutoring sessions. When the front door opens behind me, a rush of cold air blows my hair and causes shivers to race down my spine. The door clicking shut has me looking over my shoulder, wondering if my first student arrived early. Doubtful, but there's always at least one person who takes their grades seriously. The first week is always rough, though, because it just consists of meeting the people you're working with for the next 15 weeks and going over paperwork and expectations. Expectations like actually showing up. But it's not a student that's searching the room. Carter Ford is sporting a long black coat that's buttoned to fit his bulky body and charcoal pants that are looser than the ones he wore Tuesday. He looks professional as his eyes scan the room for... what? I clear my throat and stand, catching his attention. His brows draw up as I approach him, setting down papers on the table. "What can I help you with, Professor Ford?" "It's Carter." "Not here, it's not." I simply wait for him to reply. He senses as much. "I was told I could find Maggie Fields here. I'm supposed to speak with her about setting up accommodations for a student in one of my courses." I nod and gesture for him to follow me to Mrs. Fields' office in the back. Typically, students are encouraged to seek their own help from the Student Center services, but some cases are different. When I see the light off as we approach the locked room, I frown. "Did you have an appointment?" It doesn't matter if he does. She's usually here and oftentimes not busy. But once in a while she'll come in late, and I wouldn't be surprised if today is one of those mornings. "Yes." "Do you have her email?" He nods. "Well, I'm not sure what I can do to help, besides tell him to email her and just leave a note on her door about him coming over." "It's no big deal," he says, pulling me away from my lingering thoughts. He shifts slightly and looks at me with distant eyes. "You wouldn't happen to be free right now, would you?" Warning bells go off in my mind, telling me to put distance between us. I'm not ready to forgive him yet. "I can't help you with scheduling students. That's protocol Ms. Fields has to take care of." "To talk," he insists. "That's it." Hesitating, I shake my head, brushing hair behind my ear and backtracking to what I was doing before. "I have a student coming in soon. Plus, there's nothing to talk about." Collecting the papers where I left them, I organize them based on appointment times. There's one first thing this morning, and one before my last class. I note his presence behind me as I saddle up next to the heater attached to the wall, which makes weird noises I should probably call maintenance about. "Piper." I still don't turn. He sighs. "I know you're mad, but..." "Why would I be mad?" I spin around, pinning him with my eyes while lifting a brow in inquiry. Realistically, I should let it go. I never even thought about him since the funeral. But seeing him brings up memories I wish I could easily forget. Memories of Danny and him laughing, of Jesse and him teasing me about embarrassing stuff I said or did, and the three of them being friends without me. I'd always been jealous. Bitter that they found friendship with each other when I only had Danny if he wasn't busy. Sure, that changed with time. My crush on Carter shifted to Danny the more time we spent together. But once more it was in vain. That hurts to think about. His head dips. "You know what?" I play dumb, knowing I should stop baiting him to admit it. "Listen, I'm kind of busy right now, and I'm sure you have plenty of things to do before class, so..." My eyes go to the door, but his stay on me. The color darkens in exasperation, and I know he's being reminded of how annoying I used to be growing up. The little sister nobody wanted. He plants his feet and crosses his arms over his chest. "No, you're upset about the Danny thing, and we need to talk about it." Something inside me snaps, like a tetherball free-flying in the open air, just waiting to smash into some innocent victim's face. "The Danny thing? Wow. You're right, Professor. I am upset about the Danny thing. You know, the fact that he is dead and not coming back." His features change, paling. "Pipe, how could you?" I accuse, voice breaking as I drop the papers again and match his stance. While his expression is tight and regretful, mine is full of rage. "He looked up to you and Jesse, and you two always acted like he was beneath you because he was younger. I thought you were all friends, and you didn't even show up to his friggin' funeral." I want nothing more than to swear, to curse at him, but the habit of refraining from dropping F-bombs these days is too strong, thanks to Ainsley. His lips press into a straight line. I shake my head. "So, yeah, I'm upset. But no, there's nothing we need to talk about, because you can't change what's already been done. You..." My nostrils flare as I battle unshed tears from falling. "I know you weren't the driver that took his life, but you could have at least been there to show your support." His jaw moves a moment before his head does, slowly nodding in agreement. "I know. I should have been there, but I couldn't. Danny and I had our share of issues that had a lot to do with our age gap, okay?
But he was a good guy, a good friend, and you're right. I could have gone and checked on Mabel, Jessie, you.
You. I don't want that to get to my head, but I do. I let his words soak in and simmer until I'm a little less angry. He could just be saying I'm right, but I know he's not. His father always taught him not to be prideful, so when he's wrong, he admits it. But I'm also wrong, too. Blowing out a breath, I lean against the edge of the heater. I'm sorry. He meant a lot to me, and sometimes I wondered if you and Jessie even liked him, or just put up with him because he wanted to be your friend so bad.
We liked him,
he says quickly. It didn't seem like that. He doesn't say anything right away. One of his palms scrapes against his slightly scruffy jaw in contemplation.
I can see why you thought that. Jess and I were closer in age and could do more than we could with Danny. But don't mistake that, Piper. Losing Danny, no matter how much distance was between us after we went our separate ways, didn't hurt any less.
This time, I say nothing. My throat dries as I force myself to nod, knowing he's being sincere. When I meet his eyes, his are searching mine to see if I accepted his unspoken apology. I can tell he's sorry, that he's sad about Danny's passing, but there's still a part of me that wonders what kept him from coming that day.
Why?
I don't need to clarify.
It was too hard.
My brows raise. The door opens again before he can answer, and a student walks in. The blonde-haired boy looks between us, cheeks pinkening, before jabbing his thumb toward the door.
I can come back. I'm here to see Piper Montgomery.
Carter speaks up.
She's all yours.
He tips his head at me once before walking out the door, hands in his coat pockets as he exits. My eyes don't linger long before locking on my 9 o'clock appointment.
I'm ready when you are.
He grumbles something and sits down at the table with me. While he pulls his agenda out of his bag to set up our meeting days, I sneak a peek out the side window to see Carter walking toward a different academic building. I make it to all my classes early to make up for the scramble my life consisted of the first day. By the time I arrive to my last one, History of Mythology, I'm startled to see Carter already in the front of the room, writing something on the whiteboard. When the door closes behind me with a loud click, he turns around. He caps the marker in his hands and sets it down, walking over to the table and opening his messenger bag.
Piper,
he greets, tipping his head. Clearing my throat, I try not to make things weirder than they already are between us. My eyes go to the middle section where I want to sit since it's open. The sound of his raspy voice makes me sigh and walk toward the same seat I occupied before. Dropping my bag into the chair next to me, I pull my notebook and pen out before putting my hair into a ponytail.
Professor Ford, how's your day been?
He gives me a half smile.
Up until spilling my coffee down the front of my shirt, it was going well, considering that happened right before my first class.
Cringing, I click my tongue.
Been there, done that. Coffee is my lifeline, but the amount of times I've worn it, ran out of it, or didn't have time to get it, tests me more than my sanity likes.
He chuckles.
The older I get, the more dependent on caffeine I become to get through the day.
He pulls out a folder from his bag and sets it on the podium.
You mentioned your friend told you to move here?
I nod, tapping the end of my pen against the cover of my notebook over the change of topic direction.
Has he lived here long?
Choking out a laugh, I fight off a smile over the assumption. In hindsight, I am living with a guy, and sleeping with him. But we're no more than roommates with benefits, not even really friends, and that's all because Jenna told me about the house when it went up for foreclosure. She moved here a little while ago. I met her at the first university I attended. I had to take time off, but she graduated and came here to work at a boutique using her degree. We've kept in touch over the years, so she made sure to help me after I finally got my bachelor's and decided to find somewhere else to finish my master's degree. He scrubs his palm across his jaw.
I didn't mean to assume anything. Sometimes I speak to Jessie or your father, but they haven't mentioned anything about you.
Clicking my tongue, I nod slowly. Yeah, well, he cusses softly under his breath.
That didn't come out right. They'll mention you.
It's okay, I assure, waving my hand in dismissal. Jessie is 33, 7 years older than me. The age difference made it difficult for us to get along, something I can relate to when Carter made the point with Danny earlier. Jessie and I grew up differently. He lived with his biological mother for a while before moving in with Mom and Dad after her passing. Same with Hannah, who's 2 years younger than him. By the time I came around, they were living their own lives and visiting their other family up until Hannah's suicide. Like their mother, she struggled with depression and drug addiction, and the combination was fatal. It's rare Jesse and I talk these days, other than a few holiday texts when the season comes around. I'm not sad about it. Maybe just disappointed. I think I remind him of Hannah, so I can't really blame him for keeping his distance. I don't speak much to Jesse. He simply nods, leaning against the podium.
So you're graduating this semester?
Yep. My lips pop with the P. I'm tempted to ask about his life now. If he has a wife, a family, maybe a kid or two. I never heard him talk about that sort of stuff much when I was younger, but they were probably too young to care about those kinds of futures then anyway. Still, thinking of little Carters running around makes me curious. But before I can open my mouth to say anything, the back door is open, signaling other classmates arriving. Pressing my lips together, I sink into my seat and focus on the random doodles outlining my notebook paper. He greets everyone as they trickle in, not looking at me again the rest of the period. When I get home sometime later with Ainsley in tow, she runs over to her toys and ignores the backpack, coat, and boots she drops on the floor along the way. Too tired to scold her, I just shake my head and tidy up before heading into the kitchen. I freeze when I see Easton sitting at the counter with a piece of pizza in one hand and the newspaper in his other. It's always strange seeing him so content, reading the news or doing the crossword puzzle on the weekends.
You're home early,
I say slowly, setting Ainsley's backpack and lunch pail down on the counter across from him. He puts the paper down, finishing off the last of his cold pizza before brushing crumbs from his fingers.
We changed store hours around. We're closed on Thursdays now.
I make a face as I grab a bottle of water from the fridge.
Why not just take Mondays off like most businesses? Aren't Thursdays usually busier?
Pulling out the only other stool opposite of him, I take a seat.
That's why we're open,
he remarks, eyebrow arching, as if I'm stupid for even mentioning it.
No competition.
My lips part, then close. He's got me there. I'm the type to like 2 days off in a row, though right now my weekends are full of homework and homework grading on top of tending to Ainsley. Thankfully, she doesn't make it too hard for me. Most days.
Class is okay?
He asks, folding the paper up and leaning back. Lately, his inquiries have taken me by surprise. It's not like he's never cared about my life. He's just rarely asked more than he's had to. Then again, I've never offered up anything I wasn't willing to. Even though I have Jenna to rant to on bad days, sometimes it's nice to have someone else who isn't biased. When I told Jenna about Carter, she told me she knew a guy who knew a guy, as if putting a hit on him solved anything. It made me laugh, at least, especially when she said the guy she knew was her 8th grade earth science teacher. Okay, enough. His brows just raise. My shoulders lower as I lean forward and rest my elbows on the edge of the countertop. I ran into someone I knew from a long time ago. It was rough. His features darken.
Ex?
My eyes widen. I manage to laugh. No, definitely not. I mean, I had a huge crush on him for a long time, but he was my brother's friend, and Danny's. He was friends with Ainsley's father, with Danny. We all grew up together, and he did something I've had trouble forgiving. He studies me for a long moment before pushing off the stool and walking over to the fridge.
What did he do that's so bad?
Pulling out the casserole, he grabs 2 plates from the side cabinet and begins putting a healthy serving on each. Knowing he doesn't eat meat, I watch him carefully as he puts one in the microwave. I bite down on the inside of my cheek. It doesn't matter. Turning, his lower back leans on the counter as the microwave counts down.
If you're that upset about it, it obviously does.
He didn't go to the funeral. Easton remains silent. They were friends, I point out. If your friend died, wouldn't you go to the funeral? It was rude of him not to, when he spent so much time with Danny and Jesse, my brother. Danny's grandma Mabel considered him another son, and he never said he was sorry or sent her food or flowers or anything. When the first plate is warmed, he switches it out for the second one before even saying a word.
Can you really fault him for that, Piper? People take death in different ways. Is he really taking Carter's side? You're not wrong, but it's still messed up. He could have done something, sent anything, to know he was thinking of Mabel. Mabel or you? I blink. Easton puts the plate of warm food on the counter in front of me. Has Mabel ever brought it up? Said she was upset with this guy? Well, no, she hasn't. But Mabel was never good at any type of confrontation. Sometimes I worried about people walking all over her because she was too nice. Then again, she never let people get away with too much if it meant enough to her. He grabs me a fork. Seems like you're being hard on him for no reason. I'm sure it sucked for you, but did he really do anything warranting a grudge? I play with my food. Maybe. He makes a noise but says nothing else. Instead, he grabs the second plate from the microwave and moves the stool over to where mine is. Ainsley, I call, giving him a grateful smile. He just tips his head and puts the rest of the casserole away. Come get some dinner. She comes in and looks at East before seeing the food next to me. Climbing onto the stool, she plops down and picks up the fork. Before East can walk out, I stop him. I know you're right about everything, but Danny meant a lot to me, and he deserved better. His jaw ticks, but he nods before walking out of the room. I listen to his footsteps creaking up the stairs, then his door open and close. Turning to Ainsley, I nudge her arm. Eat up, please. I want to go over the alphabet and spelling words with you after dinner, and then you can play more. She makes a face. I roll my eyes. Don't pout. Your teacher said you're doing well with your alphabet, so it's just getting used to using them in words. She said one of the projects involves coloring. Ainsley pierces a piece of chicken, bringing it to her lips. Sometimes it's hard to hold back my frown when she shuts down. I want to know how she likes school, what she's learning, instead of hearing about her performance from her teacher. But I know I can't force her to talk. Hey, Ains. She looks up at me through her thick lashes, the same ones she got from her father. I always envied those. I love you. You know that, right? Her lips tilt up as she nods. Good. Her hand reaches out and taps mine. It's her way of saying, I love you too. Chapter 7. After signing in at the registration desk and being greeted by the same speckled-haired nurses who usually works when I stop by Sunny Acres nursing home, I turn and note the empty waiting room. My lips twitch as I take a seat close to the doors leading back to the patients' rooms, wondering where everyone else's families are. Do they not get visitors? When my name is called by Glenda, a sweet, dark-skinned woman who typically fills me in on everything Mabel-related, I stand and give her a light hug. No Ainsley today? I shrug loosely. I wasn't sure if Mabel would be up for it. It was kind of a spontaneous decision to pop in, and when I called on my way here, she nods in understanding, a strand of black hair falling from the updo it's in. She's been okay this week, lucid. In fact, she was just asking about you two this morning. That puts a smile on my face. We walk back, past familiar rooms full of other elderly residents, until I make it to Mabel's in the far corner. Sometimes we hang out in the common room, but most times we just chat in hers, where it's quieter. As soon as we walk in, Mabel's eyes brighten. Piper, my dear! My heart squeezes when she stands and wraps me in her thin arms. I want to hug her tightly, but I'm always afraid this woman, the one who's always known how I felt about her grandson, would break. I missed you! Where's our favorite little one? Pulling back, I give her a sad smile. I didn't tell her I was stopping in. I just wanted to see you. Jenna's picking her up from school and probably feeding her way too much sugar. That makes Mabel laugh. Glenda brushes my arm and looks between Mabel and me. I'll be out in the common room if you need anything. We both nod. Mabel gestures for me to sit at the small table housed by the large window that bathes the room in warm sunlight. As soon as my butt hits the red cushion, I sigh and stare at the people walking the gardens. They're beautiful in the springtime, when the flowers bloom, and even prettier when some of the residents, like Mabel, go out and plant more in the summer. What's wrong, dear? Sweet, sweet Mabel. I love her like she's my own grandma. And in a way, she is. My grandparents passed away long before I was born, and I never got to know what it was like to be spoiled by them. Mabel filled that hole.
even being my temporary grandparent during the allotted days in elementary school, when I had nobody who came to eat lunch with me, like the other kids, whose grandpas and grandmas sat with them. Swiping the tip of my tongue across my bottom lip, I turned my eyes on her. Carter Ford is one of my professors this semester at Linwood University. You remember him, right? She doesn't take pause as she reaches for her teacup and brings it to her mouth. After a short sip, she nods. Of course, fine young man, that one. Danny was very fond of him, and your brother. Right, which leads me to my next question, one I probably shouldn't ask. But Mabel has never shied away from talking about Danny like it hurts her. So, I go for it. Did you ever hear from him after? I wave my hand in the air. I was just wondering. I didn't see him that day and wondered if maybe he and Danny had stopped talking altogether. Mabel sets her cup down and rests her hands on the table. Those boys had their own lives. I didn't take offense to them not checking in on little old lady. They had no obligation to. But maybe Easton is right to tell me to let it go. Mabel doesn't seem bothered by the situation, so why should I be? Yeah, I guess so. He is doing well, then? I smile. He seems to be. Truthfully, I have no clue. It isn't like he and I have a lot of time to catch up, and I doubt he'd want to. I think he's doing what he loves. You should see him teach, Mabel. He's good. Her smile is light on her face as she reaches out and pats my hand. You always had the cutest crush on him. To be honest, I would have thought you'd end up with one of those two. Jessie probably would have had a fit, but the idea of you and Danny always made me happy. My cheeks burn over this unexpected turn of events. Not wanting to dive into old feelings, some not so old, I changed the topic. Ainsley's birthday is in a couple weeks. I was thinking of asking Glenda or one of the other nurses if it'd be okay if I could sign you out for the day to come to our house. I'm doing a small theme party. Cake, presents, the works. I'd love that, Piper. I sink into my seat. Mabel? I pause, looking out the window again and staring at the elderly couple walking hand in hand. I smile absently at them as they laugh at something the other says. Do you think about Danny a lot? Get angry over what happened? I think about him all the time, she admits, moving her cup out of the way. The sound of glass against wood causes me to focus back on her. But I've learned a long time ago that anger gets us nowhere in life. I let that soak in. She's always handled loss so well. Sometimes I envied her. Then I realized how sad that is, to envy someone who's lost so much. Her husband, her daughter, her grandson. It makes me sick to my stomach that something so horrible can happen to people like her. People undeserving of tragedy. Her hands shake slightly as she lifts her cup and examines the contents. Oh my, when did I finish that? My brows pinch slightly. Want me to get you more? I know how much she loves her green tea in the afternoons and lavender tea just before bed. She brushes it off. Of course not. Perking up, she holds up a wrinkled finger at me and reaches for her pocketbook. I want to give you money for my present, since I can't go out shopping on my own. Mabel, you don't have to. Oh, hush, Darlene. My lips part as a crack splinters a little further down my heart. Darlene, Danny's mom, her daughter. She passes me a $20 bill with a big smile on her face, unaware of what she even said. I want the birthday boy to have everything he wants. He loves G.I. Joe still, right? Mouth dry, I force a nod. Right. Voice cracking, I clear it and accept the money. Danny used to have a huge G.I. Joe collection growing up. Mabel always spoiled him with a new one any chance she got. I'll give the money to Glenda to sneak back in her purse later. I'll go get you some more tea, okay? She waves me off and busies herself with tidying up the table of her crossword puzzles. A stack of romance novels sits by the window seat. Some I recognize from what I've given her, others that the nurses may have gifted her. When I take her cup and walk out of the room, I find Glenda speaking with another patient's visiting family. She stands when she sees me and knows by the look on my defeated face that Mabel is slipping again. I just nod once and go to get her tea refilled. Glenda and Mabel are chatting when I return to her room, passing her the tea that's lukewarm because I'm afraid she'll spill it on herself if she doesn't recognize me. Thank you, dear. I press a kiss to her cheek. I need to get going so Ainsley isn't bugging Jenna for too long. I'll come see you again soon, okay? Her smile gives me hope as Glenda waves at me, knowing that I can find my way out. I slip her the money and gesture toward Mabel's purse. We've been here before. She knows the drill by now. As soon as I close my car door, I let a single tear slip down my cheek. Then I brush it away, take a deep breath, and drive to Ainsley. Ainsley's head bobs beside me on the couch, causing me to hide a smile. When her cheek meets my thigh, I brush strands of her hair behind her ear, like Mom used to do with me. Her forehead is warm, confirming what her teacher warned me about earlier in the day when she found me at lunch to say Ainsley wasn't feeling well. When I saw her during my free period, she'd been flushed. I brought her home an hour early, and we've been tucked in on the couch watching movies ever since. I don't want to wake her when she drifts off to sleep on my leg. Instead, I pull her blanket around her and drape an arm over her body to tuck her closer to me. It's some time later when I feel something heavy get placed on my lap, and my eyes flutter open. East's face glows in the flickering light of the television.
Didn't mean to wake you up.
I shake my head and try not to rouse the little girl who's settled tight against me.
What time is it?
I have no idea how long we've been asleep, but it's pitch black out based on the front windows.
12:30.
Blinking until my eyes adjust, I glance down at Ainsley to make sure she's okay. She has a fever. You know she's sick when she drinks water and soup without a fight. He chuckles, knowing the breakdown she had once over me telling her she had to drink more water instead of stealing us ginger ale from the refrigerator. It wasn't just a few tears and a foot stomp, but full-blown, snotty tears. And still, no words. Part of me wished she'd scream at me for wanting to hydrate her. But nothing.
Want me to take her upstairs?
His question surprises me, but I find myself shaking my head. I think we'll sleep here. He nods once, turning to head toward the stairs like he's heading for bed. East? Pressing his lips together, he raises his brows in wait. I think there may be a movie on here that isn't Disney princess related. Half his lips quirk up. The truth is, I know this man would watch anything for Ainsley. Tattoos, muscles and all, he sits and watches whatever she chooses, whether it's bathed in pink, full of music, or anything in between.
Let me grab something to drink,
he says, walking into the kitchen. I hear him open and close the fridge before grabbing something that rustles loudly before coming back into the living room. He sits in the armchair and passes me the opened bag of popcorn. I grab a handful. Thanks. He picks up the remote and offers it to me, but I shake my head. You pick. We've tortured you enough with our choices. I almost miss the way the corners of his lips curve upward. Almost. When he chooses a comedy, I settle in and nibble on the popcorn. Ainsley stirs but never wakes, cuddling into my warmth and snoring softly.
Will she be okay?
I snap my gaze over to him. He watches Ainsley with drawn brows, concern lingering. It isn't a big deal, just a little cold. Between the weather and school starting back up, it was bound to happen. He scrubs a palm down his jaw and nods, leaning back in the chair to make himself comfortable. He seems content with the answer, going back to the popcorn and movie. We finish the first one and start another, despite it being after 2. I should be tired, but I'm not. Shortly after it begins, Ainsley makes a small moaning noise and wiggles under the blanket until her feet kick it off her. I frown as she swipes at her eyes and face. Ains? You okay, Nugget? Another noise comes out of her throat. The chair next to me creaks.
Piper.
She's okay, I whisper. Can you get her a glass of water and some of the children's Tylenol from upstairs? It's in the cabinet by...
I know.
My lips part as I watch him go grab it without a question, leaving me speechless. Ainsley climbs onto my lap, latching onto me like a little koala. I hold her tight, resting my chin on the top of her head. It doesn't take long for Easton to come back down, a glass of water in one hand and a bottle of pills and thermometer in the other. Swallowing, I thank him and take her temperature, wincing when I see the 102.3 on the screen. I tell Ainsley to take the medicine, despite the face she makes. I praise her with a kiss on the forehead when she obeys. East shifts,
Is she?
We'll see if the medicine helps. He wets his lips. Ainsley wiggles in my lap again, so I stroke her hair with my fingers. She eases into me, resting her warm face on the crevice of my neck. I shush her and settle back onto the couch, swinging my legs onto the cushions.
Sleeping down here still?
He guesses. I nod, giving him a small smile. With Ainsley draped across my body like a weighted blanket, I brush her hair and wait to say goodnight to East. But he sits back down in the chair.
What are you doing?
He shrugs, picking up the remote and turning the television volume down.
Just go to sleep. I'm not tired anyway.
I blink. He continues watching the movie like I'm not staring at him with a sick kid laying on me. A kid that's not his, but he has a soft spot for anyway. It makes my heart feel funny, but I don't analyze it. I refuse to. It's long after Ainsley's asleep again that I decide to speak up. I saw Mabel last week. You know, Danny's grandma that I was telling you about? Anyway, I guess I needed to hear from her that I was being stupid. There's humor in his tone.
And did she tell you how stupid you're being?
My smile grows. I refrain from laughing because I don't want to disturb Ainsley. No, but she said what I needed to hear. His silence makes me feel the need to explain, even though I know he doesn't expect anything from me. I don't want to be angry over something I can't change. That seems
pointless,
he murmurs. Pointless, I agree, realizing he says it out of personal experience. I wonder what makes him get it, but I don't ask. Not now, at least. Neither one of us says anything else. Chapter 8. A week later, Ainsley is back to herself, just in time for her birthday. Though I think she was afraid she wouldn't get her ice cream cake otherwise. The morning after we'd fallen asleep on the couch, I woke to see the chair beside us empty. I'm glad Easton hadn't stayed. There was no point in both of us being sleep-deprived and worried when it was just a little cold. Based on how he asked every night following that one if she was okay, he isn't accustomed to sick kids. I'm grading the last few practice essays for the high school regent exam in the small office of the school when a knock at the door has me picking my head up from the scratchy handwriting scribbled in front of me. I glance at the clock when I see Ainsley's teacher.
Hi, Evie. Is everything okay? My friend was supposed to pick Ainsley up. She smiles. Jenna already picked her up. I wanted to talk to you, though, and Diana said I could find you here. May I come in?
I gesture toward the little green chair in front of the makeshift desk. Nerves bubble in my stomach as I cap off my red pen and sit back as she takes a seat. Her friendly smile doesn't fool me into thinking this is just her wanting to catch up or check in.
Evie?
Her hands go to her lap.
There's been some talk about Ainsley's education. Principal Harris has asked me to update her on Ainsley's progress, and I'm afraid she's not satisfied enough with the results.
I gape at her.
But Ainsley's smart. She knows her alphabet and is learning to read.
We can't test that for certain, she replies apologetically. I know what she means, but that doesn't stop me from fighting.
She knows her words.
I know that, but Harris is bitter. I state against my better judgment. I sigh heavily and palm my face. I can't take her out of the school because Harris doesn't think she should be here. I watch the way Ainsley goes through books at home. When we go over spelling words, she knows them.
Does she voice them? Read aloud?
My jaw locks. She nods once.
Listen, I'll fight for Ainsley because I know she's a smart little girl. But you know how Harris can be. She doesn't like putting the effort into students with certain learning disabilities. Then she should get fired.
Evie winces, but doesn't argue. Grinding my teeth, I push my ill feelings down and try to take a calming breath.
Isn't this discrimination or something? There are plenty of students who don't talk for one reason or another. Would she deny their right to an education?
Evie's face morphs with pity, a look I hate with all my being.
She brought up some schools that she feels Ainsley could flourish in. Now I'm mad. She spoke to you about this without me? Me? Ainsley's guardian. I can't believe that woman. I'm going to—
We both stand, me out of rage and Evie out of necessity.
Piper, I know this isn't fair, but you can't go to her office and make a scene. That won't help either you or Ainsley.
I close my eyes.
You're right.
The words don't ease any tension building in my body despite the truth in them. It's what she says next that has me cracking my eyes open. Have you considered other options to keep her here? I think she should stay, and there are ways to get her to. My brows raise. What about learning sign language? Sign. Oh my God. I shake my head and slowly sit, blinking up at her. How come I've never thought of that? None of the doctors ever mentioned that as an option to explore. Piper, does that make me terrible? Piper, seriously, Evie, there's no reason I shouldn't have thought of something to get her to communicate. I blow out a harsh breath and plant my face in my palms. The doctors told me she'd talk when she was ready. I just took them for their word. Piper, she says softly, walking around the desk and brushing my shoulder. You were doing the best you can. I only thought about this because I have a friend with a deaf son, who she's going to teach sign language. I wet my lips and look at her. Did your friend teach herself? She took classes. I perk up. Would Ainsley and I be able to sign up for something like that? I want her to stay here. I don't want to send her off because Harris is a mean person. There are plenty of other names I have for the elementary principal, but none of them are smart to voice here. Her eyes brighten. I can ask her and see if she knows of any open classes. If memory serves, she went to the rec center in the next town over to take them. I'll get some details before getting your hopes up. Too late, I want to tell her. Instead, I say, thank you. She squeezes my arm. I'll make sure Ainsley stays here. If she tries encouraging a transfer, you can definitely speak up against the idea. As a parent, that's your right to call her out and fight the matter. Depending on how that goes, it's a risk. Speaking up as a parent is one thing, but as a faculty member, I could lose my placement if administration thinks there's a conflict of interest. I conclude with a tight bob of the head. She doesn't say anything to confirm. Ainsley means more than this position, I tell her quietly, knowing the risk is more than just a paycheck. If I don't get my student teaching hours in, I won't be able to graduate. It'll work out, Piper. Evie has always been an optimist. Me? Not so much. But I try pretending like she's right, even though doubt cements itself in my stomach. What I know for sure is that I don't want Ainsley to leave the district. Too much change has already happened in her life. She needs stability, consistency. And if Harris or the administration has a problem with that, then I'll make the point heard before telling them what they can shove up their hypocritical asses. I'm in a bitter mood all day. I want nothing more than to complain to the school about the poor communication skills between faculty and parents. But I know Evie is right. If I say anything now, it puts Ainsley and me in a bad place. I don't want her getting punished for my big mouth. After cooking our favorite comfort food, spaghetti and garlic bread, I help Ains with homework and study the way she absorbs the information. I've always known she's a talented kid, smarter than most her age. When my parents visit or babysit, they note the same thing. Nugget, the pencil in her hand stops as she looks up at me from the workbook in front of her with dotted lines she's practicing her penmanship in. How would you feel about taking classes with me? It would be for American Sign Language, which is a way to communicate with our hands. Her brown eyes widen, then blink. Not really a response. I clear my throat and sit back at the table, bringing my elbow to rest on the edge of it. I never want to force you to do something you're uncomfortable with, so I'd never tell you that you have to speak. And nobody else should either, okay? It takes a moment before her head moves up and down slowly, giving me confirmation that she understands me. So, a friend of mine mentioned this method as a way to communicate. If I could get us into a class, would you be willing to take it? Please say yes. Nod, smile, something. I hold my breath as she looks at me, her pencil held tight in her hand. It took her 2 tries to hold the writing utensil right. When I did teaching observations early on in my degree, I'd been placed in an elementary school, where I watched kids struggle to do that for a lot longer. I've been told that Ainsley is a special kid, and I've never needed to hear it twice to agree. You don't have to decide now. I relent when she doesn't make any type of movement that gives me an answer. But I want you to choose soon, okay? I want to give you a chance to have a voice in your own way. She blinks again, her lips parting. My heart races at the tiny movement, then shatters slowly when it closes again. But she reaches out with her free hand and squeezes my wrist before nodding her head. I blink back tears. Yeah? Another head nod and squeeze. Blowing out a small breath, I smile. I'll look into classes then. It'll be fun. Something for you, me, and maybe my parents if they're interested in learning. When she goes back to her homework, I pull out my phone and text Evie, saying I want to do classes no matter what. Cost, time, it won't stop me. Ainsley and I need this. Maybe me more than her. At least that's what I tell myself. It isn't often I text Evie since we're not really friends outside of school, but it seems necessary. This, what she's offering, could be the start of something life-changing. After an hour of homework, I tell Ainsley to go upstairs and grab her pajamas so I can give her a bath. She doesn't even argue as we make our way to the bathroom, her favorite pajamas in her hand, and waits for the bathtub to fill. Bubbles? She gives me a look that says, duh. Once she's in, I give her time to play around in suds while taking a towel and putting it on the sink beside me. When my phone rings, I glance down to see Jenna's name across the screen. You actually answered, she greets before I can even say hello. I swear trying to get a hold of you is impossible lately. What if I was dying and you were my last call? My face screws. Why would you call me and not 911 if you were dying? That makes no logical sense. Maybe because I love you, you bitch. I snicker at her attitude. Anyway, I was just calling to see if the party this weekend was still on. Our girl isn't sick anymore, is she? She seemed fine earlier, but that girl has an impressive poker face. I watch Ainsley. Nope, she's doing fine. A few days of medicine, orange juice, and rest was all she needed. The party is still on. Ains looks up at me, a smile twitching on the corners of her lips. I wink at her and pick up the washcloth next to me, wetting it with soap before beginning to wash her back as she plays. I got her the perfect gift, Jenna exclaims, way too excited. That means she spent a lot of money, more than I did. Jen, don't you dare ruin this, she cuts me off, making me roll my eyes. I spent way too much time putting this dollhouse together for you to tell me not to bother. There was a lot of cursing, and my cat almost choked on one of the pieces. It was a serious situation. I try not to snort over that. Poor Oscar, the black cat she took in as a stray, can't win. Then again, I wouldn't want to live with Jenna either. I love her, but she's a handful. I'll bring it by Friday. The party isn't until Saturday. But it's at the nursing home, she reminds me as if I've forgotten. I don't want to lug the thing there, then all the way to your house. It's huge. My eyes narrow. How huge? You can't measure love, Piper. I wash Ainsley's arms and stomach. I don't have a lot of room here, is all. At this rate, I'll need to tell Easton to move out or sleep on the couch so I can store all her toys in it. I should have known the amused chuckle from her was leading to no good. What's it matter? It sounds like he spends a lot of time in your room anyway. Heat blossoms over my cheeks and travels down the back of my neck. Cut it out. It isn't like he stays there. We haven't had sex in weeks. Neither one of us has initiated anything. He doesn't even come to my room. I think that's over anyway. It was just a little fling to pass time. A fling? Mm-hmm. I pass the washcloth to Ainsley and tell her to finish cleaning herself. I set the phone down and put her on speaker so I can wash Ainsley's hair. Look, it's fine. Easton and I are just roommates who have an agreement. It was never a forever thing. He's got plenty of girls hanging around him at the shop anyway. That doesn't upset you? It's not like he brings them home. But is he? She lets the question fade. What? No. Easton isn't the kind of guy to screw multiple women at once. Then again, we never talked about it. I'm not seeing anybody else on the side and just assume he isn't either. All I'm saying, she says in a muffled tone, with undoubtedly a spoonful of hazelnut butter in her mouth, is that it's okay to hook up with someone else. I've seen guys walking around town, P. Some of those freshmen come from good genes. If you and your hot-ass roomie aren't having, you're on speakerphone, I cut her off, meetings about how to properly make the bed, then it's okay to find other methods, she saves, making me chortle. Some people like to tuck the comforter in, others don't bother making it at all. I rinse Ainsley's hair out. Your analogy is confusing me, but I know where you're going with it. Listen, if he wants to try other methods of bed-making, I'm not going to stop him. He's a grown man. I just don't have time. To make the bed? I pause. Wouldn't I be unmaking it? There's hesitation. You're right. This analogy is stupid. Whatever. I just don't want you to grow cobwebs where the sun doesn't shine. Rolling my eyes, I tell Ainsley she can play for a few more minutes before she needs to get out. Don't worry, my sheets will be perfectly fine, unruffled. She bursts out laughing. You're so weird, I scoff. You're the one who made the analogy. I'm just trying to go along with it. I unfold the towel and gesture for Ainsley to stand up. When she does, I make quick to dry her off before wrapping it around her and picking her up. Once her feet hit the bath mat in front of the tub, I finish drying her off before passing her pajamas to change into. Reaching out my hand for her, I grab my phone and walk toward Ainsley's room. I need to help Ains finish getting ready for bed. Can I call you back when I'm done? Jenna sighs lightly. As much as I'd love to complain about my day at work, I should probably be productive. I need to ride the exercise bike for like 2 hours to burn off the amount of Nutella I just ate. I grin. Tell me tomorrow? If I don't murder my boss first. I don't have bail money, I warn. Then give me an alibi. She hangs up before I can answer, causing me to laugh and slide my phone into my back pocket. I help Ainsley into bed, passing her the teddy bear I know she loves sleeping with and pulling her comforter over her. Your Aunt Jenna is crazy, you know that? Ainsley smiles. I pass her the lavender quilt next, watching her cuddle up into it. I love you so much, Nugget. Want me to read to you? She points to a book next to her bed, the same one she always wants me to read. The black and white checkered hardback book is falling apart from the amount of times it's been read. But she loves the nursery rhymes in it, so I crack it open and accept I'll have to find some sort of glue to hold the spine and pages together before it completely disintegrates. It doesn't take long before she falls asleep, leaving me kissing her forehead and creeping out to clean up downstairs before shutting off the lights and heading to my room. It's early, but I'm tired and moody from the day's events, leaving me curled up in bed with my phone and searching classes at the rec center. Sometime later, I hear footsteps outside my bedroom door that wakes me. The doorknob handle turns slowly, but the door never opens. I watch and wait, holding my breath, before the footsteps walk away, and a different door across the hall opens and closes. I swallow, and I tell myself it doesn't matter. Chapter 9. Carrying a 6-year-old into the house after she passed out from a cake coma shouldn't feel any different than carrying a 5-year-old, but it is. It's not just the physical weight of her body in my arms that keeps a somber feeling in my chest, but knowing that we spent another year together. I never thought about having kids until I got the call from Danny's lawyer, saying I was appointed legal guardianship. Laying her on her mattress, I stared down at the crusted frosting on the corner of her lips and the glitter in her hair that I'll find 10 years from now, and manage to smile. It's a shaky gesture, but a sincere one, as I recall the busy day of bright eyes and hand squeezes, as Mabel and a few others doted on Ainsley and showered her with gifts, sugar, and praise. She loved every second of attention. Jenna appears in the doorway, her head cocked as she studies Ainsley. She kinda looks like I did after our first party freshman year. You know, after you held my hair back when I threw up the tequila shots I took? I shiver, practically smelling the horrors of that night. Alcohol and poor decisions. Not a good combination. I've never been able to go near that stuff. She grins. I have, many times. Oh, I know it. I've held her hair back more times than I could count. She looks way more peaceful. You were groaning and ranting on and on about how you'd never make that mistake again. Wasn't it like a week later that you dragged me back out? Her teeth bite into her bottom lip. At least my next mistake was in form of a very dirty Russian. You had margaritas all night, I recall, knowing it's her favorite go-to drink. You obviously don't remember the guy I went home with, she says with a wink. I shake my head and pull the blankets over Ainsley, not worrying about getting anything more than her slip-on shoes off. Leaving the door cracked open, I followed Jenna downstairs, where she set the bag of presents Ainsley got. She picks up a doll and examines its gaudy pink outfit. I noticed your roommate didn't make an appearance today. Are old ladies and princess cake too good for him? I drop onto the couch, crossing my legs under me as she unpacks the presents. I mentioned we were having a party there, but he never said if he'd come. Did you specifically invite him? Her brows arch in inquiry as she places the dolls in compromising positions in the house she bought Ainsley.
Why is that Barbie on top of two other Barbies? You know what? Forget I asked. And no, I just kind of hinted that there would be a party to celebrate. It doesn't matter anyway. He works today. Would he have come if he didn't? How am I supposed to know? I shrug. I don't know what he would or wouldn't do. He probably wouldn't have had fun with a bunch of senior citizens anyway. Jenna turns to me slowly. Why does it sound like you're trying to convince yourself of that? Did you want him to come? My lips part, then close. She perks up. Oh my God, you did! Shut up. No, I didn't. It'd be weird. Weird because you like him. Weird because he has no obligation to Ainsley or me, I correct, getting up and walking into the kitchen. Pulling out a bottle of tomato juice, I hop onto the counter and let my legs dangle off the edge. It'd make no sense for him to come celebrate some little girl's birthday with people he doesn't know. But you wanted him to, she presses. I glare. No, I didn't. She steals my juice and takes a sip. You can deny it all you want, but you got the hots for your sex-on-a-stick roomie. All those inked muscles have gone to your head. Refusing to answer, I steal the juice back and focus on anything but the narrowed look my self-appointed best friend gives me. Sometimes I wonder how we've made it this long without trying to kill each other. We're opposites in every way that counts, yet we work. If I didn't have her, even when she annoys me, I'd be lost. She knows it, too. Whatever, Miss Denial, she sighs, leaning against the counter behind her. So what are you going to do about the school situation? You wouldn't share when we talked on the phone the other night, and I didn't want to bring it up in front of Ainsley. Wetting my lips, I feel the anxiety of reality crash into me. I've avoided the topic for as long as I can, but Principal Harris pulled me aside and insisted we needed to discuss Ainsley's well-being on Friday. Needless to say, the conversation was tense. My facial expression was anything but professional, despite her talking to me during working hours. I've already been told to see her first thing Monday morning, and I have a feeling the little control I have left will be long gone come that conversation. I want her to stay there. She nods once. Understandable. Harris would barely listen to me when I told her about the sign language classes. It was like all she heard was how she'd have to hire an interpreter. I swear, the woman is a total bitch, my bestie finishes. I was going to say unfit to work with schoolchildren, but yeah, she is. Everyone is tense because of the budget, and she sees Ainsley as an added expense. Isn't she supposed to do what's best for the kids? Jenna gives me a sympathetic look. I can play the bad cop, go in fist swinging on Monday, that way you don't get the blame. And how would I explain that? Her lips pull upward slowly. We can say I'm your crazy ex-lover. I can play the part of a concerned parent. Crazy ex-lover, I repeat, blinking. I'd rock the role. I have no doubt. Something tells me that won't end well. It's best if I speak with her and get it over with. I'll just voice my concerns and explain what I want, as a parent, to Ainsley. If she has a problem with that, what if she does, though? I really hate thinking about what-if situations. They get us nowhere. I'll start having a panic attack until I'm convinced my heart is giving out, then wind up with a $250 copay for an emergency room visit that was never needed. I may have been there before after finding out about Danny, and then again after finding out about Ainsley. I'll figure it out. My voice is no more than an uncertain whisper that I force out. There's nothing I can do but wait and see. Harris hearing me out is unlikely, but I'm always going to choose Ainsley before anything else. And if I have to file a formal complaint against her, then I'll happily kiss my job and placement goodbye, if it means her getting reprimanded. Nobody should have to fight for their kid to have a right to an education of their choosing, just because somebody like Harris doesn't want to deal with the extra steps. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. But anger won't get me anywhere either, so I tell myself to calm down and sip my juice. I still have one more day before facing the wench, which means one more day to formulate a backup plan. I quickly learned that night before bed that I don't have one. Jenna left in the early hours of the morning after falling asleep for a few hours on the couch, watching some horrible reality dating show. I stayed up when 1 became 2 and 2 became 3, feeling prickles of anxiety when I saw snow sticking to the roads and knowing Easton hadn't gotten home. It had rained earlier in the day and froze over when the temperatures dropped, leaving black ice everywhere.
When 7 a.m. rolls around and Ainsley has a plate full of eggs in front of her, the sound of keys rattling outside has all the worry rippling through my body, draining in a heartbeat. As soon as the door closes behind my roommate, I blow out a tiny breath and finish buttering Ainsley's toast and putting it beside her plate. East walks into the kitchen, probably hearing the commotion, and looks at me with tired eyes and messy hair. Bedhead. He has bedhead, but wasn't sleeping here. Swallowing past the stupid lump in my throat, I offer him a small wave and turn back to the stove to prepare myself eggs. "I'm making breakfast if you want some," I say in my best even voice, telling myself not to wonder where he was all night. It's none of my business. "I'm good." He's good. I nod with my back to him, not asking or offering anything else. No drink, no inquiry if his night was good. Something tells me it was, and I don't need to know why, how, or because of whom. I just scramble another 2 eggs, put 2 more slices of toast into the toaster, and busy myself with the sizzle of the hot skillet. He turns after a few moments, greeting Ainsley before making his way upstairs. I let my shoulders droop, but refuse to let disappointment linger for long. We had no expectations when we started sleeping together, so I couldn't get angry at him for spending the night at another woman's house. It's a waste of time to be bitter. Long after Ainsley and I are finished eating and the kitchen is cleared, East comes back down in a pair of his signature black sweatpants and a black tee that hugs his body. His hair is wet, his eyes are brighter, and he walks past where Ainsley and I sit on the floor playing to plop down in the chair.
"How was the birthday party?"
he asks after a while of silence. "Good."
"Cool."
"Good, cool, awesome. Yep." My eyes cast upward when I feel him staring, and I wish I hadn't looked. He's watching me carefully, his eyes slightly narrowed. It doesn't last long, thankfully. We break the contact, his eyes going to the TV, where a cartoon plays, and mine to the doll clothes scattered in front of me, as we change all of Ainsley's Barbie's wardrobes for what I presume is a fashion show. I notice the snow picking up outside, blowing haphazardly in the strong wind that howls loudly. Staring at the large flakes hitting the windows, I ask,
"Were the roads bad coming home?"
"They were cleared off." "Oh, good." I cringe at the choppy response, but brush it off. I am glad the roads are clear. I know what can happen when they're not this time of year. We got in before they could get bad, but I was worried about you. I was hoping they'd be okay when you had to travel. Shaking my head at myself, I focus all my attention on my playdate with Ainsley. Every Sunday we do this. Dolls, house, pretend bake, tea party, anything just to blow off steam and have fun. Later we'll watch a movie and eat junk food, and just enjoy each other's company until bedtime. East scoots forward.
"Want anything from the kitchen? I'm going to grab a water."
I force a smile as I look up at him, shaking my head. "I'm okay, thanks." He nods once and walks away, not seeing the twitch of my lips as they fall into a frown. "I was worried about you," I whisper audibly, brushing hair behind my ear. I roll my shoulders back and pick up the Barbie closest to me and hold her up. "What do you think, Nugget? Leopard print miniskirt or floral maxi dress?" Ainsley points to a pair of denim jeans. "Or that." I get to work dressing the doll. The day is spent in silence. Chapter 10. I spend Monday's lunch period crying in my car. 3 tissues stained with off-brand foundation and cheap mascara later, and an incoherent phone call to Jenna. I'm no better off. My eyes are red, my cheeks are flushed, and I can barely catch my breath. All I can think is, what am I going to do now? Thinking back to the first half of my day, I consider all the ways I could have done it different. Like not going off on Harris and saying the administration shouldn't have hired her, or telling her that she had no right to judge my choices in Ainsley's education because she wasn't part of the decision-making process. Does she even have kids? She doesn't know what's best for them. If her daughter were in Ainsley's shoes, she'd be sure to use her authority for good, rather than self-righteous evil. Bitch. She's a total bitch, just like Jenna said. And I had to bite my tongue hard to refrain from calling her as much when she said I had no right to speak to her the way I did. As an employee, I could agree. As a parent, not so much.
But she didn't care. I have 2 options now. Go back inside and finish my day, or go home and say screw it. Harris all but told me I was done. Perhaps it's best you found somewhere else to finish your student teaching. And that was it. She smiled and walked out. I know I should have walked out too, gotten in my car and gone home with a pint of edible cookie dough, but I didn't want her to see me break. So I went back to the class I was assigned to and pushed through until lunch. Then I broke down. Hands shaking, I open the car door and take a deep breath. Tonight, I'll speak to my advisor and figure out what can be done so I can graduate on time. If I have to wait another semester, I may pull out all of my hair. I'm already behind on my degree since taking time off to care for Ainsley, and now I need to finish it for us, to get a steady job in finances. The rest of the day goes as good as it can. I say what I need to in class, grade what I'm told to, and don't interact more than necessary. I put a smile on my face when I pass by students and coworkers, and try not to shove my afternoon yogurt in Karen's face when she smirks at my blotchy expression. When the last bell rings and the hall's empty of students, I breathe easier from the facade suffocating me. Evie makes sure I'm okay after hearing what happened, and Diane brushes my arm when I tell her I won't be back. As soon as I bring Ainsley home, I order Chinese for dinner, despite the probable shitty paycheck I'm bound to receive soon. Right now, all I care about is sweet and sour chicken, fried dumplings, and stir-fry. I'm surprised when the door opens as I clean up the kitchen, and I hear Easton talk to Ainsley in the living room. As I begin putting the leftover boxes of food into the fridge, he walks in with arched brows. I don't blame him. A permanent scowl rests on my face since I got home, that not even 2 plates of food could deter. Not to mention there are way too many boxes on the island. Normally I'd be embarrassed, but I could be doing worse things than eating my feelings. I keep busy as he walks up to me, looking into one of the cartons closest to him. There's veggie stir-fry labeled in the fridge. I got rice and cheese wontons too. Figured you'd eat some. Piper. I close up the last box. Sorry I didn't get more. They didn't have a lot of options, and I haven't seen you eat Chinese food before. Wasn't sure if you ate it. Piper, he says quietly, coming up behind me and leaning in. What's wrong? My teeth grind. Nothing. I go to bring the last of the food to the fridge, but he wraps his palm around my upper arm to stop me. Piper, stop. Talk to me. Wiggling from his grasp, I yank my arm from his hold and face him. Why do you care, Easton? I had a bad day. Shouldn't you be at work or somewhere? One of his brows goes up. Somewhere being where? I go to work and here. Stop changing the subject. What's wrong? This is the most we've talked in a while. Usually our conversations are a few sentences here and there. More often a word or two, and that's it. But the way his blue eyes survey my face, my pinched brows and thinned lips, has concern carved into his flawless features. Like I said, I had a bad day. So tell me about it. I closed my eyes for a millisecond and let out a heavy sigh. No offense, East, but I don't want to. There's a lot on my plate right now that I need to take care of. Finishing my task, I wait for him to walk away and leave me be. He doesn't. When the counter is clear and plates are washed, he just stands there, expectantly. When I go to leave, he stops me again, pulling me into him and caging me between his body and the counter behind me. His body heat is too warm, too consuming, and the faint smell of peppermint on his breath has me swallowing from the taste I've become familiar to. East, I plead softly, please stop. Talk to me. My jaw locks over his persistence. He shouldn't care, and I'm not sure why he does. Or maybe he feels obligated to, since we live together, have slept together. Either way, my feelings are none of his concern. He spins me around, a breath catching in my throat as his fingers go to my hips. He squeezes and then moves my hair away from my neck, peppering soft kisses against the back of it. Talk to me, Piper. Just tell me what happened. You'll feel better. Feel better. I'm sure I'll feel a lot of things if he keeps going. The way his lips trail to the crook of my neck and teeth nip my skin has me arching backward, my butt brushing his hardening length. I bite my bottom lip as his hands move to the front of my pants, lingering on the button. I
I try finding my words as he pops the button and slowly pulls down the zipper. I don't know why we're even talking right now, to be honest. His chuckle blows warm air against where his mouth caresses me. You're like me. It's hard to talk about your problems face to face. But if you don't, it'll bottle up until it slowly kills you. Then you'll lose your shit on the wrong people at the wrong time. Again, he speaks from experience. His thumb brushes against the skin just above my panty line, not moving lower toward the ache that's settled between my thighs. He's right, though. I always play off my feelings and pretend like it's fine, when really it eats me up inside. I was fired, I whisper, barely able to hear myself. It's the last thing I want to admit aloud, knowing it makes things real. Sort of. His finger dips below my panties, brushing my pubic bone. How does somebody get sort of fired? I lick my lips and give him more access to my neck, letting him lick, nip, and kiss every inch of skin he can. His mouth lingers over my pulse for a moment as his free hand pulls at my pants to lower them enough to dip his hand into. My lips tremble as he brushes my wet slit, the pad of his thumb pressing against my sensitive bundle of nerves. There was a problem with the principal about Ainsley. She doesn't want Ainsley there because of her problems. Oh, God. Dropping my head back against his chest, I open my legs further as his fingers dip into my arousal. That feels so good, East. He bites down farther into my neck, then swipes his tongue against the same spot to soothe it gently. The principal sounds like an asshole. Eyes fluttering closed, I nod. She is. I wasn't going to let her take Ainsley away when she's smart enough to be there. I talk quietly so Ainsley doesn't hear, holding back the moan that creeps up my throat as he works me with his fingers. When he adds a second digit and begins entering me and hooking until he hits the perfect spot, I lean forward and bury my mouth in my arm to refrain from making noise. She fired you for being a parent? My lips part. Yes. His kisses become lighter. I'm sorry. Don't be. I meet his fingers every time, grinding into him until his cock grows harder with every brush of my ass against the front of his jeans. What are we doing? I ask, feeling my orgasm building. Whatever the fuck we want. I bite my arm again as he quickens his movement, his fingers thrusting into me as his thumb rubs against my clit. But I thought, just shut up, Piper, I scold myself. If I can open a can of worms, it'll be awkward. I'm so close to coming when he asks, You thought what? My breathing becomes heavier as I choke my whimpers down. Sweat dotting my brow, I grind down into his hand and make a gargled noise as I come hard. He lets me ride out the sensation, kissing my neck, jaw, and cheek until my body stills against him. You thought what? He repeats, pulling his hand away and letting me zip and button my pants again. I swallow. Never mind. Pipe. I have to get Ainsley ready for bed. Before he can answer, I walk around him into the living room, where Ainsley is intently watching another cartoon. She doesn't even look at me when I sit down beside her. Just keeps watching her show without a care in the world. I envy her innocence. But I know, deep down, her innocence was lost when her parents died, and we only have each other to get through the tough times. I love you so much, Nugget. Her eyes travel over to mine, and she smiles. I'm woken to an unfamiliar sound that puts me on edge. It's nearing 5 a.m, too early to be up, but too late for East to just be getting home. I push the comforter off me and grab the baseball bat I keep next to my bed. Tiptoeing out of the bedroom in my bare feet and oversized tee covering my body, I focus on the noise. I pause when I realize it's coming from Ainsley's room, and rush to open her door when I hear the muffled sound of crying. Resting the bat against the wall when I see her damp face buried in her pillow as she restlessly moves, I walk into the room and sit on the edge of the bed. Something comes from her that cracks my heart in two as I move hair away from her sleeping face. Her cheeks are red, her lips pinched, and I can tell she's in pain. Daddy, she whimpers in a brokenly melodic tone I haven't heard in so long. My lips part as she cries for Danny, and it's only seconds before tears stream down my cheeks too. "Baby girl," I whisper, voice cracking as I brush my fingers through her hair. "Wake up, sweetie. It's just a nightmare." But it's not. She knows it was this day 3 years ago that her father passed away. I was hoping she'd be like any other kid with no sense of time. Of course she isn't. She's aware, too aware. I can't help her stop feeling the loss, the pain. I can only be there for her as she experiences it. Ainsley doesn't wake until I gently shake her arm, lip quivering at the way she bolts up. Her tear-stained face shatters me into tiny pieces, her arms wrapping around my neck and clinging to me. We both need this. I know, Nugget, and I do. I know what it's like to miss Danny. I loved him more than I should have, even when he couldn't love me the same. Not before Ainsley's mother, and not after her. Danny and I were never meant to be more than friends, and throat closing, I struggle to take a breath. My chest hurts when I think about the night he died. I've blamed myself every single day for causing his death. I may not have been behind the wheel of the car that lost control and hit his, but I was the reason he was even out in the weather he shouldn't have tried battling. "Danny, wait!"
"We shouldn't have done that, Piper."
The anguish on his face makes the hope on mine disappear. Any thought of us finally becoming something more than best friends extinguishes like a fire being doused by ice water. "Danny," my voice breaks, head shaking as he slides on his boots and grabs his jacket from the hook by my apartment door. I thought, what did I think? That we'd sleep together and everything would change? We both made the choice, but I realize his was out of pain, not love. Not like my choice was driven by. I wanted every part of him, his heart, his thoughts, his body, and he wanted something different. An escape he regrets.
"I'm sorry," he murmurs, zipping his coat and grabbing his keys from the end table.
I look outside at the blizzard they warned us about. "You can't drive right now. You could get into an accident. Just stay here."
"I can't," he yells, turning to me with red-rimmed eyes and an unreadable expression.
His lips are drawn downward, and his brows are furrowed, and like what we've done is burying him alive slowly. And it kills me. "Please, I'll stay on the couch," I beg, anything to keep him here. The visibility is poor through the window, and I doubt it's any better on the roads. "Think about Ainsley." The pain in his brown eyes intensifies.
"I am, Piper. That's why I have to go. My little girl needs me."
I want to scream at him, beg, plead. What about me? What about how much I need him? But he doesn't give me the chance before he opens the door, spares me one last look, before shaking his head and walking away. I squeeze Ainsley closer to my body, letting us cry together until we're drained of tears. Nothing about Danny's loss will ever be easier. She'll always be without a father, and I'll always be without my best friend. "I'm sorry, Ainsley. I suck in a breath and try to calm my breathing. What she needs from me is strength. If I can't be strong for her, I've failed. I fail myself, and I fail Danny. But there's something in the back of my mind that eggs on the possibility that he would have changed his will if he'd had the chance to after the night we spent together. Would he have chosen somebody else? I couldn't think of anybody else he would have asked to care for. And I wonder if I won by default, or he truly trusted me with his little girl. I'll never know. "I love you. He loved you too." She nods in the crook of my neck, her tears absorbing into my skin. I keep combing my fingers through her hair until the noise subsides, and she slowly falls back asleep. I don't bother waking her up or worrying about school. Something tells me we both need a day off without responsibility. No school, no work, just us. I'm only half aware of the feeling somebody is staring at me when I crack my eyes open in the uncomfortable position I'm in on Ainsley's bed. She's still sleeping soundly in front of me, leaving my body twisted in ways it doesn't normally bend. Easton's brows draw up as he glances at his phone, probably double-checking the time. He glances back up at me.
"It's after 8.
I nod, putting my finger to my lips and finagling my way out from behind Ainsley without waking her. Her face is finally content, her thumb in her mouth. She doesn't suck on it often, just when she's stressed. Knowing her mind isn't at ease even in sleep has me frowning as I meet Easton outside her room.
"You've been crying,"
he states coolly. I swallow. "I'm fine."
"You're not at school."
My shoulders lift slightly. "Taking a day off with Ainsley. We need it." His spine straightens.
"Is she sick again?"
I quickly shake my head. "No, nothing like that. It's, My eyes go back to Ainsley, and I worry my lip. Today's going to be a bad one for her. For us. So we're going to spend it together." He studies me too closely, making me squirm and avoid all eye contact. I don't want him to ask because I'm not sure I'll be able to hold it together if he does. When his hand squeezes my wrist once, I close my eyes and let out a shaky breath. "We lost Danny 3 years ago today. She remembers, Easton." He curses softly, pulling me into his arms and wrapping me up against his body. The way he holds me has me sinking into his chest, letting his arms keep me still.
"Sorry, Piper."
As much as I don't want to, I pull away and swipe at a few loose tears. "You have nothing to be sorry for. But I don't want to talk about it." His lips twitch before pressing into a thin line, and I wonder what he's thinking. He doesn't offer anything, just nods once and watches me shift my weight from one foot to another. When he looks at me like this, like I'm something to dissect, I get uncomfortable. What does he see when he pays close attention? Does he see the way my eyes dull when I think of Danny, or heat when I think of him? Does he see desperation and despair, knowing I could lose everything I've worked for, because I mouthed off to my boss trying to defend Ainsley? I wonder what he thinks about me being a single mom. He knows the basics, that Ainsley isn't mine, that Danny died, and that the little girl who cried out for her dad in her sleep last night only has me. I don't want him to think I'm pathetic, or worse, a charity case to pity. Deep down, I think we understand each other. Everybody has problems. Mine just resurface more than I like. And while I wish Danny hadn't freaked out after we had sex and left, that he hadn't gotten into that car, I wouldn't change the time I've gotten with Ainsley, and all the time we still have in the future. "You're leaving?" I ask, noting his long-sleeved black Henley and faded jeans. He always dresses casually with clothes that fit his body well, shirts that wrap around large muscles and jeans that emphasize long legs. The only tattoos visible on him today are on his right hand from the sleeve that covers his entire arm. I've always wanted to know what the story is behind the objects that seem so random. An hourglass, words, numbers, roses. None of them make sense, but I bet each one has meaning. Easton told me once that he hates tattooing customers who get tattoos for the hell of it, not connecting with the ink they're permanently putting on their bodies. It makes me think there's a story to be told. I'm just not brave enough to ask to hear it.
"Jay and I have some errands to run before we open,"
he explains, stuffing his hands into the pockets of his jeans. "Okay." I glance at the floor, pulling at the edge of my tee, only then realizing how much skin is showing. I'm not sure why nerves suddenly creep into my consciousness, considering he's seen me naked more times than I can count. It shouldn't matter how much thigh is on display, but it does. "Well, have a good day. We'll be here if you need something. Not that you probably do, but..." I cringe, not knowing why I'm rambling like an idiot. I take a deep breath and move frizzy hair out of my face. "Okay, well, see you." He stops me as I step toward Ainsley's door again.
"If you need me, just call. I don't have a busy day anyway."
My brows furrow. Why would he even tell me that? But instead of asking, I just nod and force a tight-lipped smile that I hope looks at least semi-genuine. He confuses me more than I want to admit, but I think it's no different for him. When we part ways, I lay down behind Ainsley and snuggle her close. It's an hour later when we both wake up again, her brown eyes staring right into mine, and she's silent. Completely, heartbreakingly silent.
Chapter 11.
The next time I find myself on campus, tutoring passes in a blink, and classes even quicker. I don't pay attention, too distracted. My fingernails are nothing but rigid edges from all the biting I've done, and the skin around them red and raw. By the time I'm seated in my usual chair in Carter's, Professor Ford's class, it's impossible to zone out, no matter how much I want the day to end. I'm physically and emotionally drained after being scolded by my advisor this morning about my student teaching position, followed by the reprimanding conversation, insisting I had very few options. She told me I wouldn't graduate unless I apologized to Harris and finished what I started. Professor Ford's gaze scrolls across the room, waiting for someone to speak up on the question he asked. With each second that passes, his shoulders droop just a little lower by the lack of answers. I'm not sure why I feel bad about it, but I do.
Why do myths exist? He repeats, stopping a few feet in front of me. This isn't a trick question. You're all adults with, hopefully, working minds. Think.
Internally sighing, I raise my hand. His eyes cut to me instantly, like he was hoping I'd speak up.
Piper.
Myths give us reasons to justify why the world works the way it does, I answer, glancing at everyone staring at me. I return my gaze to his dark eyes. They bring comfort to people who try rationalizing everything. His arms cross.
Like?
I blink. I think about Greek mythology and how there's a god for different aspects of life. There's a reason why the seasons change and where you go after death. There seems to be an answer for everything, which people need.
Because?
It's human nature to want answers. Nobody likes being left in the unknown. If you knew the underworld existed, you'd probably feel a little more at ease about death. My throat tightens over the thought of something like the afterlife existing. I used to be obsessed with Greek mythology when I was younger. My mom would take me to the local library, where I checked out every single book they had on the various myths. What did Danny believe in? He went to church with his wife every Sunday, but he admitted he wasn't sure if he fully believed in God or what happens after death. I wonder if he ever decided before the night of the accident. Did he make peace with his doubts? He wouldn't be in the worst depths of Hades if that even exists. Danny was good. Too good. He cared. Just not about me. Carter must see me drift off because he gets other people's opinions on the matter. A few students go back and forth on the realness of myths, arguing that it's all bullshit. Is it? Anything is possible. I'm not sure where my mind is the rest of the class period. It's not involved in the discussion, but not centered anywhere specific either. I'm stuck somewhere in between, drifting in nothingness that I suffocate in. My chest becomes heavy, but not as weighed down as my head from the feelings I refuse to accept. They pile on my shoulders until it's hard to function at all. I'm Atlas. Startled when everybody gets up, I snap out of whatever realm I'm stuck in and look around the room as it empties. I begin shoving my notebook into my bag, noting the empty paper that's supposed to be full of discussion points from class, and sigh to myself.
Piper,
Carter says, walking up to me with his hands in his pockets.
I need to... Stay, he cuts me off. Talk to me.
My jaw ticks. Why do guys always assume I want to talk to them? I have places I need to be, Professor Ford, but thanks for the offer. I stand up. He steps to block me.
It's not an offer. You weren't paying attention, you never wrote anything down, and barely participated. What's going on?
Not seeing how it's any of his business, I slide my bag strap over my shoulder and shake my head at him. All due respect, my time with you is over for the day. I'm going home. He doesn't grab me like East does, knowing his boundaries. But I can tell he wants to stop me.
You've always been a smart kid, Piper. Don't let whatever is going on in your personal life impact your schoolwork.
My nostrils flare. You know nothing.
That's because you won't tell me,
he points out, arms crossing over his chest. Today's combo is a light gray button-down shirt and black slacks. In hindsight, he's right. He knows it. I know it. But pride is a bitch.
If you're going to ignore me during class, it's my business.
A dry laugh bubbles past my lips.
You know what my problem is, Professor?
Carter, he says. It's that I'm probably not going to graduate on time like I planned, I continue, ignoring his pointless correction. Once again, I'm getting screwed over no matter how hard I try. My life keeps getting thrown off course, and I'm so fucking sick of it. I don't wince over swearing in front of him. In fact, I don't even care. It's the truth.
Every word. Every time I try to make something of my life, another storm comes and ruins the opportunity. But it doesn't just impact me now, it impacts Ainsley. I can't keep screwing up because I'm responsible for another human being. And it's scary. Too scary. Before I know it, tears well in my eyes, but don't fall. I refuse to let them, especially in front of Carter. His posture tenses when he sees me tear up, his brows pinching with concern.
Piper, what's wrong?
I lost my placement, I tell him brokenly, squeezing my eyes shut and palming the lids with the heels of my hand. I was just doing what was right, and they told me not to come back. They told me to find somewhere better suited for me. But there's nowhere with availability. Everyone else in the program is taking up local schools.
For student teaching?
Yes. To my surprise, he says,
"What about being a TA for a professor here on campus? I had an old friend from college who did that."
My hands fall to my sides as I look at him with a blurry gaze.
"What?"
He nods, a small smile tipping up his lips, in what little comfort he can offer me.
"Sure. And if you're interested in teaching for higher education, it'd be even better. But experience is experience, and I'd be happy to help you by talking to your advisor and my director to get approval for it."
I gape at him, the tears drying quickly until his serious expression is clear as day.
"Wait, are you saying you'd let me be your teaching assistant?"
His chin dips.
"Of course."
Of course. How can it be that simple? I don't know if that would work. I mean, I've considered getting my PhD one day to become a history professor, but...
Good. So talk to your advisor.
Carter, Professor Ford, he steps forward, the tips of his dress shoes brushing my thrift shop winter boots.
"I want to help you, Piper. You deserve this. Why don't we talk to people right now, and you can email me about what your advisor says. I honestly don't see why my director would be against it, especially if it's for academic reasons."
What other reason would there be? I shake it off, gripping my bag. Why are you doing this for me? You don't know me, and I was a bitch to you.
You had your reasons.
It's no excuse.
You and Danny were close,
he says quietly, shifting slightly on his feet.
I know you cared about him. I know his death had to have been hard for you. Your anger was justified because you lost your friend. I'm not upset.
He should be, shouldn't he? The way I acted is almost embarrassing to me now. Are you sure about this? If they say yes, you're stuck with me for the semester. His low chuckle fills the room.
It'll be a help. My other 101 class is a handful, and there's more coursework. I could use a hand grading papers and splitting the work. You'll need to teach a few classes, so we'll figure it out once we know it's happening.
I'm too afraid to get my hopes up and believe it will. Every other time I've done that, I've crashed and burned from the expectations. Like when I thought I'd graduate with my bachelor's degree, move on to my master's, and get the perfect job by the time I was 24. I'd be with Danny and Ainsley, maybe down the fast track to a real happy place with a family, and all would be right in the world. Instead, I'm a 26-year-old single mom who's still mourning the death of her best friend turned one-night stand, and over a year behind on schooling, because I took on the parental role to a girl who I have to fight for every single day because of her condition. Nothing is what I planned. Softly, I say, "Thank you, Professor."
It's Carter, Piper. It'll always be Carter.
My heart aches over such a simple sentence, especially seeing how much he means it when I lock eyes with his. That dark color staring back at me, paired with a pearly white smile, has my chest tightening with the familiarity it held when I was a teenager. Maybe, just maybe, a little of my crush still remains on the man who's willing to help me, even without knowing all the details. That means something to me.
"And you're welcome,"
he adds, brushing my arm with his palm before squeezing it once.
"If you need me, I'm here to help. I've known you for a long time, and I want to make sure you're going to be okay."
I know why he says it. For Jesse, for Danny. He's making up lost time and trying to make it worth my forgiveness. But he doesn't have to. Not after talking to Mabel. But I don't tell him that. Jenna decides to give me time to myself by looking after Ainsley on Saturday, which lands me in front of the Inked Lotus. Their open sign stares me in the face as I sit in the car, debating on whether to go in or not.
East and I have been fine at home, not really skirting around each other, but also not engaging either. It feels like it did when he first moved in, and I know I'm at fault. I've barely told him about the new arrangement I have for my student teaching hours, just that it worked out. He gave me a typical one-word response and watched me walk upstairs with Ainsley to get her ready. He hasn't been to my room or tried anything with me since the night in the kitchen, and I'm not sure if I'm glad or confused by it. I take a deep breath and turn off the car, grabbing my purse and getting out. Easton has done way more than a roommate has to, and it's hard to ignore that fact. So I ignore the weirdness that walking in might induce and push open the door with a smile on my face. Like usual, Jay greets me first. He's not working on anybody like Easton is, so he pushes off the couch where he's laying down and pulls me into a one-armed hug. I laugh as he messes up my hair, pushing him away. Really? I actually put effort into looking decent today. I brush out the frizz with my fingers, rolling my eyes at his goofy grin. Jay reminds me of Danny. He's charming in a class clown kind of way, and isn't afraid to work for everything he wants. It's funny to see how opposite his personality is to Easton, who's much quieter and more subdued.
What brings you here, Red?
He leans against the counter and studies me.
Let me guess. You're here to let me ink you.
No. His brows raise.
Pierce you?
My lips part, then close. His eyes widen.
Really?
He claps his hand and gestures for me to follow him to his chair.
Shit, Red. What kind of piercing? We just got new stock in the back. Let me go bring some out for you to choose from.
Before I can say anything, he's already down the hall. Blinking, I slowly sit at his station, peeking over at Easton, whose needle has stopped moving over the guy's arm he's working on. We lock eyes. His are narrow and skeptical as he studies me up and down.
You're getting a piercing?
I figured it's time. He sets the needle down and says something to the man before walking over to me, with his arms crossed over his chest.
I thought you couldn't because of school policy. You said it's against dress code.
I didn't realize he listened. It is, but my new placement is at the college as a teaching assistant. If I get a piercing now, it'll have time to heal for when I get employed by a school district to teach in the future. His jaw ticks as he looks over his shoulder at the man waiting for him.
Wait.
I go to ask him why, but he turns his back on me and saunters over to his station. When Jay comes out holding a black box, East calls him over and murmurs something to him. The two have a quiet conversation, both looking over at me at one point or another, before Jay slaps East's shoulder and saunters over with a big grin on his face.
What was that about?
I question, glancing over at Easton. He isn't looking, but I can tell his jaw is locked together.
Nothing, Red.
I don't buy it for a second, but I also don't want to analyze it. I did come here for Easton to give me a nose piercing, but he's busy. Who cares if Jay does it? I show him where I want the piercing done before picking out a small diamond stud from the box. He smiles and gets me ready, telling me everything he's going to do. Giddiness consumes me as he raises his brows in silent question before going through with it. I'm sure people will wonder why I'm getting a piercing like this in my mid-20s. When I got my belly button done, I'd gotten enough flack about how I'd regret it when I was older. But my nose? I've learned that people have a lot more opinions to voice when they see women become mothers, as if we're not supposed to do the things we love because we're responsible for impressionable kids. But I want Ainsley to be herself in any form that comes. If the day arrives when she wants to get her nose pierced, what's the harm? I feel another set of burning eyes on me, but don't dare move as Jay finishes the piercing. I don't even flinch when it goes in like I did last time, which made Jenna laugh at me after she complained that I nearly broke her hand from squeezing it so hard. I guess I'm so used to pain now that it doesn't bother me anymore. Jay holds up a mirror for me to see, and a huge smile grows on my face at the stud in my left nostril.
You like it, Red?
I nod and turn my head, seeing the diamond catch the light. From the corner of my eyes, I see East staring at me. It doesn't last long before he focuses back on the guy in front of him, getting to work without saying a word. It isn't until I follow Jay over to the register that my roommate decides to speak up again.
It's on the house, Piper.
Drawing back, I shake my head. No. He stops and looks at me.
Yes, it is.
Jay clears his throat, stepping away from the cash register.
Don't worry about it, Red. He's right. Now, if you let me ink you, I roll my eyes. Not happening. I dig through my wallet and read the price list for a nose piercing before shoving money into his chest. Take the money. There's a tip, too. Wheels scrape back and footsteps come near us as East's hard eyes find mine. Outside. You're kicking me out? I squeak. Why would he do that? Just because I'm trying to pay for the services here? East. Jay watches with quirked brows as Easton guides me out the door, but not before grabbing the money from Jay and gripping it tight in his hand. I yank my arm away from him. What the hell is your problem? I'm just trying to pay. That's what people do here, isn't it? You can't make money if you give free handouts. He steps forward, his eyes pinning me into silence as he reaches forward and slowly slips the money into my front pocket. His fingers linger for longer than necessary before slipping out again. Just keep your money. I don't need you to take pity on me. It's called being nice, he counters. It's called being a shitty businessman. His nostrils flare. Go home, Piper. What? No! He waves his hand in dismissal before turning to walk back inside, but this time I stop him. I don't know why you're acting like this, but it's annoying. He slowly turns his gaze to mine, his eyes darker than I'm used to. I told you to wait. I would have done your piercing. My face twists. That's what this is about? He's got to be kidding me. I planned on asking you to do it, but you were busy. Jay is just as qualified to do piercings. He's told me that 1,000,000 times before when I saw him. But I should have done it, he all but growls, causing me to flinch at the hostility. I'm your roommate, the person you know here. You should have waited for me like I told you to. I can't believe we're even having this conversation. You're not the boss of me, Easton. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings about your friend doing the piercing, but it's not the end of the world, and it would be money all the same if you let me pay. Why are you being so stubborn about this? Not the boss of you, he repeats, a slow smirk curving his features. His body turns to face me, towering over me when he straightens to full height. I seem to recall that differently, especially when we're in your bedroom and you're begging me to bury my cock deeper inside you. Have you forgotten how much you moan my name when I lick you? Or how you pull my hair to go faster? Or plead for me to fuck you just the way I know you like? My thighs press together as heat sweeps over my body. He knows what he's doing because he chuckles like this amuses him. But I don't find his mood swings funny. What does that have to do with anything? He leans closer, brushing his lips against my ear as he speaks. I should have been the one to give you what you wanted today, because I know what you want. Just like I know what you sound like when you come, what it feels like when you squeeze my cock with that tight pussy of yours, and how loud you get when you don't have to hold back. You want freedom, Piper. You always have. When he draws back, I'm stunned speechless. He takes advantage of it and shoots me a wink, causing my lips to part. He's never winked before. And it's... wow. Between those words and that gesture, I'm not sure I can properly fathom a response, and he knows it. Which is why, this time, he walks away first. Chapter 12. Ainsley holds my hand tightly as we walk toward the double doors of Aberdeen's rec center. I look down at her with a comforting smile as I pull open the door covered in flyers of local events, one of them being the class we're going to. Before we can step inside, I hear my name called from behind me. There's hesitation in the husky tone, and my spine straightens when I realize who it is. Turning, I watch Carter walk over in a pair of black joggers and oversized sweatshirt. My brows arch at the sight of his casual attire, but quickly notice the way his surprised features travel between me and the little girl beside me. Clearing my throat, I watch as he takes hold of the door to keep it open. "Hey," he says quietly, his lips pulling up as he looks down at Ainsley. I shift my weight. "Hi." He tips his chin toward the entrance, following us in. When the door clicks shut behind us, he matches my steps. His hands are stuffed in the pockets of his pants as he stares down at the checkered red and white floor. "What are you doing here?" My voice is quiet as I slow my steps, unsure of where the class is being held. He stops a few feet ahead, realizing I'm not in step with him anymore. "I come here every other weekend to work out, and then teach a boxing class." Boxing? He's got the body for it, that's for sure. I just wouldn't have pictured it. Out of Jesse, Carter, and Danny, I wouldn't have pictured Carter being into a sport that was so violent. That was always Jesse's thing. So, he scratches his jaw. Ainsley tugs on my hand, causing me to look down at her. We'll get going in a second, Nugget. I can feel Carter staring and my cheeks heat. Ainsley and I are taking a class here. Ainsley, he repeats slowly, nodding. Danny's daughter. His eyes widen as he studies her a little closer, making Ainsley duck behind my legs. My hand goes to her head, bushing her hair in comfort. She's like me, not wanting anyone to pay her attention for long. I know what he sees. Danny's nose, the shape and color of his eyes, his skin tone. Their personality is undoubtedly the same, though only I would know that. Wow. The word is so quiet I almost miss it. It makes me swipe my dry lips and nod once, not knowing what to respond with. He didn't know about Ainsley. I'm not sure why that doesn't sit well with me. We should get going. Have fun with your class. What room are you in? He asks as we begin walking again. I hesitate. The community room. He gestures toward a side hall before putting his hands back into his pockets. Room 104. It's about 3 down. Can't miss it. Blowing out a tiny breath, I nod once. Thanking him, we go our separate ways, though eyes are watching me, based on the prickling awareness on the back of my head. When we make it and sign in, Ainsley pulls on my shirt sleeve and blinks up at me. I know what she's thinking. He's an old friend of me and your dad's. Her eyes widen a fraction. I don't tell her they stopped talking, or that Danny never mentioned her. What's the point? People go their own ways. It's natural, a part of life. I should have let that factor into my opinion of Carter when he stepped into the classroom the first day. It shouldn't have taken Mabel to tell me not to be a bitch to somebody just because they weren't close with Danny. I should be happy. In a way, it gave me Danny for myself. That was a long time ago, is all I say, giving her a sad smile. I want to tell her that people change, but that's something she'll have to figure out for her own when the time comes. The class is harder than I expect, and Ainsley and I share more than one lost look as the teacher goes over the basics of the 2-month course. Every Saturday we'll meet in the same spot and learn the basics of American Sign Language, from the alphabet to simple sentences. Then after the 2 months are up, we'll move on to more advanced classes until we can communicate more clearly. I yelp when Carter pushes off the wall outside the room when Ainsley and I walk out, heart racing over the unexpected presence of him. The front of his shirt is sweaty, and his hair looks wet. What are you doing? He falls into step with us. Sign language? I don't answer. It's not really a question, and I owe him nothing. He clears his throat and grabs the back of his neck. I have a class starting in about 10 minutes. Cool. Hey, he gets in front of me to block me from walking toward the doors. Meet me in my office early Monday morning, say 8. We can talk about the schedule for the semester, since everything has been approved. I can't, I answer slowly, eyeing Ainsley. His lips purse. Right. Well, the class starts at 10, so maybe we can meet before the start of mine. I'm not sure he even wants to talk about the class. At least, it's not the main focus now that there's a baby elephant in the room. I can tell by the way his stature is tense, and how he tries not to look down at Ainsley but fails. The corner of his eye keeps traveling downward, his jaw ticking like he's upset. He has no reason to be. I can meet you at the classroom around 9:50 if that works for you. His head bobs once. I'll see you then. My lips rub together. Okay. I walk forward without him stopping me, then squeeze Ainsley's hand once before turning again to face him. He hasn't moved. I'm dedicated to this opportunity, Carter. I'll make sure to separate my personal and professional life. I promise. His brows pinch. I'm not worried about that, Piper. He sighs. I didn't know he had a kid. Knew it. I thought so. She looks like him. She does, I agree, smiling at Ainsley. Her thumb is in her mouth again as she looks between me and Carter. His lips part, but nothing passes between them before he tips his head once and backs away. I hope you two have a good weekend. It feels forced, like he has more to say but can't get the words out. Something tells me Monday will be interesting when we find time to talk. And based on the way his eyes flick between me and Ainsley for the millionth time, I'll need strong coffee to get through the conversation. Because he looks hurt,
and I have no idea why. The restaurant Jenna and I wind up in after 20 minutes of searching for somewhere to eat has a line longer than the last one we tried getting into. My feet ache from the heeled shin-high boots she made me wear with my tight skinny jeans that she insists make my legs look longer. I don't care what she says. My 5'2" figure isn't going to match her 5'8" one, no matter what clothes I slap onto my body. "If I don't eat soon, I'm going to go Jeffrey Dahmer and some innocent person," Jenna complains, slumping into my side. Laughing, I push her away. "If we left when I said we should have, we probably could have missed the crowd." She groans like a little kid, although that'd be an insult to Ainsley. "It was a long day at work. I needed to put new war paint on. Plus, do you see how tight these pants are? I swear I had to get a running start just to jump into these bitches." The man in front of us turns, his eyes casting downward at Jenna's thighs. A sleazy smirk spreads on his face before the woman next to him smacks his chest and glares. He sighs and turns back around, leaving Jenna and me staring at each other before breaking into quiet laughter. "Anyway," she says, "it's not like this is our only destination tonight. I'm determined to get you out. I don't care if it's a bar or club. No. Pipe," I cross my arms on my chest. "I didn't like going out when I was younger. What makes you think I want to now?" She eyes me, her black-lined lids narrowing in disapproval. "You're 26, not 40. Plus, you're kid-free for the night, thanks to your parents. Why not go out and have fun while you can?" I gesture around us. "I'm here, aren't I?" She blinks. I blink. The line moves, but barely allows us to get anywhere. "Listen, I appreciate you wanting to help me get a life. Mine may be boring compared to yours, but I like it. This is the kind of outing I enjoy. Bars aren't my scene." Jenna looks around the suited man and cusses under her breath. "I swear to God, I've never seen this place so packed before." "It's a Saturday night," I remind her. After the class this morning, I'd been determined to stay in and watch Netflix all day with Ainsley. I was lazy and mentally preparing for whatever Monday brought. All I wanted was to get Carter out of my mind for a while. Then Jenna called and said we were going out. My argument that Ainsley was here was moot when she contacted my parents and had them agree to watch her. I regret ever giving her their numbers, but my parents love Jenna like a second daughter because she's always looking out for me. "You used to drink," she insists, bringing the conversation back to a place I don't want it to go. "Remember that time we were all hanging out in your dorm room at Maryland U and Chris brought rum and Coke? After your second huge glass, you felt the poor guy up in front of everyone." I'm 90% positive Chris didn't mind me groping him. "I remember just fine. Thanks for reminding me that I grabbed his junk in front of people who probably took pictures and smacked his back in congratulations." She snickers, causing me to elbow her. "It doesn't matter. As soon as I got Ainsley, I only wanted to focus on her. I'm here to make something of myself so I can support us better. Not go out and get handsy drunk like I'm 21 again." Her bottom lip sticks out as we move forward. I know it's her way of silently telling me I'm no fun, but I'm fine with that. My version of fun is never lined up with hers. She liked dragging me to frat parties where I watched her dance with jocks all night while I hid in the corner waiting to go home. I took her to campus movie nights where we both devoured popcorn and made fun of the movies they showed until people threatened to kick us out. I drank on occasion, but never much more than a cheap beer here and there, because I knew I'd spend most of my night holding Jenna's hair back while she vomited. We're standing for another few minutes before I hear my name being called from somewhere off to the side. My eyes scan the tables and booths until they lock on Carter's. Carter frigging Ford. Jenna leans close to me. "Piper?" "Hmm?" She wraps an arm around mine. "Is that hot guy calling out your name, or have I become delusional from my state of starvation?" Snorting, I nudge our shoulders. "Stop!" I lift my hand and wave at him, offering a friendly smile that I'm not sure he'll see in the dim lighting. He waves us over, gesturing toward the open seats in front of him. I start to shake my head, but Jenna doesn't even give me a chance to turn him down before she's pulling me away from the line and toward the table he's occupying. I nearly trip over the step that leads to the section he's sitting in, which would have taken both Jenna and I down. Glaring at her before we stop in front of him, I tighten my hold on her arm. "I thought that was you," he says, looking between me and my best friend. He reaches out. "Carter Ford, it's nice to meet you." Jenna smiles and shakes his hand. "Jenna Green.
How do you two know each other? I'm about to explain that I'm in his class when he takes the lead. Friend of the family. I've known Piper since she was a kid. Jenna turns to me with a quirked brow. I don't recall her telling me about a silver fox. She winks at me before pulling out a seat. Well, Carter, I'm about to go She-Hulk on this entire restaurant if I don't eat something. Pipe, sit down. Sighing, I give Carter an apologetic look before taking a seat directly across from him. I don't want to be here, but I also don't want to tell him that and risk an even more awkward conversation Monday. I can't stop her when she gets like this. Feel free to tell us to go. He chuckles, grabbing his glass. I'd bet my money it's full of sweet tea, probably peach-flavored, just like my mom used to make for him when he visited. I called you over so you could sit here anyway. It's swamped tonight. Jenna props her elbow on the edge of the table and rests her chin in her palm. Is there any reason you're dining here alone? I kick her foot. It's none of our business, but that's never stopped her before. If she finds out I saw Carter earlier in the day, and that he's my professor who's helping me get my graduating credits, she'd overanalyze the situation and make something out of nothing. It's bad enough she knows we were in each other's life growing up. Carter's lips tilt at the corners. I was supposed to meet with a coworker, but he canceled last minute. Figured I'd grab dinner while I was here, so I didn't, Hulk out. Thankfully, a waitress appears and gives both of us menus. I opt to keep it simple with water and chef salad. Jenna, on the other hand, insists on ordering a margarita special, along with some seafood special I've never heard of in my entire life. When it's just the three of us again, I direct my focus on Carter, hoping to keep the conversation light. Did you have a good day? The lack of a plate in front of him means he's probably still waiting on his food. It's been productive. I'm glad he doesn't bring up the rec center and give him a small smile before glancing down at my lap. Jenna intervenes. What was my best friend like growing up? Was she the same quiet nerd I know her as? Or was she a bratty diva? I feel like you have stories. Jenna, I hiss under my breath. She was cute. Blinking at his words, I distract myself from the possibility of pushing Jenna out of her chair. His dark eyes are bright, playful, sort of like they were when he and Jessie were up to no good. It makes me smile back easily, unexpectedly. Cute, my best friend repeats slowly. How so? What level of cuteness are we talking? I'm going to need details, since Piper never talks about her childhood. I throw my head back. I've told you there's nothing interesting to say. You know who my family are, and what they do. You knew Danny. What else is there to know? Jenna gestures at Carter. You forgot to mention that you have a family friend who is 100% fuckable. That's important information. My eyes bulge out of my head. She did not just call my professor fuckable. Based on the sudden throat clearing in front of me, she did. Not all of us are as horny as you, is my comeback, which makes me sink into my seat given the present company we have. Covering my flaming hot face, I try evening my breathing. Jenna considers this. True. After the waitress delivers our drinks, she takes a sip of hers before turning to Carter. I want to know all the embarrassing stuff she won't enlighten me on. She's seen me do far too many stupid things. I feel like I need to even the playing field. My eyes meet Carter's for a fraction of a second in a silent plea. The way his light up tells me that I may be in for a long dinner, far from the relaxing one I hoped for. He swipes his thumb across his bottom lip to hide his growing smirk. She used to wear her hair in pigtails every day and call herself Pippi Longstocking. Jenna bursts out laughing while I cover my face with my palms again and suppress a groan. Why would you do that? I hope there's pictures, because I need to see evidence of this. My shoulders drop as I glance up. I found the book at a garage sale that my parents took me to and begged my mom to buy it for me. It just became an obsession, I guess. Carter wraps his long fingers around his sweet tea. It was cute, like I said. I remember Jessie telling me that your parents would try putting on the television show, but you'd refuse to watch it because her hair wasn't right. It wasn't, Jenna snorts. You're too adorable. Shut up. I can tell stories about you. She makes a face at me. At least those stories all involved me being drunk. You chose to be Pippi Longstocking sober. Her argument isn't one I'd use in the court of law, but I let it slide. Mostly because we'd exchanged stories all night, and the last thing I want Carter to hear is how I spent my college years being the teacher's pet. Speaking of drinking, she persists, shooting me a wicked grin before focusing on Carter.
I need your opinion about our dear old friend. She insists that she can't go out and have fun because she has other responsibilities. You seem like a reasonable guy, so you'll give us your honest thoughts, right? Carter licks his dry lips, hesitation clear on my suddenly aware features. Well, good. So, I'm trying to convince Piper to let loose for the night. She says that going out to eat is her version of that, which is pretty pathetic. She's too young to be this boring. Am I right? Carter doesn't answer. And she's beautiful, right? Carter blinks, lifting his drink to his lips. Which means, Jenna concludes, that she needs to go out and get laid. Oh my God, I whisper, sinking further into my seat, while Carter coughs up his drink. A few drops dribble down his chin, which he quickly catches with a napkin. Wow, was not expecting that. He sets his glass down and looks at no particular area in front of him, especially not me. Jenna puts her hand on my shoulder. I didn't hear you deny any of those claims. I'm simply saying that we both care about our friend's well-being, right? I brush her hand off. Me and my well-being are just fine grabbing a quick bite to eat. Thank you very much. Ainsley loves you. Stop, I whisper. I can feel Carter's eyes on me, which makes me close mine. Not here. Her hand finds mine and squeezes. I know for a fact that Danny wouldn't want you to stop living. That isn't why he asked you to take care of her. Swallowing, I push my chair back. The tightening in my chest quickly rises, suffocating me slowly. I just remembered that I have to get home. My voice cracks, leaving me vulnerable to the sets of eyes staring at me. Jenna reaches out. Piper, come on. I just shake my head and walk out, not having the energy to deal with her telling me she's sorry when I know she is. Jenna never means any harm when she brings up Danny. The hurt still settles into my chest when she does, though. Then the panic attacks start, leaving me winded and crying and begging for air. I tell myself I'm fine, even when I'm not. Chapter 13. The fake smile plastered on my face could be picked apart easily by anyone who knows me. Carter Ford isn't one of those people. He greets me without any hesitation when we meet in the classroom, where he teaches American History 101. For a few short moments, it seems like the weekend is behind us. There's no talk of the rec center, Ainsley, or the restaurant. But the tension in my shoulders doesn't ease because my mind knows it's coming. His throat clears first, a sure sign that he's about to bring up a topic that I don't want to speak on. For a moment, I consider asking him to leave it be. My life, his questions. A different part of me, a dominant side, does the opposite and lets him say what he wants. I wanted to apologize if I made you uncomfortable before. He begins quietly, gathering the graded papers in front of him and setting them on the small table between us. You didn't. Not intentionally, anyway. I can differentiate the two, given the experiences I've had with professors in the past. Don't worry about it, Professor Ford. It's fine. It's not. He walks around the table and sits on the edge of it, stretching his long legs out and crossing his arms over his chest. I was surprised to see you Saturday morning, and looking back, I'm a bit embarrassed over my reaction. I just wasn't expecting... Ainsley? I guess, putting distance between us like I have something to be embarrassed about. We get that a lot. I do. He rubs the back of his neck. I didn't realize you and Danny... He clears his throat. I knew you liked him back then, but I didn't realize you had a kid. It makes even more sense why you were so upset with me. I'd get back to the idea that everybody seemingly knew I'd had a thing for Danny, but it's not what my mind latches onto. Carter, it isn't like that. My situation is complicated. I notice a curious shift in his gaze, but it goes away quickly as he pushes up. It's none of my business. I just wanted to apologize for how I acted. Why do I feel the urge to tell him the truth? It's not some big secret that I'm supposed to keep. Ainsley doesn't look like me. Anyone who has ever paid attention or stayed in my life would know how she got into my care. They'd also see how much I love her, how much I fucking wish she could have been biologically mine, and that drives the desire to set the record straight even more because I'm angry. I'm angry at Danny for not loving me. I'm angry at him for choosing someone else. A part of me despises him for dying. Not because he changed my life forever, but because it hurts too much to not see him in any form. Whether our friendship would have ended after the night we slept together or not Doesn't matter. It couldn't anymore. But if I could do that night over... She's not mine, I whisper, almost to myself, because saying it any louder physically cripples the half-dead organ in my chest. The world got to see how much I loved Danny. But he never loved me. Carter freezes, the marker in his hand gripped tight in his hold as he meets my gaze. He says nothing. I'm not sure there's anything he could say right now to make the pain any better. My chapped bottom lip cracks when I run the tip of my tongue over it. I had to watch him fall in love with somebody else. I was in his wedding. I became his daughter's godmother. I click my tongue, letting out a humorless laugh, like the whole thing is funny. In a way, it is. I'm not sure why I subjected myself to that kind of torture when I knew nothing would happen. I just hoped one day he'd choose you, he finishes quietly for me. I take a deep breath and nod slowly, feeling pathetic and slimy for having the thoughts. I liked his wife, for the record. It seems odd that I found the woman who took Danny away from me kind, but I did. She was sweet and wanted to be a mother more than anything. More than that, I knew the truth. You can't steal something that isn't yours. Danny was always the love of her life, just like she was his. And there, for a blip in time after he lost her, I thought the universe would finally let us happen. I never stopped being there for Danny and Ainsley. It felt right to me. But Danny was in mourning. It never changed even when the years passed. He'd pretend like he was okay, like he'd found a way to heal. But if there's one thing that was cemented the night we locked ourselves in my bedroom, it's that he never stopped loving her or grieving her loss. I could never be what he needed, because he needed her. Shaking my head, I put an escaped strand of thick auburn hair behind my ear. It doesn't matter anymore. What's done is done. I just hate that I'm trapped knowing how pathetic Danny must have thought I was after. The door opens, and kids begin walking in, cutting me off from making myself sound even more tragic to Carter. A fake smile spreads across my face as I tip my head at his prying eyes and turn to grab the stack of graded papers he asked me to hand out to everyone to help learn their names. Class passes. He stares. I avoid. And when the students don't give me an excuse to deflect his lingering gaze any longer, I have no option but to try leaving before he can say anything about what I admitted. He doesn't have to tell me that I should be ashamed for how I felt or what I thought and hoped. I've been sick from guilt, knowing what Danny must have thought about me in his last moments. Did he love me even as a friend, or despise me for pushing the line? Every time I let my mind wander to that place, another piece of me shatters inside. "Piper, wait up," he calls, gathering his belongings as quickly as possible before I can make it to the door. He walks up beside me with firm eyes that are hard to look into. "You're not pathetic. You're human. A girl who had hope." I roll my eyes. "Hope doesn't always get us anywhere, Professor. It's when you have too much of it that makes you pitiful for holding on by a thread." "That's not a bad thing." He tilts his head and adjusts his messenger bag. "Listen, I think it's admirable what you've done for him and his wife. I can tell just from the short interaction that you love his little girl, and she loves you." I have to look away so he doesn't see the tears begin welling up in my eyes. I'm grateful he doesn't push me on the matter, tell me to look at him, or get me to talk. All he says is, "If it makes you feel any better, I think Danny did love you." I huff out a dry laugh, not in the way that counted. His retort stops my bitter thoughts. Is there any form of love that doesn't count in the long run? When I finally look up, he just smiles softly and walks out the door. I watch him wave to somebody before pushing open the glass doors and disappearing outside. I manage to loosen a breath and shake the tension out that my body succumbs to on days like this. The days where I admit the truth. I hate myself, because I feel like I'm responsible for Danny's death. On days when my mood turns into an all-time low, I'm grateful for my best friend. It takes one phone call for her to be on top of the responsibilities I shouldn't put second to my mental health, but when the weather gets bad, my anxiety takes over until I can't breathe. It's only knowing that Ainsley is at Jenna's with an array of bad food I can't even be upset over that allows me to drag out a few deep breaths in my car. My car that won't start. The very same vehicle sitting in the nearly abandoned lot on campus. Honestly, I should have expected as much. Whenever the temperature goes below 0, the Highlander acts up. Last time it stopped working, the local dealership told me there was nothing they could do. That left me and Ainsley stranded for over an hour, until a tow truck and my dad could come to rescue us. My hands stay gripped on the steering wheel as I rest my forehead against the top of the worn leather. I let out a shaky breath that fogs the air from the -5-degree weather and try figuring out a plan. Neither of my parents would get here before my face goes numb, and I wouldn't want them or Jenna and Ainsley to drive in the flurry we're having. If I had watched the weather more closely, I wouldn't have stayed so long at the tutoring center with my last student. It's rare to have people who want the help, much less accept it when offered. I wasn't going to let anyone down by cutting out early because of a little snow. I scream when knuckles tap against the window, jerking up to see Carter squinting inside. When we lock eyes, his widen like he wasn't expecting it to be me, pathetically sitting in the driver's seat. Shoulders dropping, I slowly open the door and give him my best smile. Though the defeat wavering the corners probably doesn't make it very believable. He and I have been fine since I started assisting his classes almost 2 weeks ago. We fall into a routine, bouncing class conversations off each other, and not diving too deep into personal conversations that surround Danny outside of class. Sometimes he'll bring up random things from the past, but usually it's about my older brother, and even that is a sore subject, considering we don't speak.
Piper?
He examines me, then my car. My car won't start.
I didn't know it was you,
he admits, jabbing his finger toward the faculty parking lot that neighbors the commuter one.
I thought I saw someone in here without it on.
Yeah, well, I shake my head and try not to curse like I want to. All I want is to go home and change into something warm and fuzzy. Hell, I might even find myself bold enough to knock on East's door. Over the past few weeks, we've found ourselves seeking each other's company more often. Sometimes he'll come home in a bad mood and tell me business is bad or Jay annoys him. And then we do a whole lot of not talking until he leaves. Except there's been 2 more times when he stays longer than normal. He'll stay, ask me questions. We'll just talk about anything. And the weird thing is, I don't mind it.
If you want.
I blink, embarrassed to admit I didn't hear anything he just said. Instead, I wrap my arms around myself and slide out of the car, once I have my bag and phone in my hands.
Unless you have someone else to call,
he adds, watching me close the door. He offered me a ride home. I shake my head. I don't. Well, not anyone nearby. Mom and Dad would come get me, but I don't want them out here in this. The snow has picked up, and based on the way it pelts the knit hat Mom made me last year, I know it's starting to mix. Sleet, ice. I need to get home. Carter gestures toward the other parking lot, gently putting his hand on the small of my back to guide me over the small strip of grass that separates the parking lots to a large black sedan parked a row away from where I parked. He opens the passenger side door for me and smiles before closing it, opening the back up to set his stuff down on the seat. When we're both inside, he cranks up the heat and turns the vents to point on me.
You look like an icicle right now.
I blush, but the warmth of my cheeks feels anything but. Putting my hands up to the heat, I rub them together for friction before letting out a tiny breath of relief. I was sitting there for 20 minutes. He stares at me.
You should have tried finding someone,
he scolds, backing out of the spot.
Or calling a tow truck at least.
I don't want to tell him that I can't afford another tow. My paychecks haven't been great, and I was already forced to use some of Danny's money to pay my half of the bills. I know it's what the funds are there for, to keep a roof over Ainsley's head and food in the fridge, but it feels wrong, like dirty money somehow. I would have figured something out, is all I can say, staring out the window as we drive through campus toward the main road. After a long stretch of silence, he breaks it with a question I should have logically given him an answer to before shutting down.
Where do you live?
Playing with the bag draped on my lap, I give him my address and watch him nod. It seems like an eternity before he opts to reach over and turn the radio on. It's playing the type of rock songs that I remember Jesse always listening to. It makes me smile. Jesse got me into this band, I tell him quietly, easing back into the seat and getting comfortable. He'd tell me I didn't have to listen to country all the time, just because my parents liked it. He chuckles. This was his favorite. We'd go out sometimes and he'd always be playing their CD, until I wanted to smack him. Sounds like him. Have you talked with him lately? I should probably check in, but we don't really do that much these days. His face screws as he glances at me for a millisecond. Why? I shrug. We just don't. We're both busy and living our own lives. It's not a big deal or anything. Jesse and I were never that close. His lips purse before he nods once. He's doing fine. Just got promoted at the shop he works at. I think his plans to start his own automotive business didn't pan out, so he's trying to get his boss to agree to a partnership. I try forcing my lips neutral, but they curve into a frown. Why didn't I know Jesse wanted to own his own shop? It's never come up in any conversations we've had in the past, and I doubt that was some new dream. Oh, cool. He must sense the shift in my mood. I think he's been busy. He and Ren have been in a weird place lately, and he's worked a lot to save up for. His abrupt stop makes me turn to him and away from the scenery I'm watching pass us on the interstate leading to my house. What? He blows out a breath. They, have been trying for kids. It hasn't been working out, and it's put a lot of stress on their marriage. Jesse's been picking up more projects to pay for treatment for. I blink. Oh. My body tenses again as I shift my attention back out the passenger window. I know Carter is only answering my question, but it doesn't stop the hurt from sinking in. It's not like he intentionally said that to upset me, but I thought Jesse and I were at least in a place to know the basics. Kids is a big deal. Sorry, he murmurs quietly. I asked. You're upset. I shake my head. He probably didn't want to tell me because of everything that's happened. After Danny's funeral, it felt sort of like this mutual interest wasn't there anymore. He merges into a different lane to pass a car in front of us. I'm sure that's not true. It is. We're quiet for a moment. I never knew they wanted kids. Once he and Ren came by to see me around the holidays at my old apartment, and they left in a weird mood. I thought it was because of Danny, but Carter doesn't say anything, leaving me to collect my thoughts for a moment. Are they upset with me because of Ainsley? It isn't like Jesse and Danny were as close as we were. Maybe they're upset with me. I like Ren a lot. The last thing I want is her and my brother to have a problem with the guardianship I got for Ainsley. It was never expected. Kids was the last thing on my mind. But maybe that's the problem. It makes sense, I guess. Carter doesn't seem to agree. I'm sure they're not upset with you. Why would they be? Look, they're both just busy with a lot on their plates. Reach out. It couldn't hurt. He's right. But that doesn't mean I'll send a text and bite my nails until I get one back that isn't more than a word or two like normal. Sometimes it's better not to feed the disappointment and just assume the worst. He loves you, Carter states, and something hard smacks into my chest as the car fishtails on the road, causing my heart rate to spike and tears to instantly begin pouring down my eyes. It's a response I can't help as Carter evens out the vehicle without getting us into an accident, and I can't control my ragged breathing. I start hyperventilating as adrenaline courses through my veins. Glancing down, I see his forearm still held out in front of me in protection, with fresh teardrops on his jacket sleeve from the train wreck that is my existence. He pulls over as soon as we get off the exit, turning his body to scope me out. His arm is since lowered, his hand now resting on my knee and squeezing as I try containing the tears. Are you okay? Piper, look at me. I keep shaking my head, burying my face into my palms as I heave out another sob. It's okay. We're okay. But we're not. Danny died in a car crash. I managed to force out between suffocating cries, too worked up to be embarrassed that I'm bawling in front of him. But Carter isn't just some random guy who teaches me and offered me a ride home. He knows me. The old me. The version of me who loved Danny and knew what kind of amazing person he was growing up. That kind of connection has me dropping my hand on his and squeezing until the tears subside nearly 10 minutes later. And he stays quiet and lets me calm down without saying a word through it all. Just keeps his hand underneath mine, draped on my knee, with nothing but the radio and the rush of passing cars to fill the silence. I finally look at him, eyes blurring my vision and sore as I wipe at them. I miss him, Carter. I miss him so much. His hand flips and takes mine in his, tightening his hold once. Just once. But that small, comforting gesture is everything.
I know you do, Piper.
He doesn't say he misses him too, but I can see it in his eyes. When we finally arrive at my house, he studies the outside and lone light on upstairs that must be from Easton's room. I don't mention my roommate or Ainsley or Danny. I just say, "Thank you," and feel his heavy gaze on my every step until I'm locked inside my house. Chapter 14. The sweet smell of maple bacon lures me into the kitchen, tired eyes scoping out the way Easton towers over the stove and Ainsley stabs into eggs at the counter. I blink a few times before walking to the full coffee pot, watching my roommate take the pieces of bacon and slide them onto a napkin-covered plate beside him.
"Morning,"
he murmurs, focused on finishing the eggs that sizzle in the pan. My eyes study the whole scene curiously, wondering why he's cooking breakfast. Hey, is that real bacon?" One of his brows quirk.
"Yeah."
"But you're a vegetarian." It seems stupid to point out to someone what food preferences they have, but I'm a little lost. It's not the first time he's cooked something. It's just usually tied to an apology or bad mood he's in. "Did you have a good night?" He grumbles something under his breath before flicking off the burners.
"Just thought I'd make breakfast. That's so bad?"
I quickly shake my head, bringing my full mug of coffee over to the seat by Ainsley, and sitting down as he sets a plate of eggs and bacon in front of me. My stomach grumbles loudly over the mouth-watering smell as I pick up a fork and look at Ainsley. "Did you just get up?" She hesitates, looks at Easton, who's not paying us any attention, before signing yes. I smile at the use of a word we learned over the course of weeks, knowing we still have a long way to go. But it's better than a head nod or shake or tugging on my clothes when she wants something.
"Didn't see your car,"
he notes, sliding eggs from the frying pan onto a new plate. I stab some of my eggs and watch him grab the stool at the end, picking up a glass of water and sipping it while watching me expectedly. "Oh, I got a ride home from somebody. My car broke down on campus." Eyes widening, I murmur a curse and look around for my phone, only to remember I left it in my room. "I need to call someone to look at it." His eyes stay locked on my face.
"I can."
I blink.
"You're a mechanic? I know a thing or two."
Contemplating it, I shake my head. "It's okay. I'll call my dad after I'm done eating. I'm just glad Jenna had Ainsley. The weather was pretty bad."
"I can look at the car. I'm closer."
How he knows that is beyond me. I don't remember telling him where my hometown is. Then again, it's probably not hard to assume that wherever it is isn't as close as our house is to campus. Still. "Easton, it's fine. Plus, don't you have work today? My dad can come look at it later on." His head cocks.
"And how are you going to get to campus?"
Damn, he has me there. Sighing, he picks up his fork.
"I'll drive you. The shop doesn't open until later anyway."
I glance at Ainsley. "I don't want to be an inconvenience to you or anything. Ains needs to get to school, then me to campus." All he says is,
"Better get eating then."
And all I can do is shut up and stare. The hood on my car is up with my roommate, bundled up in layers that hides his tattoos well. For some reason, it saddens me. Then again, the girls that pass by in swarms and glance at his toned butt that's bent over the front as he looks at the engine garners enough attention. Add ink, and he'll never get away without getting past more phone numbers than he'll know what to do with. Grinding my teeth, I reposition my bag strap and watch him carefully. I know nothing about cars, beside where to put windshield washer fluid in and how to check my oil. If I ever got a flat tire, I'd be screwed. Everything else? It's why I have my dad and a roadside assistance card.
"You can go,"
he tells me, standing up and looking at me from around the hood.
I think I know what's wrong. Wouldn't want to make you late.
I frown. I feel bad ditching you.
You're not going to be much help standing around,
he points out. I make a face at the blunt statement, knowing it's true. He gestures for me to go, making my shoulders drop a little. Thank you for everything. I take a step away, then stop again and turn. I'll make it up to you. Dinner or something. He just nods once before turning his back to me and focusing on the car again. When I give him a once-over, I swear the corners of his lips are tilted up into a tiny smile. I find myself smiling too. When I arrive at Carter's room before class begins, I drop my bag next to his on the front table and greet him like usual. I don't want to mention last night, though I know I should thank him again. He didn't have to give me a ride home, which would have saved him from having to comfort me after my breakdown.
Want to lead the discussion today?
He asks, giving me an out like he knew I needed it. Or maybe he's not even thinking about last night.
Sure. Where we left off?
He grabs his textbook and flips to a bookmarked page. Like me, he color codes the chapters with post-it tabs. His eyes scan over the page before he hands it to me and points toward a highlighted chapter.
I think we'll start off with a pop quiz based on this section to make sure they read. Then we'll begin with any last remarks on Wednesday's discussion.
I nod and read over the text to memorize the topic. I'd been reading up on it the other night, but got distracted when Easton knocked on my bedroom door. Even though nothing happened between us that night, I never went back to the passage because I couldn't stop thinking about how East and I had talked before he left. Just talked. About nothing.
Piper?
I blink at Carter, cheeks heating.
Huh?
Amusement flickers across his face as he leans against the blank whiteboard.
You okay? You spaced out on me.
Oh, I wave it off. Yeah, I was thinking about homework, that's all. Speaking of, these guys have their first paper due soon, right? His head bobs.
Correct. I'll need your help grading them. I figured we could choose a day that works best for both of us and go over a grading rubric that split the papers in half to grade.
After agreeing, we let the oncoming students fill the room and break any conversation. The pop quiz seemingly puts a damper on everyone's Friday, as Carter writes the questions on the board and tells everyone to take out a sheet of paper to answer them on. Based on the pinched faces and minimal writing, I'm pretty sure nobody did the assigned reading. It makes me think back to my freshman year, where I color-coded everything and wrote 2 sets of notes to get lectures in my head. I did readings ahead of time and studied way too hard when I knew exams were approaching. I was always serious about schoolwork and grades, which is a huge reason I hated going to parties with Jenna. She'd bust me out of my dorm room and drag me along by guilting me about never seeing her, because I was too busy worrying about getting A's in class. Looking back now, I realize I might have been too focused. How much did I miss out on because I thought nothing could be more important than homework? Danny used to tease me whenever I called him to complain about a party I went to by force, telling me I should stop complaining and have fun for a change.
Enjoy things while they last, Pipe. It won't last forever,
he'd always say. And God, was he right. The 50-minute period goes by smoothly, though conversation was limited after everyone turned in their quizzes. Carter would intervene and ask someone to speak up or reiterate a point I made to get dialogue flowing. When class ends and almost everyone files out in grumbled murmurs and talk of skipping the rest of their classes, Carter walks over to the table and pulls out something from his bag. I'm grabbing my things the same time he's holding out a plastic card toward me. Hesitantly, I take it and examine the words on the front.
Why am I holding a gift card? So you can eat at the restaurant you left before getting your food,
he answers simply, turning away to pack up his things.
What?
Staring at his back, I begin to reply when one of his students walks up to us. Professor Ford, I was wondering if I could set up a time to talk to you about the first writing assignment. Carter turns to her with pressed lips.
It isn't due for almost 2 weeks.
The poor girl's cheeks redden. Yeah, but, I wanted to make sure I'm understanding it. My scholarship depends on my grades, so I need to keep them up. Pressing my lips together, I stare down at the gift card, while Carter tells her to meet him during office hours tomorrow. She nods and then looks at me with a timid smile before leaving. I can't help but feel bad for her. She was flirting.
He pauses. What? I bob my head. I don't care how important school is to someone. You don't try getting one-on-one time with a professor 2 weeks before something is due, unless you want time alone with them for another reason. I'd know. I used to be that person. Eyes widening, I quickly backtrack. I mean, the person who always got work done early, not the person who wanted special one-on-one time with the professor. There's no refraining my laughter when his face scrunches with discomfort. I'm practically old enough to be your father. Shrugging nonchalantly, I readjust my bag and try handing him back the card. I'm sure you are, Grandpa, but people don't care about that if they think you're attractive. My best friend is obsessed with Jeff Goldblum. See my point? I shake the gift card at him. I'm not taking this. I can go back there and eat whenever I want with my own money. He sighs, not reaching for the object I want him to take back. Piper, the restaurant insisted on me giving it to you. I think they assumed the worst when you left before receiving your meal. I've had it for a while and just never got a chance to give it to you. Oh. Slowly I lower my arm. Are you sure you don't want it? My time is kind of limited, so I don't go out very often. Cringing at how pathetic that sounds, I play it off by giving him a friendly smile. He's probably figured out as much, considering I have a little girl to take care of on top of school. It's yours, he insists, draping his bag over his shoulder and nodding toward the door. We're quiet for a moment as we walk toward the exit, before he says, Why does she like Jeff Goldblum? Snickering, I shake my head. She's obsessed with the Jurassic Park movies. I keep telling her that the guy is creepy, but then she just spams my messages with pictures of him. One time she drunk-dialed me and started rambling on about what a zaddy he is because she'd binge-watched all the movies after consuming her weight in rum. He stops. Oh, what? I throw my hands up. I don't know. He scratches the back of his neck. Huh. I thought I was finally catching up on new terms. Then weirder ones appear. Right? He pushes open a door and holds it for me. Jesse used the word salty once, and I stupidly assumed he meant something was actually salty. Shouldn't I be the one using words like that? I'm such a grandma. His bellowing laughter shakes his broad shoulders. You're not a grandma, Piper. Is this the part where you tell me that I could be your daughter, too? Rolling my eyes, I tuck a loose strand of hair behind my ear. He purses his lips and glances at me with eyes I can't quite read before he murmurs, I can honestly say I never considered you that. My lips twitch upward. That's because I was the annoying little sister. I used to bug you guys all the time. It's kind of embarrassing. When I notice him looking at me, it's with narrowed eyes that makes me squirm. Neither one of us says anything for a long moment as we stop out in the yard between two different academic halls. Finally, he says, No, you're not like an annoying little sister either. Lips parted, I watch him tip his head and give me a once-over before shaking his head and telling me he'll see me tomorrow. Tomorrow, for my mythology class. I stare at the gift card. Why is my heart racing so fast? Chapter 15. Valentine's Day. I don't remember the last time I actually liked the pointless holiday. Elementary school comes to mind when everyone was forced to buy little cards for their classmates. It's why I'm standing with Ainsley beside me in the seasonal aisle at the store, staring at 40 different options of cards that we're supposed to address for her peers by tomorrow. If I'd checked her backpack at the beginning of the week, maybe I wouldn't be in my frumpiest pair of sweatpants, with stains down the front of them, and holes in the seams, with a tired 6-year-old hanging on to me, debating between two of her favorite cartoon characters. Why don't we get both? I suggest, hoping she'll say yes. But she doesn't. Her eyes travel to the cards with chocolates before lighting up and pointing, but my eyes widen when I see the price of them. Ainsley, she tugs on my hand and signs, please. How the hell am I supposed to say no to that when communicating with her is all I wanted? So I grab 2 bags worth for her class and lead her to checkout. When we get home, I know the reality of my night is putting together all the cards using the list of names from the sheet Evie sent home with all the kids. As soon as we're back, I put Ainsley to bed after the quickest bath known to man and get to work sitting on the floor in front of the coffee table. A sappy movie plays in the background as I carefully jot down names before putting them all in a plastic bag for her to take. It doesn't take more than half an hour,
but the long day I had from exams in every single one of my classes makes exhaustion seep into my bones. It's not until I feel the warmth of sunlight on my face when I open my eyes and groan at the stiffness settled into my body. My eyes don't take long to adjust to what little light comes in through the curtained living room window. Darkness from the early mornings still predominant. Sitting up, I cringe at the twinge in my neck that I rub out and roll before standing. There's a full glass of water on the coffee table I don't remember getting, and everything has been tidied up. The valentines are all in a neat pile. The packaging is no longer thrown on the floor, and the sandwich bag full of the ones for her class is folded over and set next to where Ainsley's backpack rests against the coffee table. My brows pinch as I grab the glass and take a sip. The water is long since warm, but it still feels good against my dry throat. I walk into the kitchen, rubbing my tired eyes, and start my morning pot of coffee. When noise stirs from upstairs, I glance at the time on the stove and know it's Easton getting ready for his run. I barely have time to grab a coffee mug and walk over to watch the pot fill with hot salvation before he's walking down the stairs and into the kitchen. "Morning," I smile at him, noting the black sweatpants and gray thermal he always wears to work out in. Knowing what he's going to grab before he can, I get the plastic bottle that he'll fill with his protein shake and pass it to him as he takes the powder from the cupboard. He grunts out a grateful retort, seemingly as tired as I feel. "Why do you run so early?" He stops what he's doing for a moment before glancing at me pouring my coffee. "I like it." That's it. That's all he gives me before he finishes making a shake, passes me milk for my coffee, and proceeds to plug his earbuds in. I wet my lips. "Thanks for cleaning up last night. I know I left the living room a mess. I planned on dealing with it this morning." He shakes his drink, puts in his earbuds, and tips his head once. "No problem." I don't bother stopping him when he leaves, music pumping from the small white buds hanging from both ears. Shrugging, I focus on getting breakfast ready. Heart-shaped pancakes. Danny used to make them for Ainsley and her mother all the time. Sometimes, on rare occasions, he made them for me. "Everyone needs a little love on Valentine's Day," he'd tell me. I let out a tiny breath and forced the memory away. Smiling at the heart in the pan, I carefully flip it and silently wonder if I even have the same toppings Danny did. Chocolate chips, strawberries, whipped cream in a can. What is that supposed to be? I laugh, staring at the melted chocolate that I think is supposed to resemble a happy face. It looks like a slightly less deranged version of the Joker. Danny had fixed it by piling whipped cream over the top, but I always knew the failed attempt at a smiley face. It was our secret, though. Ainsley never even knew. Grabbing chocolate chips from the cabinet above my head, I cut it open and carefully place the chips in the cooking batter, watching them bake in as I flip it. The sweet smell has me nibbling a few of the chips as I make more, only burning 2 in the process that I'll give myself, and cover them with whipped cream. It's after Ainsley is buckled in my car with her backpack sitting beside her booster seat when East strolls up the walkway. Peeling out his earbuds, he stops beside me, sweat drenching his entire front. His already black hair looks more so from the dampness, causing my brows to go up. "Good run?" I guess. He's never gone so long, but I don't tell him I know that. "Heading out for the day?" he returns. I just nod. His chin dips. "Happy Valentine's Day, by the way." Clearing his throat, he wipes his forehead off with his bicep before gripping his empty protein bottle and frowning. "Thanks. You too." I rub my arm for friction once the cold air picks up. "I don't know if you want any, but there are pancakes in the microwave for you. A couple are plain, the others have chocolate chips." "Thanks." Another nod. "Well, I should go." He backs toward the house. "See you later." His eyes go to the open back door, where he waves at Ainsley. "Have a good day, Dudette." I blink, closing the door and getting in the front the same time he disappears into the house. When I look into the rear view at Ainsley, I slowly ask, "Did he just call you Dudette?" All I get is a tiny little smile. Nothing special happens throughout the day, except my second class being canceled, giving me time to hit up the coffee cottage until my third one begins. There is still a long line of people waiting in front of me when I arrive, so I pull out my phone and text Jenna to see how her day's been, since we haven't spoken as much as we usually do.
"Long line this morning,"
someone says from behind me. My attention is still plastered to my phone screen as I scan through my emails and wait for my best friend to reply. The amount of realtor junk I'm spammed with still makes me regret ever searching for houses online before reaching out to local agencies who represent the market in the area.
"Piper?"
Spine straightening, I turn to see Carter standing behind me in his usual attire. His white shirt, black tie, and black pant combo makes him look more professional than usual. Blowing out of breath, I wave the hand with my phone in it at him. "Sorry, I'm a bit distracted." His smile makes my own grow slightly as his focus flicks to the line in front of us.
"How's your day been?"
"Simple conversation. I can handle that." "I only have 2 classes. I'm normally doing a check-in with my professor who handles student teaching, since my schedule is different than my other classmates. She's out today."
"You'd be surprised at the amount of people who take today off,"
he muses, moving up at the same time I do as the line shifts. I make a face. "For Valentine's Day?" One of his shoulders goes up. "Huh. I never considered the holiday anything but a commercial one to get people to spend money on pointless stuff. Then again, I love the chocolates they sell and am guilty of buying myself some. It makes me giggle before I can stop myself." Carter cocks his head.
"What's so funny?"
Cheeks heating, I wave my hand. "It's stupid. I was just thinking about the box of chocolates I'd buy myself the day after Valentine's Day, when all the candy is on sale."
"Nobody to send you some?"
His question surprises me, my brows arching as I give him a momentary glance. Eventually, I shrug it off. "No, not really. Sometimes Danny would buy me flowers or chocolates, or those little stuffed animals you can find for cheap at the store. He wouldn't even stop after he got married. Our friendship was known to everyone, and not once did Willow get upset over it. She was glad we had each other. Another reason to like her. She wasn't set on getting rid of me because I was close with her husband. I didn't realize how easy it'd be to talk about Danny to Carter. He knows him. There is no long, drawn-out explanation about our complicated dynamic. Somehow, it doesn't hurt as much knowing Carter got to witness what a wonderful man Daniel McCrae was.
"What about you? Any lucky lady?"
The words are out before I can even process them, firing up my entire face when I realize what was said aloud. Eyes widening, my lips part to take it back or apologize. But he shakes his head with an easy smile directed at me.
"Not at the moment."
His voice is soft as he gives me a quick look before focusing his attention to the people in front of us again. I vaguely remember my mother talking about a woman named Elizabeth. She'd mentioned it in passing, saying she and Carter were serious. Talks of marriage, even. But I never bothered asking for details because I hadn't spoken to him or even thought about him enough to believe it was any of my business. Instead of pushing the issue, I let it go. I always thought this holiday was so stupid. We move forward.
"Why is that?"
I find myself shrugging. It's all about the money corporations make. I used to get so upset by it. But really, my voice fades as I stare at the floor. He waits patiently, his eyes burning with interest directed at my face. It's different when you have someone to share it with, I guess. Even with Danny, it was nice. He makes a small noise of agreement with the back of his throat.
"How have you liked living around here?"
he asks, breaking the comfortable silence. My eyes peel away from the chocolate scone that's calling my name from the pastry display, and back to him. "I like it. It's different. Good different." He understands, based on the slightest crinkle by his eyes, that his smile forms.
"There aren't as many farm animals here."
Is it weird I missed the smell of manure? I note the disgusted looks casted my way from the 2 girls waiting for their orders. I promptly ignore it.
"Nah, I get it."
He nods as the line moves, stepping with me.
"How about Ainsley, right? Does she like it here? The school?"
A funny feeling tugs at my heart. Nobody's asked about her outside my family and Jenna. Easton will too, but we all live together, so it seems obligatory. Very few people know about her. Danny was estranged from his extended family, so they never tried to get to know the sweet little girl that I'm lucky enough to have. Taken by surprise, I shake my head and give him a quick once-over to see if he really wants to know. Carter seems genuinely interested, though, which is foreign to me. Wetting my lips, I say, Ainsley is, special. She adjusts pretty quickly, but it's not necessarily mutual. She has more room to play in this house than the apartment we lived in, so I know she likes that. School has been tough, but I know she can handle it. His head tilts and nods slowly.
Kids can adapt fast to new situations. How old is she?
Talking about her brings a smile to my face that I lack too often. She just turned 6. When I get called up to order, I tell the cashier what drink I want, and then glance at the display case to see the scone missing. Grumbling over the missed opportunity, I ask for a cinnamon apple muffin and search my bag for my wallet.
I've got it,
Carter says, lowering my hand and passing the woman a $20 bill while placing his own order.
You don't have to. Don't worry about it.
It's pointless to argue when he collects the change from the student worker who very clearly doesn't want to be here. Her lack of enthusiasm, as she passes him the receipt, has me biting back my smile. We walk to the pickup counter and stand side by side as Carter puts his money back into the new-looking leather wallet. Thanks, I murmur. He dips his chin. We wait in silence for another moment, neither of us saying anything. I watch people come and go from the tiny establishment, guys pushing each other and laughing, girls whispering and giggling. It seems like everything I missed. I had 3 years to form those kinds of friendships, and I'd only sort of managed it with Jenna. But I never went out to get coffee with her, or gossip about campus life, or tell her all about some guy I slept with because I could. Did I regret that? Regret Danny? A ping of hurt radiates in my chest as soon as the thought sweeps across my mind. How could I ever regret somebody who impacted my life as much as he did? Even if he and I didn't become more like I wanted, I loved him regardless. As a friend, someone to depend on. A throat clears.
You okay?
I blink, then blink again. Carter comes into focus when I come back to reality. The one where I'm standing next to my attractive professor amidst the local college kids, instead of the man I'd always pictured myself with. Because Carter exists, and Danny no longer does. Heart hurting, I force a tight smile. Lost in thought, I'm fine. My eyes turn to the counter where one of the other student workers finishes putting tops on 2 coffees.
Danny?
My bottom lip quivers. Yeah.
You can talk to me, Piper,
he murmurs, eyes focused downward on mine, despite my lack of attentiveness toward him. I know I can talk to him. That's the problem. It doesn't matter what roles we play here on campus, professor and student or not. I shouldn't have to talk to anybody about someone I lost 3 years ago, like it still slices me up, as if I'd just said goodbye to him yesterday. That's all right, Professor Ford, is the reply I manage to say evenly. Our order is called, and I happily take the white bag with my pastry and the cool drink that feels like heaven against my clammy palm, and thank Carter again. I'm going to be late. It isn't until I power walk out that I realize how stupid that was to say. It's his class I'm going to next, and it doesn't start for another 30 minutes. And that's when I decide to be weak for a day and walk to my car, unlock the door, and drive anywhere but here. No classes, no Carter Ford, no feelings. And when I eventually find my way home with Ainsley in the back seat after school, we walk into the house that smells like chocolate brownies and something else, something floral. I walk into the kitchen and reveal the reason why. A 6-year-old hot on my heels and tugging on the hem of my shirt when she sees the pan of brownies. My eyes are stuck on the flowers. It's a beautiful bouquet of assorted flowers that brings the kitchen to life. I drag my fingertips across the petals and note the pretty white ribbon tied along the small of the vase they're sitting in. From the corner of my eye, I see Ainsley climb onto the chair and glance down at the dessert in the baking tray. Hold on, I direct, seeing the small note in front of them. It's in East's scratchy handwriting.
Enjoy.
I grab a plate and napkin for Ainsley before taking out a piece for her to snack on. My eyes go back to the flowers. Moving aside some in search of another note, I realize there is none other than a generic Happy Valentine's Day card stuck in the middle with the local shop's logo and number. Sliding my phone from my back pocket, I shoot a quick text to Easton, saying Ainsley loves the brownies. East.
Glad to hear.
Biting my lip, I stare at the flowers for another moment before thumbing the keys on my screen again. Me. Thank you for the flowers. It doesn't take long before bubbles appear at the bottom, followed by his response. East.
Don't know what you're talking about.
At first, I think he's joking. It makes me smile for a moment to think he wouldn't want me knowing, but that smile quickly disappears when I see the 2 texts he sends directly after.
East. They're not from me.
East.
Be back late.
I blink and reread the text before shaking my head and looking up at the flowers. If he didn't send them, I have no clue who did. Jenna hates this holiday with a burning passion and boycotts any stores that try getting her to buy something for a special someone. Plus, she's never sent flowers before. The only other person who knows where I live is my family. And Carter. Swallowing past the surprise lodged in the back of my throat, I move the flowers from the middle of the island and put them next to the sink, where more sunlight filters through the small window. Unsure of how to feel, I turn my back on the beautiful gesture and read my roommate's messages again. Why would I assume he'd buy me flowers? Now that I know he didn't, I feel stupid. He probably thinks I expect something now because we're sleeping together. Cursing lightly under my breath, I shake my head at the piece of brownie Ainsley offers me. At least I know he made those. I just kiss her temple, grab her bag, and busy myself with making dinner. Not knowing when Easton will be home, since he said it'll be late, I only make enough for 2. Chapter 16. I'm woken up by the familiar sound of my door cracking open and letting in what little light the small nightlight in the hall offers. Cracking my eyes open, I half expect to see a little girl sneaking in, wanting to curl up beside me. It's not often she does it, but I always secretly love it when she decides she needs to be close. It's Easton who walks in. He quietly closes the door and turns to me as I sit up slowly, rubbing one of the heels of my hands against my tired eyelid. When I see it's almost 4 a.m, I shake my head at him.
Did you just get in? Told you I'd be late.
I lay back down. Go to bed, East.
Piper.
Closing my eyes, I give him my back. I want to go back to sleep. You should go. I'm sure you're plenty tired. His footsteps get closer instead of backtracking to the door. The mattress dips.
What's that supposed to mean?
There's an edge to his voice, and when I turn back around to face him, I smell the alcohol radiating from him.
Seriously?
I groan. You're drunk.
Dipsy. You drove here?
Friend. His head cocks, eyes hard on my face as they study me.
What did you mean, Piper?
Go to bed. If he thinks I won't shove him off the mattress, he's wrong. I'm tired, crabby, and just want the 2 hours of sleep I can still get before my alarm goes off. He tugs on the comforter that I try covering my face with.
Not until you talk to me.
I smack his hands away from my blanket and sit up hastily. Easton, I'm fucking tired. The last thing I want is you to stumble in here again and fall asleep for Ainsley to see. You should have just stayed at whoever's place you've been at this whole time. His expression darkens.
I was with Jay.
Mm-hmm. His eyes narrow.
We went to Divers.
Divers? And then you met... I bait him, picturing some woman there giving him the eyes. I wouldn't blame anyone. He's good-looking and screams sex.
I was with Jay,
he repeats slowly, eyeing me skeptically. Scrubbing my palms down my face, I finally nod.
Okay, you were with Jay. Drinking. Again.
Hope you had fun.
Piper.
It's a growl this time. Easton, I counter. I would very much not like to be woken up hours before my alarm goes off. So if you don't mind... He doesn't let it go.
I haven't been with anyone but you since we started this. Don't act like I'm out there fucking random women. You can't even be jealous.
Jealous? Maybe for a moment, the tiniest, slightest moment. I'd had ill feelings over the idea of him being with other women while he was with me. But the thing is, we're not together. There is no us. There is no we. We have sex. A lot. Slowly, quickly, hard, soft. We each use each other for reasons I can only assume are mutual. To escape. Because it's fun. Because we can. I'm not jealous, is all he gets from me, and I'm proud it comes out calm. The last thing I want is for him to think I actually care enough to purposefully be a bitch. Listen, I'm just tired. I have a busy day ahead of me, and I'm looking forward to the weekend more than you could ever know. I plan to sleep. A lot. Maybe watch a bunch of movies that will make me cry. I don't know. So I'm sorry if I'm being bitchy. What you do is not my business. His nostrils flare, and I notice his hands clenching in his lap. I had a shit night, and Jay and I went out to let loose. There were no women involved, just booze. We sobered up before even leaving the bar. My lips twitch. He doesn't seem sober right now, but I don't bring that up. It's easier, he murmurs. That makes me confused. What is? Talking to you when I'm buzzed. I cringe at how that must make me. Am I unapproachable when he's sober? Do I act like I don't care? Go me. Sorry? He sighs, his shoulders slumping. It's not easy for me to open up to people, Piper. But I do with you. It's just easier when I've had a few drinks and get in the mood. One of my brows quirk up. You need liquid courage to speak to me? It's wrong to find that amusing when he's so him. Sex on a stick. An inked orgasm waiting to happen. If anything, I should need alcohol to approach him. Been there, done that. You love her, he states randomly, his eyes locking on the picture of Danny. I can tell how much you love her. That makes me respect you because you don't have to. Not knowing what to say, I just keep quiet and let him speak his mind. People don't have to love kids. They don't have to give them their time. I know that firsthand. But you? Shit, Piper. You took in your friend's daughter even when you could have found another way. But you love her and would do anything for her. That shit gets to me. You get to me. So yeah, liquid courage is sometimes needed when I feel like shit and need somebody to talk to. And he wants that someone to be me? I let my shoulders loosen from their tight stance, easing my back against the headboard. Ainsley really did love the brownies you made. She had 3, even though I told her 2 was enough. I swear she cons me with just one little look. His eyes light up, and the barely there smile on his face returns. Only this time, it lasts longer than the normal 3 seconds I'm used to seeing it. I'm sorry for waking you up. I shouldn't have come in. Why did you? Why did he tell me anything he did? He never talks about his personal life, his past. Maybe I don't give him a chance to before I use him to escape mine. His voice is soft. Just needed to. There's something familiar in his tone that has me reaching out and placing my hand on top of his. Defeat. I felt it before, heard it lingering in my voice when I wished I didn't. Easton and I are a lot alike, in pain, needing comfort, wanting to escape the reasons why. So, I lean forward the same time he does until our lips meet in the middle. It starts as a soft kiss, lingering, exploring. He brushes mine with a gentleness I didn't know he could possess. Once, twice, a third time. Each pass gets a little firmer, like he's searching for something. One of his hands goes to my hip, where he slides me down the mattress until I'm lying flat on my back with him hovering over me. Our lips never stop touching. His tongue sweeps my bottom lip until I open for him, and I can taste the bitterness of his choice of poison from the bar. But I ignore it and reach for his shirt, guiding it up and palming his hard stomach along the way. He moves back, peeling his shirt off, then helping me with mine. The movements are calculated, yet slow, like he wants this, but not with the same urgency as before. What he needs now isn't to forget. He needs to remember. He needs my body, my warmth, the way I pant and whisper and plead. And I give it to him. Our clothes shed slowly as his hands caress my body. His lips find my chest, tease my breasts, nip my stomach, until they trail downward and meet the bundle of nerves that ache for him between my legs. He kisses me and sucks me and licks me and plays with me until I'm gripping the sheets on either side of my body and biting my bottom lip to keep quiet. After my climax subsides, he trails kisses up my body until his hard cock is positioned at my entrance. He knows I'm on the pill. We've talked about it before. But unlike all the other times when condoms sheathed him, he gives me one long look as if to ask if this is all right. And I nod. His movements are torturous as he enters me an inch at a time, pausing, pulling out, and moving in further. Again and again, until one of his hands finds mine, and we interlock our fingers, thrusting in until he fills me completely. My fingers twitch around his as he holds my hand, drawing back and filling me again. It's slow, too slow, and I use my free hand to cup his face and try kissing him harder, quicker, but he won't have it. Every time our hips meet, it's with thought-out precision. He's searching, searching, searching for something inside of me. His free hand cups my face like mine does his, and he deepens the kiss, tasting me and nipping my bottom lip as he continues his rhythmic movements. The feelings building inside my chest warm my entire body as I realize how different this is from the other times. We're always looking for ways to use sex as a means to an end. This isn't like that. And I want to know why. What triggered you, Easton? Whatever it is changed him. Instead of seeing a fuck buddy for a few hours, he sought after something else entirely. A person to cherish, to hold, to find shelter in. Me. He confided in me for that. I find myself unlinking our hands and wrapping my arms around his neck as I draw my legs around his waist. I don't rush the way he enters me or try changing the pace again. I settle for everything and anything he gives me and get lost in the foreign feeling as our heavy breaths mix. What happened to you, Easton? Thrust. Talk to me, Easton. Thrust. I'm here for you, Easton. My lips form an O as he thrusts one more time and hits me in the perfect spot until black spots dot my eyes and I silently orgasm with my body arching into his. I feel him empty himself inside of me, and it's the most erotic feeling I've ever felt before. He doesn't pull out right away, and before I know it, we're doing it again, only slower, drawing it out, prolonging the moment, and I get lost all over again. The gift card to Bellamy's Bistro stares at me from the bottom of my purse. Nibbling my bottom lip as I sift through the contents to find the chapstick I lost, I pull out the card and study it for a long moment with indecision. I haven't even thought about using it until now. Out of sight, out of mind. But a part of me wants to use it soon to get out and enjoy myself. I doubt Ainsley would be interested in going, since their kids' menu is barely more than a few basic selections, and she was never one to like restaurants anyways. I blame Danny for that, because he was the same way. After the night I spent with Easton more than a week ago, I can't help but wonder if he'd want to go with me. The bistro supplied a card with more than enough for 2 people. I could ask Jenna, even be safer too, but it's not her I want a night out with, and I'm not sure how to feel about that. Pulling out my phone while waiting for Carter to show up at his office like we'd planned, I shoot East a text before I chicken out. Me. Ever been to Bellamy's? Biting down on my thumbnail in wait of a reply, I turn my focus to the half-eaten granola bar in my other hand. Not hungry, I wrap the plastic wrapper around what's left and stuff it in my purse. The gift card rests beside it, taunting me as my phone buzzes in my hand some minutes later. East. Not usually my scene. What is his scene? After the night I've thought about way too much. I've wondered more about him. I want to ask him about his mom, what her name is, about his father, and if they talk, and if he has any siblings. I want to get to know the man who practically admitted little old me intimidates him enough to only open up after he's been drinking. Maybe I should be offended, but for some reason I'm flattered. My brilliant response to him? Oh, okay. When I reread my message, I cringe and click my screen off, so I don't have to look at his reply. He didn't send me flowers, and he doesn't want to go to the restaurant with me. Fine. The more I open my mouth with him, the greedier I become. He probably thinks I'm desperate, like sex equals a relationship. I need to back off and give him space. Give us space. Good morning, Carter greets, rounding the corner with his keys in hand. His coat is still buttoned and spattered with the snow that's been flurrying all morning. I put my phone into my purse pocket and smile up from where I sit on the floor by his door. He walks over and offers me his hand, which I take to pull myself up. Thanks. Morning. Still snowing out, I take it? He nods, unlocking his door and pushing it open. With his free hand, he flicks on the lights and gestures for me to follow him in. It's lightened up some. I put my bag down in the spare chair beside where his desk is perched against the side wall. The first time I saw his office, I was mesmerized by the bookshelves lining the opposite wall, covered in history textbooks, mythology novels, encyclopedias, pictures, and trinkets that seemed random. But I know Carter, and he doesn't display random objects. They all mean something to him, just like the pictures he selected do. Smiling when I see a new one added at the end, I walk over to it as I unzip my own jacket and slide it off. Jesse would hate you if he knew you had this on your shelf. It's one of Jesse, Danny, Carter, and me. I still had braces, so I had to have been 10 or 11. Danny had an arm draped across my shoulder, and Jesse's face looked like he wanted to murder whoever was taking the picture. Was it my mom? Her dad? I don't remember. Carter chuckles, resting his jacket on the back of his office chair and walking over with his hands in his pockets. He never liked getting photos taken of him. Danny's grandmother had to bribe him with cookies just to take that one. Mabel. I've only seen her twice since Ainsley's birthday party. Her nurses keep me updated on her health, and they haven't had a lot of positive news to give me. She's been struggling, and there's nothing I can do to help. Something brushes my arm. You okay? I find myself shaking my head. Mabel isn't doing well these days. She's in a home for her dementia, and it's getting worse. His frown greets me when I look up. I didn't know. I'm sorry. He studies my sullen expression for a moment before looking back at the picture. Do you see her a lot? I try to go a couple times a month. My schedule hasn't allowed me to do that lately, and if I do have time, her nurses tell me it may be better not to come until she's having a better day. It kills me to see her like that. They know it. I know it. It's better for everyone if my emotional ass isn't there when she slips. It's hard not to react when the switch flips for her. One minute you're you, the next she thinks you're somebody else. It happens in seconds, Carter. His hand squeezes mine. She's strong. My lips rub together. Nobody is strong enough to fight that. It's a truth I hate speaking aloud, but it's true. There are a lot of diseases that aren't fair. Why they exist is beyond me. I've never been a religious person, never once been to church. But if there is a God out there, I don't get why he'd create such horrible things. I clear my throat and walk over to my bag, moving it to the floor and sitting in the hideous yellow chairs they supply for the faculty offices. He follows suit, pressing a hand against the front of his black shirt before sitting in his. I meant what I said before. You can talk to me about anything. If there's anybody who can understand, it's me. Danny, Mabel, I know them. I get it. I know. I loosen a sigh and settle into the uncomfortable excuse of a cushion. I just don't think it's appropriate. You're my professor, not my friend. Who says I can't be both? School policy? I guess dumbly. He chuckles, leaning back and resting his folded hands on his stomach. There's nothing against students confiding in their professors. In fact, it's encouraged. I level with him. There's a difference in confiding in a professor and finding friendship in one. Friendship opens doors that I'm sure the administration would frown on. His head cocks to the side, his brown eyes burning into mine with interest. Like? Trust. Professors aren't allowed to be trusted. I scoot forward, leaning my elbows on my knees. It's like this, Professor Ford. Trust is an intimate thing. It means that you're willing to open up to a person with anything and everything. That person, then, will be there for you. It's rare to be able to find that in somebody and have it be pure and genuine. It'll shift because of its rarity. Lines get blurred. Trust then becomes complicated. Administration doesn't like complicated things. He blinks, taken aback. Huh. That's all I get? Huh? We'd be even more complicated because of our situation. I knew you from the past. We sort of grew up together. That adds a layer they wouldn't like if we decided to be friends. You're overthinking this, he states simply, his shoulders lifting. But am I? I've always been a goody-goody. I never liked being on anybody's bad side or getting into trouble. And Carter, I think of the ride home and the flowers and everything he's done for me with my student teaching placement. We're already complicated. Maybe, I relent. His smirk tells me he doesn't believe my reply, so he just lets it go.
Regardless of what anybody might think, I am here for you. Nobody deserves to go through what you have. You're strong, Piper. You always have been.
That makes me snort. I was never strong. In fact, I remember Jesse telling me I was a baby whenever I pitched a fit about something. His lips quirk.
Jesse's your brother. He's supposed to be an asshole to you. But even he was amazed by you at times. Like when the neighbor's dog bit you in the leg and you managed to fight him off and run back home, even though you were bleeding pretty bad. You never cried once. Not even when Jesse rushed you to the hospital once he realized what happened. He said you never shed a tear, even when you were getting stitches.
I rolled my eyes. They numbed my leg. I still have scars from that. It wasn't the dog's fault I tried to pet it while it was eating in his yard. I got too close and he got territorial. Not once had the German Shepherd ever bit anyone. In fact, it was usually the friendliest animal. If I'd ratted out the dog, they would have had to put it down. I had a classmate who got bit by her parents' dog, and they had to put it to sleep. Carter just looks at me. Anyway, I continue. Jesse bribed me with ice cream after that whole ordeal. I didn't want to cry, because I was afraid he'd go back on his deal. I'm not strong.
You are.
We'll agree to disagree. We move on to the actual reason we're in here, which is to go over the first papers that were due for his 101 class. He shows me the grading rubric and what to look for, then shows me the stack of papers on the corner of his desk. There are 30 students in his class, and the paper was a minimum of 5 pages, no more than 10. My bet is that most of these are 4.5 with a works cited page. When I grab a pen out of my bag to jot down some pointers he gave me, the gift card falls out with it. I pick it up, but not before Carter says,
"Still haven't gone?"
I put it back, giving him a small smile. I told you before, I don't have a lot of time. I've thought about going soon, though. I just haven't worked out the details. His brows go up in curiosity. On whom to go with? I enlighten, waving my hand in dismissal. It doesn't really matter. I always feel weird eating at places on my own, unless I can sit at the counter, so it's less weird. You know? I'm babbling now, which makes my cheeks heat. But yeah, I'll go. I'm sure they think I really hated their stuff now.
We can go.
I jerk back.
If you'd like,
he adds casually. Did the whole friendship conversation get lost on you? If the administration would look down on us possibly being friends, they definitely wouldn't like the idea of us going out to eat together. Platonically, of course. He nods once, lips twitching upward, slightly like he's amused.
Of course.
And if they knew you drove me home, it'd only be worse. I point out for good measure. He watches me for a moment.
We already saw each other there once, by pure coincidence.
And his point is what?
Who's to say we wouldn't meet there again by the same odds? It's not that big of an area.
Is he saying what I think he's saying?
We could find ourselves there together,
is the next statement that leaves my lips parting at him in wonder.
Tomorrow night at 7.
Tomorrow. Friday. Friday is like a date night. That's when people meet up for dates. Is that weird? Am I really overthinking things with him? He adds,
platonically.
I swallow. Platonically. I could do that. Find myself there at 7 tomorrow. It gives me time to find somebody to watch Ainsley. Maybe Jenna. My parents would probably do it if they didn't have plans for themselves. I'm not sure when I start nodding, but he's nodding back. It's a silent agreement. Carter Ford and I will go to dinner. Together. On a platonic non-date. Chapter 17. Anxiety creeps into my conscious as I flatten my palms down the sides of my outfit that Jenna picked out for me. The black lace blouse is tucked into the extra-tight skinny jeans that my best friend insisted was casual and sexy. 2 things she told me I needed to go for. Pairing them with a comfortable pair of gray-heeled boots that go to my shins, I examine myself once more in the mirror, before accepting this is as good as it'll get. The ride to Bellamy's is quiet, too nervous to listen to the radio. I absorb the sound of passing traffic instead. I'm in the parking lot next to the dimly lit restaurant before I know it, noting the familiar vehicle Carter gave me a ride in a few rows in front of me. My eyes drift to the time on the dashboard. We're both early. Clearing my throat, I give myself a pep talk, like Jenna told me to do, and then get out of my car. Purse over my shoulder, phone in hand, I walk up to the entrance and falter when I realize I don't know what to say. Do I say I'm waiting for someone? Request if he's here? The panic settled into me earlier comes back tenfold as somebody opens the inside door for me with a smile, giving me no other choice but to walk in. Hey. Stricken, I glance to the voice that greets me, noting Carter leaning against the wall. Like my eyes that drift down his black pants and the royal blue button down tucked into his waist, he gives me a once-over with a growing smile on his face. You look beautiful tonight. We saw each other earlier for the class we now co-teach, and there was nothing unusual about it. He taught, I made a point or two, but mostly focused on the students. Nobody would have guessed we'd be here hours later, both in new outfits and waiting for each other for dinner. Hi, I lick my lips, and thanks. My hands go to my sides again, brushing out a wrinkle in the shirt I should have left untucked. Jenna told me my figure is shown off better if I tuck it in, but now I regret listening to her. You look sexy, Piper. Sexy is good. Sexy isn't what I'm shooting for. Everybody shoots for sexy, she argues, giving me the evil eye that I know better than to argue with. Make him drool and regret this is a non-date. Like always, my extravagant bestie made me feel empowered. But as soon as the tables turn and I'm on my own, self-doubt takes over any courage she gave me. While I do like the outfit, I think I could have gone with something slightly more casual. Preferably something that doesn't feel as painted on as the jeans I squeezed into. He gestures toward the hostess booth. Table for Ford, he tells the young girl. She checks the book in front of her and nods once, grabbing 2 menus and telling us to follow her. Carter's hand goes to the small of my back, gesturing for me to go first. I look over my shoulder at him and smile. You must have great intuition to reserve a table for the possibility of somebody showing up at the same time as you. Maybe I just hoped, is his smooth reply. It makes me bite my lip and overanalyze each of the 4 words. He hoped to see me. I'm not sure what to do with that. When we arrive at our table in the corner, Carter pulls out a chair for me. Surprised, I take a seat and smile gratefully at him, and watch him sit across from me as the hostess gives us our menus and says the waitress will be over shortly. For some reason, I decide to blurt, I've never had anybody pull out a chair for me. That was nice. One side of his lips quirk up as he takes the menu and examines the beverage section on the back panel. Sounds like the people you've been out with are lacking on their manners. A smile tugs on my lips. Is that your way of trying to figure out what kind of people I dated? He chuckles, setting the menu down. If this were a date, which it's not, I'd say no. It's rude to talk about exes on the first date. But since it's not a date, then yes. My brows go up. You want to know about my exes? His chin dips. I don't have any. Now his brows arch, surprise clearly coating his face. You've never dated anybody? Not once? Clicking my tongue over how pathetic that sounds coming from him, I simply shake my head and stare at the fountain drinks they offer. It seems wrong to go for the alcohol, though this conversation is making me want some. He makes a noise with the back of his throat and leans back in his chair. Why not? Groaning, I dare to meet his eyes. There are a lot of reasons. The most recent would be the 6-year-old I take care of. Guys don't really pick single mothers as their first go-to. We're like the tapioca, when all the other pudding flavors are sold out, you know? I don't know. His eyes dance, the dark brown now full of mischievous. I happen to love tapioca. My heart rate picks up a little. That's the most recent reason, he redirects. What about the other reasons? You can't tell me Ainsley is why you don't see people. There's not a doubt in my mind you're the type to be noticed by men. Wow, this is not how I expected dinner to go. Body heating over the question, I try focusing on the menu to choose something to eat that won't go over the gift card balance. You already know the reason, Carter. He's quiet for a moment, his eyes on me based on the way the top of my head burns. I choose a salad, memorizing it for when the waitress comes. Because of Danny? I remain silent. Because of Danny, he confirms to himself quietly. Finally, I say, because of an unrequited love I held on to. Maybe there were guys who were interested in me, but I never noticed them. If I wasn't swept up in Danny, I busied myself with school. Then the accident happened, and my life changed forever. Danny was gone, and I got Ainsley. And people started looking at me for an entirely different reason. So no, I've never really dated. His lips press together, but before he can reply, the waitress comes over and asks for our order. Once both drinks and food have been placed, she takes our menus and leaves us be again. The air is tense, his eyes are dark, and my mind is screaming to run. But I don't. I'm sick of running. What about you? I ask, changing the subject in hopes he'll roll with it. Any exes that plague your mind in dreams? He manages to grin, letting the focus on me go. That's why I like Carter. Not once has he pushed with me. An ex-fiancée, actually, Elizabeth. We dated for about 3 years before I popped the question. I blink. He was engaged to the woman I heard my mother talk about. Wow. I'm sorry that didn't work out. His shoulders lift. It was mutual to end things. Nobody cheated. Nobody lied. We realized that we weren't made for each other before it was too late. Do you still talk? He shakes his head. There's nothing for us to say. She moved back to Georgia where her family is, so we don't see each other. Before her were a few others. Girlfriends, not fiancés. More than I'd like to admit. Not as much as your brother, though. I roll my eyes at the last remark. Jesse always insisted he'd never settle, huh? His nod comes easily. Ren is good for him. He's changed a lot since she came into his life, and I'm happy for them. Me too. The answer is quick, genuine. Even if we don't talk or see each other much, I'm happy my brother could find that happiness. His body shifts on the seat. Do you mind me asking why you were taking a sign language class at the rec center? You don't have to explain. I was just curious. Wetting my bottom lip, I take a moment to decide if it's my story to tell. It's for Ainsley. Well, the both of us. She doesn't verbally communicate, so one of her teachers suggested learning sign language. She's mute? Select mute, I correct quietly. I'll always remember the day she stopped talking. She was young, always babbling on about something to whoever would listen. She learned to talk at a young age and knew things most kids didn't. Ainsley was smart, so smart. And after her father passed away, she shut down. Never again did I hear her questions or random facts or laughter. I miss that the most, her laughter. I'm sorry to hear that. My shoulders lift like it's not a big deal. It is, it's just not one he can do anything about. His apology will get us nowhere. We've been signing more to each other as we learn. She's picking it up quicker than I am. I swear she's a child genius, Carter. It makes me wonder if she was really Danny's. A laugh bubbles past my lips at the ridiculous statement. I mean, of course she was. But he always hated school and learning and nearly failed a grade, remember? I think Ainsley takes after her mom. I didn't know her that well. Anyway, it's nice to see her talk in some form. I'm not as quick to learn, but I know enough to get by. We're going to keep taking classes to get better, since the courses aren't that long at the center. My parents are even learning, and my best friend said she'd sign up too. Smiling at the effort everyone wants to make for Ainsley, I sigh. I'm lucky. I always thought I was cursed, but I'm lucky to have them, you know? It sounds like you surround yourself with good people, he agrees, smiling. And I do. I really do. Feeling the pressure of first non-date jitters leave my body as the heavy conversation lightens, I lean back in my chair and give him a sultry smile. So, Carter Ford, tell me all your deepest, darkest secrets. His eyes burn into mine, something lingering in them as he studies my expression closely, before his own lips carve into a smirk, mixed with amusement and something else. Interest? I can't be sure. I don't think we're quite ready for that. We, not me. It's pitch black when I make it back home, well past midnight. After dinner was drinks and a long walk to sober up and talk about everything and anything we wanted to. Mundane fun facts like favorite colors, food, and movies. He was surprised to learn mine are purple, barbecue chicken pizza, and The Wizard of Oz. Though I'm not sure why the movie choice is that shocking, since I watched it all the time when I was younger. It was his choices that didn't surprise me at all. I've always known blue was his favorite color, and that he loved any type of pasta, or that Chainsaw Massacre was his nostalgic go-to. He and Jessie would always bribe me into watching the movies with them as more came out, then betting each other how long I'd last before hiding in my room. Carter always bet in my favor. He also always lost. With barely any buzz coursing through my limbs, I lock the front door and note the kitchen light on. Stepping out of my shoes and leaving them by the couch, I walk into the kitchen for a glass of water and see Easton making a sandwich on the island. "Hey," I greet, grabbing a glass from the cabinet and filling it with water.
"You're home late."
There is no accusation in his tone. It's just a simple statement. I turn and watch him slather mayo on the bread and note the tomatoes sliced on the other. It makes my stomach rumble, even though Carter bought us a late-night dessert at a cafe right before we parted ways. "I was out to dinner with somebody." His eyes go to the clock on the oven before swiping over to my face.
"Dinner? Like a date?"
Wincing, I shake my head as he studies the outfit melded to my body with a sour look crossing his features. "Not really a date, no. More like two people who met up and ate a meal together and talked. It was a non-date."
"A non-date?"
he says slowly. I nod, sipping my water. "It was probably with the same guy who sent the flowers."
"The flowers?"
Why the hell is he repeating everything I'm saying? Yes, the flowers. Both our attention turns to the bouquet in question, still holding strong behind me on the counter.
"You know, the ones I embarrassingly thought you bought for me?"
"And it's honestly fine you didn't. I don't expect anything from you. It's just sex. Good sex. So yeah, I went out, but not on a date. On a non-date with food and conversation. And then alcohol." His eye twitches.
"You're drunk."
"I've sobered up." His eyes flick back to the flowers.
"The flowers, huh?"
He shakes his head and puts a sandwich together, cleaning up after himself.
"I hope you had fun then."
Walking past me without a second look back, he exits the kitchen. But I don't want to end the conversation knowing the pinched expression on his face is there.
"Why do I feel like you're mad at me?"
I call after him, following the brooding man toward the stairs.
"I'm not."
"You are." He stops a few steps up and turns.
"Why should I care if you go out on a date, Piper? We're just fucking, like you said. Go out and see whoever the hell you want. Just know that this thing between us ends here. I'm not into double dipping."
My lips part as hurt slices my chest. Is that what he really thinks of me right now? I didn't sleep with him, not that it's any of your business. He lifts his shoulders.
"Like I said, I don't care. It's probably better we stop anyway. You're free to go on as many non-dates as you want. I probably have plans for tomorrow night as is. Look at us, moving on."
Moving? I watch as he walks upstairs, biting into his sandwich and closing himself in his room. I remain at the bottom of the stairs, unsure of what just happened. My grip on the railing tightens as tears blur my vision, but I force them away and clear the emotion clogged in my throat. The burning sensation resides despite me holding my head up and pretending it doesn't matter. There is no reason to cry over Easton. After all, we were just fucking. Chapter 18. Seeing Mabel tending to her plants when I walk into her room makes me smile. The window is covered in them, even more than the last time I was here to see her. The nurse working the floor today said gardening keeps her calm, so they kept getting her more. "Piper," Mabel greets when she turns and sees me, setting the green watering pot down and walking over to give me a hug. "How are you, dear?" I loosen the grip on her that I want nothing more than to keep, knowing her warmth is the only thing that can make me feel better. It's been days since my non-date with Carter and the tense conversation with Easton following it. He hasn't been home since, though he told me via a single text that he was staying with Jay. With Jay. That was all his text said when I asked if he was okay, because he hadn't been home. I was worried, but he must not have noticed or just didn't care. My guess was the latter. It was Jenna who noticed the sign on the inked Lotus door saying they were closed for a convention until Monday. I didn't expect Easton to tell me everything, but it would have been nice to hear it from him instead. Then again, he didn't owe me anything. It wouldn't be fair to ask him where he was when it wasn't really any of my business. "I'm okay," I lie through a smile. She pats my arms, not seeming to know the difference. I follow her over to her plants. Her fingers brush the leaves as she picks up her watering can and moves on to the ones in the back. "Have any wild parties without me?" I tease, leaning against the wall and watching her. She turns and blinks at me. "Oh, I'm too old for that." When she resumes her task, I find myself frowning. Mabel would always joke about seeing a different man every week and doing shots with male strippers she hired. Was any of it true? No, but that was Mabel. Was. I guess that's the key word. Swallowing, I force a smile. "I went on a date the other day." The words are out of my mouth before I can process them. "Well, it was more like two old friends catching up. But it was nice. I had fun." I'm not sure why I'm telling her. Jenna got every detail from me over wine and pizza the following night. I excluded anything about Easton, though his absence isn't lost on her. She was happy for me when I admitted I enjoyed the night with Carter. The conversation between us over dinner and drinks wasn't forced, even if it got tense at some points, and Carter and I teased easily and without care. We'd bring up school, teaching, my future plans. Carter Ford was interested in me, and that made me interested in him. Teenage me was screaming with joy internally. "That's nice, dear." She sounds absent, but her early signs of an episode aren't there. I managed to push past it, nodding. "It was with Carter Ford." Her eyes drift to meet mine, a genuine Mabel smile stretched on her face. "He's such a nice boy." "He is." "Did you have fun?" I pause, then say, "I did, thank you." Her head moves up and down. "He's such a nice boy. Not as nice as my boy. Danny was such a good boy, wasn't he?" Struggling to swallow, I bob my head. "I don't know anybody who would say otherwise, Mabel." She wags her finger at me. "You two would have made a great couple. Two good people together. Never understood why he chose the other one." My shoulders tighten. Mabel loved Willow. She said she was the next best baker next to herself, and I agreed. Willow could make anything in the kitchen. Danny used to love it when his wife and grandmother would spend time together, and they'd spend hours baking cookies for the entire neighborhood. They were both good people. "Because they were in love," I whisper, more to myself than Mabel. Breathing in slowly, I wet my bottom lip. "Danny loved Willow so much, Mabel. She was a great woman. Better than me." The truth in those words doesn't hurt me, but breaks past a wall I built. I was always comparing myself to Willow, trying to figure out why he chose her instead of me. They had known each other for a short amount of time, compared to how long I knew him. But every time I thought about those reasons, envy grew thicker. Willow never envied anybody. She never complained. I can honestly admit now that she was better than most people I know. No, the sweet old woman disagrees. I have no energy to fight. "I see you have more plants. Glenda out front said they might have one more for you." Her eyes brighten. "Oh, I love my plants. They keep these old hands busy. Mind, too. I know what they say about me." My brows quirk. "What do they say?" She taps her head. "Not all the tools are in the shed, if you know what I mean. Meredith always talks about me with the other gossips. Joke's on her, Piper. I happen to know she's got an STD from sleeping with Harold. He gets around here." Eyes bulging, I can't help but laugh until tears sting my eyes. For a moment, I thought I was going to lose Mabel to another episode. But here she is, talking like she always used to. I cling to that for when she slips. I know it'll happen. "Hey, Mabel?" I hesitate, watching her peel off a dead leaf and examining the other plants. "I loved Danny very much. I thought he was the one for me. I wanted him to be." She doesn't say anything. But he wasn't. It's a reluctant admission, one that will always sting like any long-lasting first love is. Finally, Mabel turns. "I know, dear." We just stare at each other. Harold has a grandson, you know. My head tilts.
Does he have STDs too?
She shrugs. I grin. I think I'm good. My thoughts drift to Carter. I'm not sure why. It's already getting dark by the time tutoring ends. The weather forecast calls for rain on top of this unusually nice weather that makes winter feel more like spring. But I know it'll turn back into ice and snow, so I don't get my hopes up that the season is ending early. I'm walking toward the commuter lot when I see Carter waving in my direction and calling out my name. Smiling tiredly, I meet him halfway up the path and bury my hands in my jacket pockets.
Hi, Professor Ford.
He eyes me, but doesn't correct the name. I told him at dinner I felt weird calling him Carter on campus. It slips out of familiarity more than I like, but I always hound myself silently for it after.
Piper, I'm glad I caught you. Are you okay? You look a little pale.
There's a headache pounding in my temples that's overheating my body and making me nauseous, but I smile.
I'm fine. I just have a little headache. Anyway, what's up?
He studies me for a moment.
I was wondering if you had time tomorrow to help me grade assignments. I have a few meetings between classes, but I'm free around 4.
Nibbling my lip, I give him an unsure look while I contemplate Ainsley. I've been asking a lot of Jenna and my parents over the past couple of months. They always happily help me, Jenna especially. She spoils Ainsley rotten, even though she's always said she's never been a fan of kids. How long do you think it'd take? I can definitely help. I'll just pick some up and grade them at home.
Some of them I'd like to look at together.
He shifts his messenger bag over his shoulder and puts a hand in his pants pocket.
I know you're busy, so we can figure something out. If not this week, maybe on Monday.
What about Saturday? I surprise myself by those words, making myself wince a little and try covering it. I mean, if you want. We both go to the rec center anyway, and there's a play area for kids while parents go to programs. Not that I expect you to drop your weekend plans to do work. That's unfair and probably stupid of me to even say, so—
Saturday works for me.
He cuts me off, fighting a smile. The corners of his lips twitch upward, but neutralize.
What time were you thinking? We could work in the afternoon, maybe grab some food.
My teeth dig into my bottom lip. I'll have Ainsley, so—
She could come,
he offers. His head tilts slightly when he sees the uncertainty lingering in my eyes.
Or not. I don't want to make you or her uncomfortable. I just figured it'd make things easier on you. Work, food.
It's not— I hesitate, trying to gather my thoughts for a moment. It doesn't make me uncomfortable. I just don't know what the right protocol is for bringing people into her life. I think about Easton. I was desperate to get a roommate and went through enough of a screening process to know he wouldn't murder us, but I still brought a total stranger in our home to live. And while it worked out in some ways, the tension lingers in every room. Easton and Ainsley get along. They like each other. But I don't know what she'd think of Carter, or what she'd even assume was going on if I introduced them.
Hey, don't worry about it.
He must take my silence as something different.
I'm not offended, honest. We can think of another plan. You have somebody else you need to take into consideration. I get it.
My shoulders ease a centimeter over as I mull over something in curiosity.
Why don't you?
Have somebody else to consider, I mean. His eyebrows go up a fraction. I blush. It's none of my business, but you're— how do I put this nicely?
Old,
he guesses. I roll my eyes. Older than me. Most guys your age I know have wives and kids. It's not for everybody, so I get it if that's why. I'm just curious because you used to tell Jessie you wanted that someday. He rubs his jaw with his palm.
You remember that, huh?
I remember a lot of things. His grin reappears. Sighing, I give him a knowing look. You don't have to pretend like it wasn't obvious I didn't like you. Of course I was going to remember what you said, especially about having a family. It was stupid.
Liking me was stupid?
My eyes narrow thoughtfully in consideration, even though I knew it wasn't. No, it wasn't liking you that was stupid. It was thinking that I had a chance when you're 13 years older. I was young and dumb. Naive. He wants to say something, I can tell. But whatever it is doesn't pass his lips.
The reason I don't have that with somebody is because I haven't found the right person for the job. I'm working on that, though.
Lips parting, I stare at him before collecting myself and nodding slowly. Yeah, well, that makes sense. His lips spread into a higher curve as he glances down at the ground.
For what it's worth, I think things happen for a reason. I don't think it was dumb or naive of you to like somebody older. It's natural. I was always around.
I want nothing more than to end this conversation. The last thing I want to talk to my professor/old family friend about is my preteen crush on him before moving on to the man who really tore me apart. I can really choose them. He clears his throat and steps back, his eyes flashing with something I can't quite make out.
And you know what? Life is full of chances, Piper. You never know what will happen.
I blink, and blink again. Before I can really process what he says, Carter is already gone. Lips parting, I let out a breath. My alarm goes off. I need to get Ainsley. Chapter 19. A spoon hangs from Jenna's mouth as she grips her favorite hazelnut spread in her palm and dangles her feet off the island countertop. Tell me exactly what he said again. Rolling my eyes, I stop the working pizza dough I'm flattening onto the pan. I already did, 5 times. I'm not about to make it 6. She drops her head back and dips her spoon into the jar. You're no fun, Piper. I just want to see you get all flushed and girly when you tell me. There's a look in your eyes. I scoff and reach for the tomato sauce. I don't have a look. You're just crazy. Eyeing the half-empty jar in her hands, I narrow my gaze at her before reaching for the shredded cheese on the counter. Are you going to save room for dinner or keep eating that? Who even travels with hazelnut spread? She holds it closer to her. I do, bitch. Don't judge me. I mean, who travels with a book? You don't go anywhere without one in your bag. I blink. A lot of people do. Well, I'm sure people carry hazelnut spread. She counters in a huff, though we both know they don't. Remember that one chick from freshman year? I bite back a smile. Oh, sure. That one chick, among the 3,000 that attended with us. I definitely remember her. If she had something to throw at me right now, I know she would. Ugh, you suck. I'm talking about the one who used to carry honey mustard with her everywhere. Like there'd be a need for it.